Welcome to World's Toughest Mudder 2024. So excited to bring you coverage live from Bartow, Florida.
Thank you, Will. This is Will Hicks. I'm Francesca Curando, and we're here with the OCR report at World's Toughest Mudder 2024. We will bring you coverage for the next 27 or so hours. All the top runners and everybody who's out there, in fact, everything that's going on.
The race is set to go off at 1 p.m. Eastern local time here in Florida. The race is a 24-hour race on a 5-mile looped course. The man, woman, and team who run the most 5-mile loops in that 24 hours will win the title of World's Toughest Mudder.
Now, we're here in Florida. We went out on the course yesterday. It's slightly different this year. There's no hot lap because there has been, and we do see in front of us the open tough mudderers that took on the course this morning, and we went out yesterday to preview that course. Now, I think this is a pretty tricky course in terms of terrain, and it's a big loop around an alligator-infested lake.
You say there's no hot lap, but I promise you every lap this year will be a hot lap. The weather this year is the hottest of any World's Toughest Mudder on record. We've been doing World's Toughest Mudder since 2011, all the way back in New Jersey. This is the first time it's been held in the state of Florida, and it is warm, Fran.
It is warm.
We were here at 9 o'clock this morning. It was already 80 degrees, 80% humidity. The weather right now, 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius, of course, 28. Just doing the math in my head, that's 28 degrees Celsius. It's going to be a hot day for everyone running World's Toughest Mudder.
It's going to be a hot day, and because I'm British, forgive me whilst I talk about the weather for just a few more minutes. It's going to be a hot day, but it's going to be a tricky day because we do have a lot of cloud cover, and every now and again we get a little bit of a breeze coming through. It's going to be very interesting how this weather pans out throughout the night because there could be some serious overheating if neoprene gets used, but there could be some pretty chilly moments. So anyone who's going kind of at the pace that we would go might struggle a bit.
Every year, it seems like there's something that becomes kind of the theme or the storyline of World's Toughest Mudder, and we're minutes from the start line.
We've not even started yet.
We haven't even started. I'm already thinking I already think the story of today and tomorrow is going to be the weather because it's hot. It's going to start hot. The runners are going to be hot. Even if they're running at a moderate pace, they're going to get very hot very early. So they're going to think, oh, I don't need my wetsuit this year. This is going to be a warm year. Sometimes people don't wear their wetsuit. They get away with it. It's not never recommended, but you can get away with it sometimes. But between the breezes and the shade and cloud cover, they're going to be in and out of water. Even though it's going to be the hottest World's Toughest Mudder we've ever had, I feel like people are still going to get cold overnight.
Oh, absolutely. It's still overnight. Isn't it? And there is a breeze. So the race is going off in, about 11 minutes. And once they set off, they are off for the next 20. Well, it's not quite 24. It's like 25 and a half hours, isn't it? Which we'll get into, and we'll talk about how that works.
And we'll take you to the start line here in a minute. The racers start at 1 p.m. Usually we start at noon. Traditionally, the race starts at noon.
Does it start at midnight?
Usually the start wave is released at noon. We'll talk about when the race actually starts. But this year it starts at 1 p.m. because this year in Florida they did something they've never done before. Saturday morning here at the World's Toughest Mudder venue, they had about an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes worth of open wave, 5K regular tough mudder runners, which they've never done before. It's never happened. Now, several years ago, there was a discussion. Following World's Toughest Mudder, there was a survey released to the community. They said, hey, what would you guys think about a World's Toughest Mudder weekend? Kind of a celebration of the entire thing where we bring in regular tough mudder events, and then World's Toughest Mudder follows that. The regular tough mudder people can stay and cheer on the World's Toughest Mudder athletes. If you as a World's Toughest Mudder community, what would you think about that? And the reaction was very negative. People thought that the reaction was generally, hey, the World's Toughest Mudder is a special event, a unique event. If you lump it into a regular tough mudder event, it might not have the same cachet. Now, I've been out here all morning, all day, and I wasn't sure what I'd think about it. Because I've run World's Toughest Mudder since 2012, or running Tough Mudder since 2012, World's Toughest since 2015. And I don't hate it, actually. I didn't know what I would think about it at first. There's a lot of energy on the course from go.
Yes.
Traditionally at World's Toughest Mudder, there's energy, but it's like a nervous kind of...
It's been strange, hasn't it? Because it feels like we should have been doing stuff all morning. We've been walking around like, are we? Because people are running and people are out on the course. What I actually quite like is the this is what happens at Europe's Toughest Mudder. They have the race going on whilst the day race happens. Prior to Europe's Toughest Mudder, when we did it, myself and Jason went this year, and it was really nice to see the athletes there. They'd been taking it on during the day, and I don't know, it felt more supportive. It felt fun. It kind of felt really cool for people to be asking these questions of what's going on, and that's what's been happening this morning. People have been going past and hey, what's World's Toughest Mudder? Here we go on the screen. We can see this is our drone. You can see that's the pit area with everyone with their areas set up, and the start line with everyone corralled in, ready to go.
People from all over the world have come to Bartow, Florida this year for World's Toughest Mudder. I don't know. We need to find a full list of countries, but we've talked to people already this morning from Canada, from Croatia, from New Zealand, from Denmark. Literally all over the world come to World's Toughest Mudder to compete for 24 hours.
Well, let's talk about those countries, because a few of the countries you mentioned have got some pretty great athletes who are going to be competing today. We have some, especially in the men's. It's going to be a huge competition between those men, isn't it?
Let's start right at the top. A kind of surprise announcement yesterday. We found out that Ryan Atkins is going to be here this weekend. Mm-hmm. Ryan Atkins is the most decorated man to ever run World's Toughest Mudder. He's won the race 6 times in the individual and team category. Mm-hmm. He has never lost a OCR race 12 hours or longer. He is the undisputed greatest of all time at World's Toughest Mudder, Ryan Atkins.
Correct, but he has not been here for many years. And what has happened in the meantime?
So Ryan Atkins has not run World's Toughest Mudder since 2018. 2018, he won the race in the team category. 2017 is the last time he won it in the individual category. Mm-hmm. So in 2017, Atkins ran. He set the then record of 110 miles for the men. He's won it 6 times, twice as a team, 4 times as an individual. If Ryan Atkins shows up for World's Toughest Mudder, you put him at the top of the list. Until somebody beats Ryan Atkins, you say Ryan Atkins is going to win the race.
Okay. I mean, he's been very cool and casual today. He doesn't give much away anyway, but, he's here to have fun. And, the guy has had a baby in the last few months. He has had a baby, and that does impact people.
He does. And I don't know if Atkins has done the old sympathy weight. When my wife had a baby, I put on some sympathy pounds. My daughter's 11 now, so, we'll get rid of it.
Gone.
Yeah. We'll work on that. But Ryan Atkins is one of the guys, if he's on the field, I'm not going to bet against him. Now, what's different is that since Ryan Atkins last competed in the individual category in 2017, mm-hmm. a whole group of elite-level men have risen up mm-hmm. to win the race since then. Mm-hmm. Guys that Atkins has competed against in the past, such like Trevor Psychos, like Christian Brown Johnson, Joshua Fiore. They're here this year. It's going to be an amazing, amazing men's race at World's Toughest Mudder.
So, Josh Fiore, let's mention him for a moment. I don't think he wasn't too thrilled with the news that Atkins has turned up. He has been planning, this has been his A race. He's cancelled other events to be here. He has trained, and he was heartbroken last year after what happened. He was on track for 3rd place, and he got pipped to the post last year by Joseph Rocco. He did not know, and he was heartbroken, and that has just pushed him to go for first this year. He is wanting to be in top 3, but he's wanting first, but he's not the only man who's after that. We also have here with us from Denmark, Michael Schutt. And Michael Schutt last year got 2nd place with 100 miles, but let us not forget that was with a 3-hour pit stop.
Michael Schutt had one of the most remarkable World's Toughest Mudder stories last year. He was in the front. He was leading the race. 1st place for the first 12 hours. And then he stopped. He went to the pit area, and we didn't know what happened. People were asking us in the comments, where'd Michael Schutt go? Like, what's going on? People from Denmark, like, hey, can you check on our guy? We actually sent someone over to his pit area. We said, hey, is he done? Is he quitting? Is he taking a nap? What's going on? They said, we're not sure. Like, he's sleeping right now. He woke. Now, traditionally, that happens a lot. A lot of people, especially if it's their first time, or maybe they don't totally understand the race, they'll go out fast. They go out super, super fast. They're leading the race. This happens every single year. It'll probably happen this year. Someone goes out super, super fast. And middle of the night, they say, oh, man, I am done. And they stop. It happens. We anticipate it. We plan on it. It happens every year. And we thought that's what happened to Michael Chute also. There's Ryan Atkins there with the yellow sunglasses we see.
Here's the start line. Somebody just asked if they can hear the start line speech. We've actually, the start line speech has already been done.
Yeah,
we're just waiting for them to go off now.
They're literally set to, they're going off in 5 minutes. Sean Corvell's already briefed the athletes. They are set to go. They're in the last minutes of setting up. Let's see who else we have there at the start line. It looks like, is that Tyler? That's not Tyler Bierman. I have seen Tyler Bierman. He's out here.
He is with a team.
There he is, right there.
Yeah.
On your screen to the left, Tyler Bierman.
So
Joshua Fiore, 1031. Kevin Chow. Kevin, are you out here? Kevin Chow, World's Toughest Motor community member. And I just saw something from Sarah Fox. You guys got a nice setup. ESPN rated.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin Chow. I would say, personally, it's probably a 5-star.
5 stars. You can see the crowd. It's a good group. It's a good group here for World's Toughest Motor.
So, interestingly, something about the teams, as we just mentioned, Tyler, who's here with the teams. It's certainly warmer than rainy Manchester, UK. Do you know what, Kirsty? I am from rainy Manchester, UK, and this is an absolute treat. Although I can tell you, some of these clouds we're seeing in the sky are very, very similar to the ones we get in Manchester. It is, it's interesting. It said it wasn't going to rain this weekend, but who knows? So, do keep in touch with us on YouTube. We will be sending your comments to the screen. You can also ask us about different athletes, and we can pull up their stats and put them. It can be anyone. It can be your mom, your sister, your cousin, just someone you want to keep up with, and we can send those stats to the screen. Let's be quiet for a listen and listen.
No, I feel you. I feel you.
Oh, that's very scary. You don't know what's going on up there.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes, brothers. 2.5 minutes. Visualize what you want to accomplish today.
Repeating itself.
2 minutes. Last chance. Get sure that your runner has everything they need. Glad to be on the big call.
Field is less than 1 minute from starting.
We don't finish at the finish line. We finish out there. We make it to the finish line.
Jacob!
Today transcends
Let's go
life.
that way.
You're going to use all of your survival skills. Really? 10 seconds, mother. Count it down.
I guess we gotta go to
9, 8, 7,
So we're just waiting for them to go off here. Once they do, we can have a quick.
And there they go. Hundreds and hundreds of athletes set to run for 24 hours straight.
That is World's Toughest Mudder 2024 started.
This is an interesting part of the race because it's the first hour of the race, and it's what's called the sprint lap.
It is.
None of the obstacles are open yet. The first obstacles will start to open at 1 hour into the race at 2 p.m. local time, and they will roll out until 11 p.m. The final obstacle will open at 11 p.m. tonight. So this first lap, called the sprint lap, there's some strategy to it. Everyone knows all the obstacles are closed. So as much running as you do right now, you get past every obstacle you pass is one obstacle you don't have to do. So everyone has to decide, how hard do I want to push? Do I want to go for it and get past as many obstacles as I can? Do I want to just take advantage of a casual pace and just do what I do? Is it worth it pushing it? And after running World's Toughest Mudder multiple times and trying it multiple different ways, I am convinced the best way to approach the sprint lap. Let me tell you what I would do. If I was running right now, I would run it at a comfortable pace.
Really? Because it's only an hour without obstacles, and we walked yesterday, and that took us quite a long time.
You've got 23 hours after the sprint lap, no matter what you do. And let's just say, okay, you know what? Instead of running at my usual pace, I'm going to run a minute faster, 2 minutes faster. I'm going to push it. I'm going to really push it this first hour. How many extra obstacles are you going to pass? 1, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Most of the obstacles aren't even open, right? At 1 p.m., we're only going to have a few obstacles open. They're not all. Now, in past years, all of the obstacles open at 1 p.m. This year, it's just a few. A few open at 1, a few open at 2. They roll them out over the first 11 or 10 hours. So you're not gaining that much by killing yourself in this first hour of the sprint lap.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like, is that Joshua Fiore there in front?
It is.
Were it me, I would I would just do it. Just go. And honestly, it doesn't look like Joshua Fiore is pushing himself that hard, right?
Listen, I often get in trouble for being biased, and that will never change, but I love this man. Look at him smiling. He is such a joy in the community. He always has a smile and a good word for everyone. And despite everything, he is here, and he is going to enjoy himself. He's also an incredible athlete.
There's Atkins there with the yellow sunglasses right behind him. Tyler Veerman in the team competition. Tyler is teammates with Mark Gadet. Get after it, Mudders, Lori Poole. Hey, I would love to see your comments in the comments section. We're going to pull them up on screen here. And then we're going to talk about some other fun stuff we're going to do over the 24 hours with the YouTube comments. You mentioned a second ago, Fran. You talked about Joshua Fiore's finish last year. Joshua Fiore was in third place starting what we knew would be the final lap of World's Toughest Mudder 2023. Joshua Fiore was in third with Joseph Rucco in fourth. And we thought that's how it was going to finish.
Oh, we really did. We here in the booth, we were looking at the timing. Where at that point we are on point with everything, and we thought, right, this is it. Josh Fiore, third place, almost in the bag.
And at one point, Joseph Rucco had a obstacle bypass band. Once you finish your 25th mile lap, your fifth lap of 25 miles, every lap after that, you'll get a wristband, and you can use that wristband to bypass one obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Rucco had a band left, and he used that strategically to pass Joshua Fiore during that last lap. Joshua Fiore did not know he'd been passed.
He did not.
So when Joshua Fiore crossed and you and I, we watched it, and it broke our hearts. We watched Joshua Fiore cross the finish line.
Smile. He had this smile on his face. And as we've just seen, it beams out of him. The joy. He's a happy guy, and he crossed the finish line thinking, that's it. I've taken third at World's Toughest Mudder. And he stood there and he saw
Joseph Rucco was already there.
And his face dropped. He was heartbroken. Everyone kind of left him alone. He took a chair. He sat down for a bit. He dealt with it, and you could see he was heartbroken. He handled it really well, but he was heartbroken.
He literally had his face in his hands. He was sitting on a chair by the finish line, his face in his hands, his elbows on his knees, face in his hands. I've never seen anything like it at a World's Toughest Mudder finish line. It literally broke our hearts last year.
It did.
So with a little bit of, we have nothing to do. We're here watching the race like everybody else. But I have a soft spot in my heart for Joshua Fiore. I hope he does well this year.
So somebody's just said CBJ. Indeed, Christian Brown Johnson.
Christian Brown Johnson, also newly married. Last year. I talked to him at the brunch, and he was planning his wedding party. With members of his wedding party were a bunch of 100-milers like Javier Escobar and the like. Christian Brown Johnson is out here competing. He has run 100 miles before, multiple times, twice in fact. Last year he did 100 miles. And so Christian Brown Johnson is absolutely a threat to finish top 3 or even to win the whole race. He's run 100 miles twice. He has not won the race. So Johnson would be. It's crazy to call him a dark horse because he's run 100 miles. He has 2 orange jackets. But with Ryan Atkins here, with guys like Michael Shute, who finished second last year, there's no such thing as an easy world's toughest mudder, but it's going to be whoever ends up winning this race this year is going to have a hard battle.
I think this is the field for the men was already pretty deep until before Atkins turned up, but I think it's added an extra layer of interest. We do have to get onto the women in a minute because we're talking a lot about the men, but let's just stay here for one more second. I think it's very interesting that everyone's kind of going, yep, it's Atkins, and I'm going to be the dark horse and just say, I don't think he's got it necessarily 100% in the bag. I don't think it's a given. He's an incredible athlete. I admire and like him very, very much. But some of these guys here, Michael Schutt, Joe Rucko, Josh Fury, Christian Brown Johnson.
Trevor Psychos. No, you're right. No one's going to give Atkins anything. And it's just because Atkins shows up, no one's going to, literally, all those men you just listed, not a single one of them is going to be like, oh, Atkins is here, I guess we're playing for second.
Yeah.
No one's thinking that.
No one's
thinking. And literally every man you just named has run 100 miles before.
Exactly.
It's going to take at least 100 miles to win this race. No one has won this race with less than 100 miles on the men's side since 2015. When Chad Trammell did it with 95 in Las Vegas. So it's going to take at least 100 miles. It'll probably take 105 and maybe 110. The record for World's Toughest Mudder is 115 miles. Mark Batrish ran that back in 2021. So on the men's side, it's going to take, I'd say, a minimum of 105 to win this. And with the field that we have, I feel like one of those men is going to push it to 110.
Looks like we're just having a little bit of a key problem here. If you can see home, then there we go. We seem to be coming back. We were kind of talking yesterday, what kind of numbers are we going to see? Because we're always looking at what's the highest number we're going to get. And I think we all agreed out on the course, we're not going to be seeing 125 this year. No,
the course, you and I ran the course yesterday.
Ran is a strong word.
You and I were on the course yesterday.
Correct.
And the first thing, we talked about the weather already, but let's take the weather out of the equation. Just talking about the course itself, the main feature, I would say, is there is no elevation.
Yes.
We're in Central Florida. There's not a lot of hills to be found. The most elevation you're going to find is when you're going up and down the Mudderhorn obstacle. It's not not traditionally, but if the venue for World's Toughest Mudder has elevation, they're going to send you up and down that hill or up and down that mountain. They're going to send you off a cliff. There's no cliff here at World's Toughest 2024. We're in Central Florida. The elevation is minimal at best, but the terrain, rolling terrain is the wrong word for it, but uneven, I would call it. Uneven footing.
I really struggled with the terrain. And I kind of thought, at that point where it's 2, 3 in the morning, this is going to be really tiring.
It's grassy, and so it's soft.
It's lumpy.
It's lumpy. That's a great way to put it. It's just uneven, and you're not totally sure. You can see it as we're watching the course here.
Let's have a quick look at the course map as well. It's lumpy terrain going round a swampy lake. So it changes a lot. It goes from dry and dusty to kind of churned up grass, long grasses. I mean, that's potentially a positive for having had the race on this morning, is they have trodden down all this grass that yesterday was knee high.
Yeah, when you and I were on it, there was a lot of bushwhacking is probably too strong a word, but a lot of grass, rubbing on our thighs, or not our thighs, but our calves, our legs. These guys it's all been beaten down for them by the regular Tough Mudder crowd this morning. Let's go, Joe Rucko.
Let's have a quick talk about the women.
So last year's winner and second place, the podium from last year is not here. Chris Rogloski, Callie Schweikart, Stephanie Bland. But one woman that we do have our eye on, Jenny Overstreet. Jenny Stipp, been married this year. Jenny she performed well last year. She got 5th place with 80 miles. And of the women that ran last year, she was the highest placing one to come back. So you got to automatically just put her like in the top of the contenders for the ladies. She's also done really well this year in other races. So Jenny's one of the women that we want to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. And there's a few other women as well. Nikki Karumba, she did really well at Europe's Toughest Mudder this year. And then other than that, we're kind of looking at it being quite wide open, which is really exciting because it means there's a lot of opportunity for other women to come in and take a top spot and also achieve their goals that they're after. Because very often when we talk to people out in the pit pre-event, they're not talking position goal, they're talking mileage goal, they're talking performance goal. I'm going to go until, we chatted with Andrew Robinson, an athlete from New Zealand. He's not been here since 2017. He's very, very happy about this train, by the way. And his goal is get 100 miles in as fast as I can and then see what happens.
I think that's the way to approach it. Is you're not competing against the athletes, you're competing against the course, especially for the first half of the race. Because as we said before, the race doesn't begin until midnight.
Wait, I've never heard that before.
That's a phrase I've just kind of come up with.
That's really cool.
Yep.
What does that mean?
So it's a long race. It's 24 hours long. The first 12 hours of the race is about positioning. Mm-hmm. It's about basically putting yourself in a position where you have a chance to win. And even if you're not in the top elite, if you're just a regular guy out there, regular girl out there trying to get 50 miles, you need to put yourself in a position where you have a chance. And that's what the first 12 hours is. The rule of thumb is whatever your mileage is at 10 p.m., you can double that. So if you want 100 miles, you need to have 50 miles 10 hours into the race, because you're going to slow down. The last half of the race, the last 14 hours of the race, you're going to slow down.
What's your last name?
So you want to have half of your goal mileage done by 10 hours into the race, which is actually 11 p.m. this year. We're watching a group of runners out there on the terrain, and they're taking advantage of the sprint lap. We are 12 minutes in. Some of these racers are. Oh, it's Deanna Brass. Deanna Brass was one of the best Tougher Mudder runners when we had the 10-mile Tougher Mudder wave for a couple of years there. She won that multiple times. Beloved member of the World's Toughest community, Deanna Brass, running along there in the green shorts. Some other ladies to keep an eye on. Sarah Tucker. Sarah finished in 8th place last year with 65 miles. I think she's Sarah Tucker OCR or Mother Tucker OCR, something like that on Instagram. She's one that I would not be surprised to see on the podium. And then Melissa Linden. Melissa Linden finished 9th last year with 65 miles. Melissa's a strong athlete, strong runner, and I would look for her to be in the top.
She was in the top 10 last year. I'd expect higher this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 9th last year. I expect that or better this year. And then here's something that happens every single year at World's Toughest Mudder. Usually on the women's side, it's on the men's side, but almost generally it'd be on the women's side. Every single year, there's one person that we've never who just is on the podium. Last year, Stephanie Bland. I didn't know who she was before last year. Michael Schutt. I didn't know him last year. There's always Erin Ross. Several years ago, she showed up, got 2nd place 2 years in a row. Didn't know who I'd never heard her name, and she finished in 2nd place her first year running World's Toughest Mudder. So as they start to finish the first lap and the first 10, 12 hours here, we'll start to see athletes come through. That looks like that's Elliot Reeb.
Elliot Reeb.
Elliot muscle. My goodness, he's always been a strong runner, but he's looking.
Oh wow.
Looking jacked there, Elliot. Well done.
Let's quickly chat about the team race as well, because there are some changes this year which are pretty interesting, aren't there?
The biggest change to the team race is a rule. Here's the new rule. The rule is all the runners have to be your whole team, whether it's 2 people or whether it's 10 people. Your whole team has to be on the first lap. Your whole team has to be on the second lap. And that's not a change. That's the same. The change is between that first and last lap, you can have as few as one person or as many as your whole team on those middle laps, second through next to last lap. In the past, the rule was you had to have half your team on each lap. That wasn't the first or last lap.
Yes.
So this year, if strategically, you can if you have a 4-man team, 3 guys can rest while 1 guy runs, and then swap out. Or if you have 2 people, you can just literally slap hands or pass the timing chip and go for it. So the teams, it's a new rule, which will add a new wrinkle to the strategy for winning the team race.
It absolutely will, and that means we should be seeing some pretty high team mileage as well this year.
I would say 110 is a minimum for the team race. Now, when we say 110 for the team, that the individuals on that team are not running 110 miles.
No.
They're
splitting it.
So everyone runs the first lap, everyone runs the last lap, and then a two-man team, they're probably 50-50 for the middle mileage. We talked with Tyler Veerman and Mark Gadet.
Yep.
They are partners. They're running in the team race, and I would say they're the preliminary favorites for first place.
There is another team here, though, that's people have got their eyes on.
There's another team that we need to learn some more about. It's a trail running team from Canada, and they're the ones that Tyler and Mark kind of have their eyes on as far as competition. And it's I think a 4-man team. So we're gonna learn more about them. We'll talk about them as the 24 hours goes on.
Could they be Ultra Cave?
That is their name, actually, Ultra Cave.
Benjamin Morin-Boucher, Damien Langlois-Varette, Sebastien Dion, and Sylvain Dion.
Those are very Canadian names.
They are. I love them.
So we'll watch that team race shake out. That'll be something fun to watch alongside the men and the women.
Absolutely. So I just want to talk about people getting involved for a minute here as well. So as you can see, we're keeping up with your comments on YouTube. You can send a comment if it's polite and kind and not say anything naughty about anyone. We will do our best to send it to the screen. You can also ask us to look up athletes. If you've got their bib number, that's pretty darn helpful. Their name, we can look them up and send them to the screen. And we've also got a few ways that we really want to get people involved with us this year as well, haven't we?
Yeah. So as far as commenting and Fred and I were actually talking about this a few minutes before we went live on air. We really want to, encourage involvement. I've always said the second best thing about World's Toughest Mudder is the community. The first best thing is the sweet bibs. So we'd love to get you involved. If you want to, obviously you can leave a comment for free, and we'll put them up there on the screens there. But we're also looking to raise money to support our coverage of the sport.
Yes.
So you can do that through several ways. One is we have amazing referral codes from Spartan and Tough Mudder and DECA. And if you want to sign up for World's Toughest Mudder next year, we'll put that code on the screen in a second. But you can, so a couple ways. One is you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/the OCR Report. You can become a member of the OCR Report for as little as $5 a month. We would love to have you there. But also, if you use the code OCR Report 20 to sign up for Tough Mudder, Spartan, or DECA, any Spartan, DECA, or anyway, we would love to have you there. Another thing we want to do is. And we're talking about this morning. There's a thing called a YouTube Super Chat. And if someone wants to try it out and be the first one to leave us a Super Chat, I'd love to see how it works. But basically, there's a $ there next to the comment section on YouTube. You click on that, and you can leave $1 or $5 or $10 as kind of a thanks for the coverage, and it'll pop up. And so we're having a little competition between you, me, and you and I to see who's going to go run through electroshock therapy.
So yeah, basically what we kind of decided was to do something a little bit silly, because if you know anything about Tough Mudder, you will know that it's super, super silly. And especially in the middle of the night, things get very, very silly. And we thought, how can we get people involved to make this even sillier? So what we want you to do is use that Super Chat, send a donation. And when you send that donation, please say whether you want to nominate myself or you want to nominate Mr. Will Hicks to run electric shock therapy at the end of the race. So that is, by the way, at the end of 27 hours of coverage, when we have been sitting here all night long, which one of us do you want to do electric shock therapy? And we will have that on camera. And whoever raises the most money under their name, that's me or Will, we will do it. No complaints.
Fran or Will, Fran, my partner sitting here next to me, or myself, Will Hicks, we are excited to run through electroshock therapy. One of us will do it. One of us will run through electroshock therapy. So leave a Super Chat and leave it whatever dollar amount you'd like. And then, but in that comment, whatever you comment, just leave one of our names. And whichever name has the most money at the end of the 26 hours of coverage, 27 hours of coverage, we'll send them through electroshock therapy. So go ahead and comment, Fran.
But I don't think that's it, is it?
So this is just a competition between you and I. Whichever dollar, one of us is definitely going through there. Whichever has, whether it's $1 or whether it's $12 or whether it's $1,200. I was talking to our team this morning. We have 7 people covering the race today, between our rabbits, between our cameraman, between you and I, between our producer Jason Dupree, who's also a rabbit. And this is what we came up with. If we can raise a large amount of money, we will send the entire team through electroshock therapy. That's the entire team. We have one guy who has a heart condition who can't go, so we'll have him do burpees or something. But with that one exception, we'll send the entire team through electroshock therapy. If by the end of our 26 hours of coverage, we can raise $20,000. Fran laughs because it's a big dollar amount.
He was like, "Yeah, it's a big dollar amount," and he has faith.
It's
if you want to see
number.
all of us holding hands at the end of 27 hours, running through that, we will do it. I just want to say, Mackenzie, I have your message here. I'm just looking up your athletes. If you have their last name, that would probably help me a little bit more, because for some reason the bib pulling up is not working so well. So send me the full name of the athlete you want to look for, or at least the last name, and I will be pulling those up and putting them up on the screen for you. You don't have to contribute anything for that, but if you do, it's super kind and we really appreciate it.
Was Mackenzie our first super chat?
He was.
Mackenzie, thank you so much. Very kind. Mackenzie Ross.
Mackenzie Barron.
Mackenzie Barron, our very first super chat. Mackenzie, that's exciting. Do you want Fran or I? Whose $1.99 is that?
We're going to have to keep track of this somehow, aren't we?
If only there was like a piece of paper and a pen we could use. We'll keep track of it. So we're watching, guys. You can see that's rain. That's sand. It is not as packed as it looks. So sand, there's a saying in the military that soft sand makes hard men. It is difficult to run in. You can see the sand. Yeah, you can see it. It sucks the energy out of you. When you're running and you're pushing against the ground, it just gives, and it'll beat you up. In Laughlin several years ago, the first mile and a half of the course was all sand. And I remember my goal for that year was to run 50 miles. And I was all excited. I trained up for it. Get on the course. The very first mile and a half is sand. And I'm just running and sliding all over. And I was like, well, not this year, I guess. Ended up, I got the 50. But it was that every single lap, at the very start of every lap in that sand, it just beats you up, and it's a mental battle as well as physical. Oh, there we go, Mackenzie. Ross Watkins. Now you see 0 laps. Literally, no one has finished a lap yet. We're at 23 minutes into the race. The sprint, the winner of the sprint lap hasn't even come through yet, the men or women. It's a 5-mile lap, with no obstacles. But 23 minutes, we should be seeing our first man and first woman any minute here.
Will, you have your first $2 donation to go through electric shock therapy.
Outstanding. Thank you, Jennifer McNulty. Let's go. Will, Dustin Pitts. Dustin Pittis. Outstanding. And then, oh my goodness, Shalakutta, $10 for Fran. Check it out. This is going to be fun, you guys.
This is going to be fun.
So we're keeping track. We have I want to say a spreadsheet, but it's literally a notepad and a pen with a line down the middle, Fran on one side, Will on the other, and we're going to keep track of it. So keep sending in the super chats. Whoever raises the most money will get the excitement of going through electroshock therapy when the race is over. All your money, every donation goes to sport coverage of the sport, goes to sport races coverage like this, the World Toughest Mudder, OCR World Championships, Spartan races, Savage races, local OCRs throughout the year. Every single penny goes right back into the sport. We appreciate your support. This is a great look at some of the terrain. It's not hilly, but it kind of is what it is. It's flat. There's a little bit of sand in there.
It's really great to be able to get out there and try out the course, because there's a lot that you don't see on camera. You don't see what the terrain actually feels like.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing our first. We're here positioned. You and I, our station is here by the finish line. We're going to see every single runner as they come through the finish line. The last 2 obstacles on course are Mudderhorn and electroshock therapy.
One after the next.
And they're literally 50 feet apart. Like, as soon as you get down off of Mudderhorn, you're running straight into electroshock. And we'll see that. Hey, Will, miss you, buddy. Matt Susko, thank you very much. Miss you too, man. I wish you were here. And then as soon as they finish electroshock, they're crossing the finish line, and they'll walk right past us. So, and obviously not right now. The obstacles aren't open yet, but...
Let's have a quick talk about historical sprint lap winners.
Sure.
And how they often end up performing throughout the whole race.
With one exception, the winner of the sprint lap has never won the actual race. So I'll talk about that exception in a second, but I would feel confident saying whoever crosses this finish line in first for the men and in first for the women is probably not going to win the race. A couple reasons why. One is I talked earlier about how I don't think it's the best strategy to go hard the first lap.
Yes.
So traditionally, someone who chooses to go hard the first lap may not have run this race a lot before. They don't have the experience, so they generally you need to run the race a few times before you win it. And again, that's not always the case. There's Jason.
Okay, let's have a look what Jason's got to say.
Jason Dupree out on course, one of our rabbits and our producer. Go for it, Jason. We can hear you.
All right, just want to let you know that the men, are the front runners are probably getting close to Evan's camera or the finish line. So if you guys want to watch Evan's camera for when they're coming through, and also turn the camera, the y'all's camera towards the finish line.
Jason giving us some...
So that sounds like that was Jason giving us some
Go,
advice here. He is out on the course, and we are producing here. So I'm just going to do what?
Let me talk more about the sprint lap. So that one exception I was talking about is Rhea Coble. Rhea in, what year was that? In 2017, her first year running World's Toughest Mudder. She also won the sprint lap. Rhea is the first woman to ever win the sprint lap and then also win World's Toughest Mudder outright. And Rhea did it by tying the record for women's mileage with 90 miles. Amelia Boone set the record. Rhea tied that record with 90 miles for the women. So with one exception, there's only been one time someone's won the race and won World's Toughest Mudder. Now, that almost was not the case last year. Callie Schweikart won the sprint lap and finished second overall. Chris Roglaski was like 10 feet behind her for the sprint lap last year. So if Chris had beaten Callie for the sprint lap last year, then Chris would have been the second to do that, to win the sprint lap and win the race. So the rule, saying the rule, it's not a rule, it's just a thought. I would say it applies especially to the men. Whichever man wins the sprint lap, I wouldn't plan on him winning the race overall. The women are more likely to be able to pull that off. Ray Coble did it in 2017. Chris Roglaski almost did it in 2023. So I'd say the women have more of a chance to win the sprint lap and the whole race. There you see some guys taking it easy first lap. No shame in that game, guys. It's a long race. I get it. Shout out to Tia Harris and Wesley Harris.
Yeah.
We are 29 minutes into the race. We're still looking for our first man and first woman to finish the sprint lap. They'll be across literally any minute. And we'll have our camera on the finish line when we see those folks coming across.
Absolutely. And we also have, don't forget, we will have throughout the night set cameras on obstacles. So we will be able to cut back to those obstacles and see people coming through them. It's always so funny, isn't it? Because it starts off and it's so kind of frenetic. People are running. We're going through camera and camera, finding information. And eventually we get into the swing of things, as do the athletes. And it's always weird because we're talking about let's not start as a sprint, but we certainly are here. We are off the ground running, and it is very, very exciting.
It's you know what, our coverage is it mirrors the race. Like the race starts with pomp and circumstance and excitement, and then you settle into it and you realize this is 24 hours, and you've got to last the full 24 hours. If you're going to have a strong performance, whether you're trying to get 50 miles, whether you're trying to get 75 miles, whether you're trying to win the whole thing, you've got to last the full 24 hours. No one's ever won the race by going, by doing 18 hours. Another super chat. Can we pull that up on screen? Shell, is that Shell twice?
That is Shell twice. Shout outs for the athlete is later. She's going to ask me this later in the dark, but another $10 for Fran.
So, Fran, what's our score so far?
I am on $20. You're on 2.
Well, okay. Now, I obviously want Fran to win, but man, I wish I was competing a little bit. Well, I say congratulations to Fran, but my feelings are hurt a little bit. Do you know Shell? Are you guys friends?
Yeah, I know Shell of Lionheart's Fitness. She is a fantastic woman and a huge supporter of the sport. She was here with me at OCW earlier in the year and really helped make it a very, very special event. So,
shout out to Shell. Just had a big comment, big Atkins fan there.
Here's $1 from Asa Coddington. I'm going to put that under you, Will, because she didn't say who.
You know, I'm curious to watch. It's been years, 2017, since Atkins competed individually. I'm looking forward to seeing how Atkins does. I know he's going to do well. I have no doubt in my mind he's going to do well. But I wonder if he's going to think, hey, maybe I should run the sprint lap. He's never won a sprint lap, Atkins. Maybe I should win the sprint lap and then just win the whole thing. Maybe Atkins traditionally, he does not start fast. Atkins, no. In fact, I would not be surprised if Atkins isn't even in the top 10 as the race begins here. But Atkins will not stop. He will not pit, and he will steadily climb up the rankings. It would shock. Like I would be if Atkins is in the top 5 after 10 hours, I'd be shocked.
So they're just saying what's the top 3. We don't have that as of yet. There's a lot of timing mats out there. They're on various obstacles and every mile, but we'll have we'll start seeing results as people come through in laps. So I just want to say something. Shell said it looks very hot. It does look very hot, but actually we've got some bright lights on over there. The sun's already starting to slightly disappear and the clouds are heavy. It's not as hot as I thought. I'm loving this breeze. This is going to be interesting. It's
1:30 here local time. We were here this morning, 9:30, 10 o'clock. It was hotter then. It has cooled off significantly since this morning. Yeah. I'd probably put that down mostly to cloud cover.
Someone asking, is Chris out there for the ladies? No, Chris is not here this year. She chose to not take part. Oh, darn it. Asa, that $1 that I gave to you was for me. I'm getting electrocuted. I need to keep track of these names. Someone asked, can we see a green bib? So at the minute, we are kind of focused on the front runners. Things are going to change. Here's a green bib. There we go. Things are going to change throughout the night. We will be seeing everyone. We have static cameras out in the course. We have the finish line camera. This is a teal bib, I think we called it, for a team event.
It's a unique color. We never had this color bib. This is the
very beautiful
elite contender bib.
Oh, is it elite contender bib? Apologies. I'm getting confused on my base. Oh, this is Shutt. Michael's Shutt. We will be seeing everyone throughout the night. That's one of the beautiful things about this race. I think, that everyone gets seen.
You know what? I wonder if we won't know this for a minute, but I wonder if Michael Shutt is there in first place. If we could see him win the sprint lap.
Let's put the finish line on picture-in-picture just in case.
Michael Shutt, again, just to recap 2023 a little bit. He started fast and he led the race for much of the first half before he took a break in the pit area. He was tired.
So, thanks, Howsy Doozy. Blue, elite, orange. Blue, elite, orange contender, and white, everyone else. What about team? They're in white as well, huh?
They're in white as well.
Holy crap, look at Gary Andrews. He's going to easy get a 100.
Matt, let's go. Gary Andrews. Matt, tell me more about Gary Andrews. He's not a past 100-mile winner. So, Michael Shutt. We were talking about Michael Shutt. He started fast, and the only reason he did not win the whole race is because he took a break. Now, maybe you could say the only reason he was able to come back and get into second was because he took that break. Yeah, I could listen to that. You can make that argument, 100%. But with that experience in his back pocket, I would look for Michael Shutt. Again, it's we're not making any predictions now. Way too early.
Look, Michael Shutt is in my top 3. For me, Michael Shutt is in my top 2. For me, I'd be surprised if Michael Shutt wasn't in my top 1.
It sounds like you're picking Michael Shutt to win the whole thing.
I'm a dark horse, Will. I like to take risks. I like to live life on the edge. I think, you know, if he can not take that big break that he took last
Sure.
year, he has been successful in Europe. This year he's not been at so many events, but previously he's been very successful.
Sure.
The fact that he was able to take a 3-hour break last year and come back and finish second is absolutely incredible. And to finish second with 100 miles. He's there for me. I mean, look, do you know what's really difficult? The difficult thing is when you start to get to know the athletes personally, it feels kind of mean to say these things because it feels like a personal thing.
Sure.
I like all of these guys that here are contending for the top 3 spot. I like them all personally very, very much.
When I read these names, Michael Schutt, 100 miles last year. Joseph Rucco, 100 miles last year.
Mm-hmm.
Joshua Fiore, 100 miles last year. Christian Brown Johnson, 100 miles last year. Also in 2021, Trevor Sykos, 6 times 100 miler. Ryan Atkins, 6 times winner, 3-time 100 miler. There's only 3 spots on the podium, Brian. There's only 1 spot on top.
Mm-hmm.
Only one man can win the men's race. Only one. There's not enough room.
Schutt is coming towards
Here we go.
Mudderhorn here. I'm just going to say something quickly about the donations. I'm going to say if they don't have the name put to them, I'm going to give them to Will.
Is that because you're beating me so badly already?
Yeah, babe.
So if you're just tuning in, we are raising money for our coverage of World Subs Motor 2024, World Subs Motor 2025, and you can leave a super chat in YouTube by clicking that $sign and writing in your comment, write Fran or Will. I'm Will, she's Fran. And whoever raises the most money, whichever name gets the most money at the end of the 26 hours of coverage is going to run through electroshock therapy. If we raise $20,000, we're going to send the whole team.
-1.
-1, who has a heart condition, through electroshock therapy.
Now, I also want to point out that you can also check online for the live tracking.
Oh, sure.
Those links hopefully should be in our link tree. If not, let's get them up in our link tree.
Sure, absolutely.
And they're on the World's Toughest Mudder Community Facebook page.
So we're going to put, as athletes come through, we're going to have the top 10 coverage up there. We're happy to look for individuals for you. Put the name in the comments. No charge, obviously. Just put their name in and let us know who you're looking for. We're happy to check on them from time to time. But if you want to
Damn it, Leroy.
check yourself, then we'll have a link for you.
I was just saying that because he sent that money to me.
Oh,
Here we go. Look, we've got a team.
here we go. That's Tyler Veerman and Mark Gadet. That is the first team, the winner of the
Coming through, Michael Schutt has
Michael
come
Schutt,
through.
your men's sprint lap winner at 38 minutes. And he is still going. He's running straight through the chute. He's not slowing down.
Schutt through the chute.
Shoot through the chute. Good for him. Michael Schutt, your men's sprint lap winner 2024. Say that's 38 minutes. And then second place in the sprint lap.
Holly. Let's look that up.
And here is our first place team. Tyler Veerman, Mark Gadet. Tyler Veerman continues running through the chute. Mark Gadet is tapping out for this lap. Tyler Veerman to continue.
So that was Daniel Carley coming through second on the hot lap. I'm looking strong.
From Hungary. That's a new name to us. That's
Well, what did you say? There's always a new name popping up. This could be it. Now, I've got to say as well, there's a lot of athletes over from Europe who perform incredibly well in this sport, and we would be unwise to overlook them.
no. And we haven't, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it later. But World Toughest in 2025 will be in Europe next year. So we'll be excited to talk about that and see how that goes. And there he is, Ryan Atkins, without a care in the world, except for his sunglasses. Ryan's a new dad also. Talked about it a little bit. So you see Ryan and this small group of guys passing Mudderhorn. Mudderhorn's the second to last obstacle. So as Ryan passes Mudderhorn, he's probably 250, 300 feet from the finish line.
Let's go, Richard Shin. Somebody we all like very, very much. A great member of the community.
Chainsaw
a
Rick,
wonderful man.
Joshua Fiore, and Ryan
Woo!
Atkins coming across the finish line here. So we've seen the top 6 or 7 men come across the finish line. No ladies yet. Waiting for the first woman. Waiting for the sprint lap winner.
Who do you think we're going to see on the sprint lap winner?
I think it's going to be someone we have never heard of before. I think her name will have an A in it. And I think her last lap will be faster than my first lap.
Don't underestimate Shin, says Shell Lucetta. We will not underestimate him. Watched him win Ultra World's Beast, and Florida is his home state. Correct, which means he is used to.
Doesn't mind the heat, doesn't mind the humidity. You know what? Even as the temperature has cooled off, I feel like the humidity has improved as well. Like it's a lot better out here.
So Mackenzie Barron is asking, what is the distance covered in a single lap?
Great question, Mackenzie. World's Toughest Mudder is a 5-mile looped course. So every lap they'll do 5 miles of running and 20 obstacles. But the obstacle amount varies from year to year. It's always 20 to 24. 20 obstacles this year. And as we've explained before, right now they're not open. They're in the middle. They're 42 minutes into the 1-hour sprint lap, the first hour of the race.
So the obstacles start opening after that first hour, right?
And this is like our first place woman passing Mudderhorn, coming toward Electroshock, and then toward the finish line.
Good job, guys.
Once people have started crossing the finish line, we can start looking at the top 10.
And here she is. $31.02. More finishers of their first lap. See some guys getting quick pit assistance from their pit crew there on the side. Pit crew is very valuable. We haven't talked about it yet. Every athlete who comes to World's Toughest Mudder can bring pit crew with them.
Absolutely.
And it's honestly, it's recommended. It's kind of best practices to have 1 or 2, or you could have a handful if you wanted to, people that are there to help give you nutrition, help you put into your wetsuit. See them spraying some water on the back of the runner there.
And sometimes give you a bit of a push when you need to get through and want to stop.
It's good to have someone that knows you well, who knows your limits and can say, hey, you need to, it's time to get out of here. Like, yeah, you had your nutrition, get out of here and get back on course. When you are trying to reach a mileage goal, when you're out there on the course, the temptation is to say, oh, I can't wait to get back to the pit. I can get a little rest. I can get some food. I can, no, the pit is your enemy. If you're trying to get mileage, if you're trying to reach a goal, the pit is your enemy. You don't want to hang out in the pit. You need to get your food. You need to get your nutrition. But hanging out in the pit is not where you want to be. If every minute you're in the pit is a minute you are not on course. And even if you're just walking, you're on course, you're getting mileage, you're adding mileage. So you want to get back out there. More guys crossing the finish line here. Outstanding.
So far, what have we been seeing with people coming through? So we have had the first place female for the sprint lap. That was Nicole Kocha. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And she came through in 42:28.
That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. It's a woman that I'm not familiar with, and she has an A in her name.
Second place, Jenny Stipp with 43:32, so very close behind. And then Nikki Caramba.
Jenny, we were talking about. We anticipate big things from her this race.
Let's have a look at the men's top 10. So we should have had enough come through. That has not quite updated yet, so we'll come back to that shortly. But I can certainly tell you from here.
Sure.
In first place on the sprint lap was Michael Schutt. Then Daniel Carley and Richard Shin came through third. Matthew Mullins was fourth, followed by Joshua Fiore and Ryan Atkins. Andrew Robinson came in seventh. Brock Holtzclaw, Grant Thompson, and Christian Brown Johnson, CBJ.
Good boys.
And 11th place was Joe Rucco. We've had quite a few males come through. Jesse Beam in 12th, John Herb, Hunter Holbrook, Paul Massey. So don't forget, you can keep track of the results online at toughmudder.com/endurance. You'll be able to find those results. We'll stick them on a story on our Instagram so that you can find them easily. Friend, can you tell me how Joe B. King is doing? Do you know what? I'm going to look up here on the results and find that out for you. He has not finished his first lap yet. He was last seen at Lumbersacked at 1:22.
See a guy running with the water pack there. That's kind of a you can go. Some people, hey, I'll carry it with me, so I don't need to stop in the pit.
Yep.
Some people say, hey, I'm going to go by the pit anyway, and I have someone who can water real quick. So why would I carry that weight with me, for 5 miles? It's a personal choice. I think most people would say I'm not going to carry that weight with me, but if you are going to, I think that the time when you could do it is right now during the sprint lap.
I think I personally, knowing who I am, would be carrying water. Do you know what? I would love to get a camera showing the pit line right now. I'm just going to see if I can turn our camera very quickly so that you can see everyone supporting as the athletes come through. Just
it is remarkable. So especially at the very beginning of the race, when the athletes go out. Now they're coming back now, but the first 40 minutes, there was no one coming. 30, 35 minutes, there was no one here, right? So all of these pit crew that we're looking at down the row here have been waiting for their athletes to come back, and a lot of them are still waiting for their athletes to come back. And you can see they're lined up waiting. This is what they came out here for. These people have their friends, their family, their loved ones, and they've chosen hey, I'm going to come out here and support my teammates, my husband, my wife, my son or daughter, my dad or mom.
We just saw him through. He is a very charming and popular athlete from the UK, and he got a lot of cheers from everyone, which is absolutely lovely.
Charlie and I are sharing a hotel. I was in the lobby of my hotel, last night, or 2 nights ago, rather, and just sitting there. And Charlie walks in, and he's carrying one duffel bag all the way from the UK. And he walked in and said, Charlie? I was like, hey, Will. So he and I got a nice little visit there. We hadn't seen each other in person in a couple years. So it was fun to get caught up with Charlie. Charlie, a few years back, won the Holy Grail mileage for most mileage overall in endurance events, Tough Mudder endurance events in a year. So happy to see Charlie Boer here at World's Toughest.
He's a lovely chap.
Do you want to be featured in the live stream? Leave us a YouTube super chat. That's what we're talking about. We're looking to raise money to support our coverage of the sport Fran and I have a competition going. You can leave a super chat. Click that dollar sign
guys.
at the bottom of the comment box.
Nice work.
And either in your
Yeah,
comment put Will,
awesome.
that's me, or Fran, that's her. Whoever the most money is going to go through electroshock at the end of the race. Deanna Brass.
I really wish I hadn't had this idea.
It was your idea. It's a great idea. So, love have your support. You want to support our coverage, support the sport, support what we're doing with World's Toughest Mudder and the OCR community. Leave us a super chat. We'd love to help bring more races. We just saw Deanna Brass run by. I don't know if we were looking at her near the finish line or where that camera was. I just saw her on screen, though. I'm kind of looking at the screen and looking at the athletes running past us here. We are almost to the end of our first hour, which is remarkable. That's already started. We're in. Hour number 1. Got 10 minutes left, 9 minutes left in the books. Every year it goes fast. It's you have 24 hours. I tell this when I talk to people about the race. You have 24 hours. It's a long race. But you only have 24 hours. You cannot stop. The pit is your enemy. Even if you're just walking, even if you're just going a foot in front of the other, every step is mileage, and you've got to get that mileage if you want to reach your goals here. World's Toughest Mudder.
So I have an interesting story which we can chat about later.
Sure.
As we run out of things to say because of the athletes, as things start to get a bit more broken up.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I paid for the whole seat, but I'll only need the edge.
Whoop whoop! Oh, Jason, let's go to Jason.
Are they looking at yours or mine?
Jason with Evan.
Oh, yeah. What obstacle opens first? What's the 3 obstacles that open first?
I'm not quite sure of the which one, but
Which?
Okay, can you hear us?
Give him a
Which
second.
obstacles open first? Can you give us a rundown of what obstacles open first for the audience and for ourselves?
Oh, they're asking. They
I don't
are
think they can
asking
hear
us
us.
questions.
They should be able to. Which
Apologies,
obstacles
guys.
open
We can't
first?
actually hear you through our headphones. We can only hear you through the live stream. So
There
the
we go.
obstacles that open first at 2 p.m. are Berlin Wall,
Oh, shoot. I'll fix
Shawshanked,
that.
and Mudderhorn. That is what happens
let's see.
at 2 p.m.
Switch.
3 p.m. is Kiss of Mud, Skid
Switch
Mark,
to
and
his.
the Blockness Monster.
So yeah, we're actually 8 minutes away from our first obstacle starting at Berlin Walls, Shawshanked, and Mudderhorn. 8 minutes away. 3 o'clock, if you're keeping track, an hour from now. Kiss of Mud, Skid Marked, and the Blockness Monster. You and I were on Blockness Monster yesterday.
We were, and I was absolutely horrific at it.
It's a tricky obstacle. It's a fun obstacle, and honestly, if I had to rank every obstacle in OCR, I would put Blockness near the top.
Yeah,
Maybe the
really
top.
difficult.
Difficult, but fun, team-based. Fran, we're getting a little bit of a breeze here.
Yeah, things are wobbling around here, for sure.
That'll be good for the athletes as they keep running to cool them off. If after a while they're going to start, everyone is just going to, not everyone, most of the athletes are going to start walking, this breeze could play into getting them cold.
So I had somebody ask me a question. Phyllis Markle asked, can you tell me how Laura and Andy Ferrari are doing? I did try and look them up and nothing was coming up, so I've looked them up on the results. And it's showing nothing for me. It's not showing anything. They've not finished their, there we go, open it up. They've not finished their first lap yet. Laura Ferrari was last seen at Just the Tip at 3 Mile at 1:45. This is, you can find this online. And Andrew was seen at Just the Tip at 1:45, so they're currently running together. I'll do my best to be pulling up. Oh, here's Melissa Linden!
Melissa Linden just passed us here at the start line.
Big fan of hers. Indeed, we have the world's toughest bagpiper here this year.
John Copper will be on course. He hasn't been here in several years. It'll be fun to see him out there again. I talked with him yesterday, and we're going to try and bring him in the booth. He's looking forward to it, and he what he does is he starts at the finish line and walks the course backward so that he can pass everybody while he's playing the bagpipes. John Copper known for his bagpiping, World's Toughest Mudder bagpiping. I remember him especially in Las Vegas overnight, watching him, listening to him, and watching him.
Just had a question come through. Has Ashley Jennings completed her first lap yet? No, she has not. She was last seen at lap 1, lumberjacked 2 miles at 1:33.
Elliot Rueb coming through. Crushing it. Good to see you, Elliot. Well done. Elliot texted me last night. He said, looks like you could do 75 miles, huh? I sent him an LOL. Isaac LaChance.
So here we go. Shannon Woodhill, thank you very much for your donation of $5 there. Check out the New England OCR Expo at West Boylston, MA, April 5th, 2025. Deca Strong, fantastic. A new 100-meter course and plenty of local races representing.
Love that. That sounds like a vote for you.
I think that sounds like a vote for you, my love.
Jason Dupree, our producer / rabbit, coming through the finish line.
Also $2.50 for each of us.
$2.50. How they're splitting it?
I don't know.
That's fine.
You give me an update on Andy Hummel. I will do
it.
my absolute best.
Thank you for everyone helping us raise money to support the coverage of World's Toughest Mudder. When you leave a super chat, whoever you can leave a name. My name is Will. Her name is Fran. Leave one of our names. Whoever raises the most money gets to run through electroshock therapy. You know, Fran, we really should have done the other way.
Who gets the least?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the way we should do it.
Well, we already told everybody. We can't really change horses midstream. And if we raise $20,000 today, we will send our entire team, save one, through electroshock therapy.
John here saying I'm putting Brian Beal in the top 10 since he ran 103 miles in 21 hours 2 weeks ago.
That is that's a performance. Now we're starting to get a group through. We're starting to get groups through the finish line. We're almost 1 hour into the race. People are finishing their first lap. We've got our leaderboard there. Michael Shute, first place. This is after one lap. Now, something about World's Toughest Mudder and the mileage is you get 5 miles or you get 0 miles for each lap. Each lap is obviously a 5-mile lap. You may do penalties, but it counts as a 5-mile lap.
Now, talking about penalties, we're a little unclear on the penalties this year. We've not really spoken about them because we don't quite yet know. So we will be discovering those throughout the nights as everyone is doing them.
Every obstacle is either must complete or a penalty obstacle. So some obstacles like Mudderhorn, you have to do it. If you come up to Mudderhorn, you have to do it. You can't go around it. There's no op. You got to do Mudderhorn. Some obstacles like Funky Monkey are a penalty obstacle. Funky Monkey, you're going across monkey bars and rotating wheels over water. And there's going to come a point where, for most of the athletes, they just can't do it. Physically, they just can't do it. It's 3 a.m. and they're exhausted and they're going to fall in the water. So if that was a must-complete obstacle, it'd knock everybody out of the race. So that's a penalty obstacle. So obstacles like Funky Monkey, obstacles like electroshock. Some people can't do electroshock because they have a heart condition or a medical condition that's a contraindication. They cannot do the electricity. And so there's a penalty option for electroshock. And so we'll see those as we go throughout the night. Starting to see larger and larger groups come across. And these guys are still running. They're still running. They're still jogging. And you might think, why aren't they running faster? Why are they running so slow? It's a long race. It's a long, long race. 24 hours is a long time to keep running.
Here we go. Coming through the finish line is Will Chung from the UK. Go, Will!
And Sue Harvey Brown. Sue Harvey Brown, beloved member of the community. Will Chung, beloved member of the community from the UK.
So Mackenzie Barron is asking, is there anywhere we can see this map of the course online? I know it's certainly in the Facebook group, and it should be on the World's Toughest Mudder site. Let's have a quick look at the course map here. So this course goes round as I've been calling it, a alligator-infested lake.
Now, when you say infested,
I mean infested.
that seems strong.
So obstacles, we have Kiss of Mud, Creek Crusade. Now, Creek Crusade did get closed off because it was going to go through the lake, and there were alligators.
When you say there were alligators,
They saw an alligator. They saw an alligator.
I mean, it's world's toughest mudder. Oh, you can. So Creek Crusade, we'll see that.
So Creek Crusade, Berlin Walls, Reborn, Skid Marked, followed by Hangin Tough.
We're looking at Shawshanked here. Shawshanked is now open. One of the first obstacles to open at 1 hour into the race, 2 o'clock local time. You can see the guys are crawling under barbed wire. You crawl uphill through the pipe, and then you just kind of splash out.
I love the colored water as well. It makes everything look pretty.
You see the guys. Okay, you see the camera, but let's focus on the obstacles, fellas. Good job.
Stop having fun.
You see as the guys plop out of the pipe there, Fran. This obstacle in the past used to be called Upper Decker.
Did it?
Or this part of it, yeah.
This is a nice bird's eye view of the alligator infested lake.
When you say infested, yep. You saw the guy fall out of there on the left. There's no real way to get out of that gracefully, just because like the size of most of the athletes' bodies, and because of the narrowness. Like sometimes people try and get cute. Like you see this guy on the left here. He's trying to like get his feet out, so he goes out feet first. No, you're just gonna flop out, man. There's no shame in that game. You just got to get out and just get onto your next obstacle.
So Kevin asking, what was the times for the sprint lap?
Michael Shute was just over 38 minutes for the men.
And Nicole Kocher was 42:28 for the women.
Now, see the lady on the left? She was small enough. She's getting a little cute with it. She's able to do it. But that's the exception, not the rule. And there's another. Maybe it's the ladies. The ladies have that flexibility, and they can do it. Don't lose your headset there, lady.
Night Ops is starting pretty early, isn't it?
Night Ops starts this year at an earlier time than we're used to, 4 p.m. Let me pull that up.
Whilst you're looking that an answer this question on Holloway, can you give me the stats for Kenny Holloway, please? Indeed, Kenny Holloway started his second lap at 1:59.37, so that was just 3 minutes ago.
So let me give you some times,
Please do.
Fran. The race obviously started 1 p.m. local time. 2 p.m., just a few minutes ago, is when the obstacles began to open. 4 p.m. is when Black Ops starts. What that means is that any lap an athlete begins after 4 p.m., they have to have their headlamp on. And that's obviously for their own safety. Their headlamp and a flasher. Now, if they're out on course, when 4 p.m. passes, it's fine. It's no big deal. You finish your lap. But to start a new lap after 4 p.m., you have to have a headlamp and you have to have a flasher. By 11 p.m., all the obstacles will be open. Katie Mendoza from his mom. Get him, Sue Harvey.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Someone asking a question. Can you tell me where Sean Rumba is? Rumbo? I'm pronouncing that wrong. He finished his lap 1 at 1:59.56. He's
my cousin, and he's incredible.
Aww,
good job.
Guys.
All right. You see, there's a lot of guys now at Shawshanked. It's difficult to tell on the video maybe, but they're crawling under barbed wire. And not like it's barbed wire. It'll poke you. It'll grab your hair. It'll grab your bib. Another reason why running with a water pack might not be your first choice. There's a good shot of the barbed wire. Yeah, it'll leave a mark. Some other times you're talking about. So 11 p.m., all the obstacles will be open. 7 a.m., all these times are Eastern time. These are not race times. These are local time on your watch times. 7 a.m., Black Ops will end. 9 a.m., official finisher time. You need to finish a lap after 9 a.m. to be an official finisher of World's Toughest Mudder. When you finish that lap, you'll get your black headband.
We have Shawshanked, Dublin, and Mudderhorn open.
Good in there.
Just a quick update from TMHQ.
So
Shawshanked, Berlin Walls, and Mudderhorn are now open.
we're going to welcome a guest into our booth here.
Absolutely. Let me scooch on over and you can come on here.
Everett Sears is the race director of World's Toughest Mudder 2024, co-race director, World's Toughest 2024. Very excited to have Everett in here with us. Everett, can you hear me there in your microphone?
Yep, all good.
So Everett, we're about an hour and change into the race. How is it going?
From our point of view, everything's going great. Weather conditions are holding out. Everyone's made it through. We've started for our first obstacle opens. Going great. I couldn't be happier.
When you say weather's holding out, what are we thinking?
We're just talking about Florida that went through 2 hurricanes lately, right as we were planning our event. And there was obviously the thoughts with everyone down here during that time. And we're just happy that we were able to put on the event, especially considering what they went through.
This is your first time as race director, World's Toughest Mudder. How's your experience been so far?
Yeah, absolutely. This is World's Toughest number 6 for me. First time in the hot seat. I mean, the anxiety levels are higher, but so far the team's doing a great job. Everyone's really happy.
What's causing the most anxiety?
Getting Sean on track to send everyone out at 1 on the dot. Anyone following along would have heard the countdown get very tight at the end there. I'm a stickler for punctuality, so we've got obstacle opens on the hour up until midnight, and then I'll get out of the way. It's mostly that. It's making sure that we have obstacle opens, that we have penalties going, and that everyone knows what they're in charge of. But so far, so good.
How have the athletes been so far? Notice anything?
It's amazing. World's Toughest delivers every year. Everyone looks forward to this event. It is a community event as well as an athletic event. So everyone here is really excited to see each other. We obviously have the elite contenders right through to people that are going to run a single lap and be happy with that. So everyone's great so far. I'm sure we'll get plenty of questions at the race center as the night goes on, but that's what I'm there for.
Sure. Any last thoughts for us?
I'm really excited. We have some amazing athletes that are coming through, and I think we'll see some pretty amazing stories throughout this, and hopefully a tight finish at the end.
All right, Evert Sears, thanks much.
Thank you very much.
Everett is the race director, World's Toughest Mudder 2024. Very happy to have him in the booth. Thanks, Everett. Hold on. Everett was talking about the weather. It's remarkable. It started to cool off. It was very, very hot this morning, and I was expecting it to be hotter. I'm going to get a weather check here in a second, but it's noticeably cooler, and there we go. 82 degrees. It feels a lot cooler, though. And probably why is that wind, that 20.2 kilometer per hour wind. I was talking with Tyler Veerman and Mark Gadet, 2 of the both elite athletes here at World's Toughest. They're running in the team category. And I said, hey, so what's your guys' plan? What's your strategy? Are you thinking mileage? Are you thinking placement? And they're like, well, we want to win, obviously. I was like, what about mileage? Like, what are you guys thinking? And Tyler Veerman, he goes to me, he says, we're both going to run the first lap and last lap, obviously. But we think if we can both individually between those 2 laps, if we can both run 100 kilometers each, then we think we have a good shot. And I was like, Tyler, man, they're 5-mile loops, 100 kilometers. Like, what are you talking about, man? You're killing me here. 100 kilometers. Come on. 60-something miles.
Yeah, it has cooled off quite dramatically, hasn't it?
I'm glad I packed my trousers.
Your pants.
Yeah, my British pants. Every year I get a little bit of a FOMO, Fran. This is my favorite race of the year, World's Toughest Mudder. I started running it in 2015, and I stopped running it when we started live streaming a few years ago. And it's a great race. It's a great event, and I'm just happy to be here, obviously. If you're like, I can't run 24 hours, you can pit. You can find a friend to pit for.
I think the pretty great thing about Tough Mudder and their endurance events, though, is you don't have to start with 24 hours. You can start with an Infinity, which is an 8-hour lapped race. If you have done that, or even if you haven't done that, you can move on to a toughest, which is an overnight event. If you want to just experience the hours of darkness and see how you cope during that, you can absolutely do it. And then you can also take on the 24-hour event if you want. There are options.
That's a great point. When I started years ago, 2012, there was 10-mile Tough Mudder course, and there was 24 hours, and that's what you got. And pick one or the other.
Times have changed, Will. Times have changed.
But now it's great. Like you can like you said, you can ramp up. Like you're just like, hey, I can do Tough Mudder. I'm fine with a Saturday event. And hey, you know what I did? I double lapped it. I did 2 laps last time I did Tough Mudder, which is amazing. I did 20 miles on one Saturday. Incredible. So what you can do, your next step is that 8-hour infinity. It's basically 8 hours of World's Toughest Mudder during the daytime. And then after that, you're like, hey, that was hard, but I did it. Next is 12 hours overnight. And that's basically the hardest part of World's Toughest Mudder, but just that part. 12 hours, that's toughest Mudder. And then there's World's Toughest Mudder. World's Toughest Mudder 2025 is already scheduled. It's going to be in the UK next year.
Let's take a quick look up at the women's top 10 now. We've got them coming through.
Love it.
Nicole Kocher came through, the winner of the sprint lap. We're seeing less than 10 minutes between the first and the 10th lady here on the first lap. Jenny Stipp, previously known as Overstreet since getting married, now Stipp, so do keep an eye on her, was second on the sprint lap, followed by Nikki Karumba. Both those names are ladies that we have been talking about. Sarah Tucker in fourth, Marissa Theophanides in fifth, Jillian Heller, Felicia Lopez, Deanna Braz, and then ninth is Renee Thomas Jacobs and Sheridan Santiga in 10th. Just for those at home asking for updates, to take a quick break on being able to give you the live updates on screen whilst we have Jason here in the booth with us doing his technical stuff, pressing the buttons.
There's a great angle of the dropout in Shawshanked here.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Go for it.
I am really surprised by how quickly the weather has dropped.
Boom, drop in. You know what? The same thing happened last year. Remember Granbury? It took a turn, a fast turn.
Well, do you know what mistake I made at my first ever World's Toughest Mudder?
Tell me.
Because we got super, super excited doing the coverage, right? And we kind of forgot to put on clothes. We were wearing shorts because it was hot during the day, and we forgot to cover up. And I never really warmed up again throughout the night. I was cold throughout the night. And that is a good lesson for anyone running. You get wrapped up before you get cold.
You learned that's actually a very important part of World's Toughest Mudder preparation. We tell people you've got to put on your wetsuit before you get cold, because otherwise, once you get cold, you're chasing that warmth the whole time. Our camera's a little skippy there, but we're looking at Mudderhorn. That first step on Mudderhorn is a tough step. We were on the course yesterday with Jason Dupree, our producer. He was able to just kind of hop up there by himself, but I'd say, plop. Love this. Love Shawshank.
Plop.
Most people, yeah, he's like, man, there's no way can I do it? No, you got to do it, man. Just jump in there. Just drop in. Boom. And something else, that guy was you can see the thought process in his head there. Rooting for Brian Beal and Joe Recco. They're both high 100-mile runners. I'd love that. I'd love to see some new names on our 100-mile list. We have a list of there's 18 men, 17 men and 1 woman, 18 people have run 100 miles here at World's Toughest Mudder. Love to see some new names on that list. When you get to the edge of this pipe and you start looking out at the bottom, it's you know what it's like? It's like when you're on the edge of Arctic enema. Looking at it isn't going to change anything. It's not getting any closer. It's not getting any warmer. But the only way out is through. You just got to go. Just plop in there. Go for it, man. We're watching you. We got you. Boom. Okay. Don't recommend the head first. You don't know how deep that water is. It's deep enough, but man, I don't recommend head first. Oh, look at that.
Wow, that's a good lead.
I have not seen that angle of attack before. That wasn't Michael Shue, was it? Joshua Fiore, see his stats there, 5th place. So when you get out of these obstacles, once you finish an obstacle, here's an obstacle tip. The natural tendency is, okay, I'm doing an obstacle. I just did that obstacle. I need to catch my breath. I want to walk it out. I want to as soon as you can, get back into a trot, get back into a jog, and get back after it. You see these guys getting out of the water. If they can, another jump there. If you can get out of that water and just and you're wet, you're like cold and like I get it 100%. That's a natural feeling. But if you can start that trot right away or as quick as possible, then you can take some more mileage. Michael Schutt in first place. We see him there, 10:29 from Denmark. We've never had a winner from Denmark, the world's toughest mudder.
We not.
On the women's side, we had Rhea Kobel from Slovenia. She won it before. Not Denmark, but
Quite a different country, but still that side of the pond.
yeah, we've had Canadians, obviously, Americans. Rhea from Slovenia. I'm trying to think of other countries besides North America, but I think Rhea might be it. You know what will be exciting next year is and in second place, Daniel Kalis from Hungary. That'd be another first-time country winner. That'd be exciting. This could be quite the international podium, Fran. Far too early.
Far too early. Did you learn nothing from last year, Will?
So last year, and in third place, Richard Shin from the USA. So last year, we've talked. I briefly mentioned that there's a rule of thumb that whatever your mileage is at 10 p.m., 10 hours. I should say 10 hours into the race, you can double that, and that's what you can expect to get. So if you want to get 50 miles, so that's your goal, then you need to shoot for getting 25 miles at the 10-hour point of the race. So it should be 11 p.m. for us today because we started at 1. So what you and I did last year, and maybe it was me leading the charge, was, okay, so if 10 hours is we're saying the 50% mileage point, world's toughest camera team. Nerd, you're not wrong. So our camera team is impressive. We have 4 guys, and they're doing this for 24 hours also. They're not doing the obstacles, but they're running. They're up.
Woo!
We just got a breeze.
Got a big win there.
Knocking stuff over. Thanks for the shout out for our camera team.
Christopher West asking where Brittany West is. Here she is. It's telling me she's -1 place, so that's not quite correct.
I think that means she hasn't finished her first lap yet.
I'll double check on the results as well. She's at Pyramid Squeeze at 2:12. Last seen at Pyramid Squeeze. Tricky obstacle.
There's Michael Schutt again, heading up to Everest, or past Everest rather, closed. You just mentioned Pyramid Squeeze. One of our timing mats is at Pyramid Squeeze. Pyramid Scheme, it's a past Tough Mudder obstacle. It has a cargo net over the top of it this year. So athletes, when they come to Pyramid Squeeze, they'll have to go under the cargo net and up the paneling of Pyramid Squeeze. Basically, imagine if Devil's Beard was on top of Pyramid Scheme. That's what that obstacle is. We did the course a couple days. Yesterday? Was it yesterday?
It was just yesterday.
We did the course yesterday. That was, I would say, the most difficult obstacle on the course to do. Now, time-wise, Mudderhorn probably takes longer. So the athletes...
I don't know. That took Jason a long time, and Jason is very efficient.
Yeah, he's efficient, and he's fit. So, shout out to Piper Hop. I think we were talking about something a minute ago.
We're talking about lots of things. Now, this weather, I don't know if you can hear the wind in our microphones.
It's picked up.
This is surprisingly windy.
It's saying the same as it was last time we pulled the weather at 12.5 miles an hour, temperature 82. I would say it's cooled off, and the wind has increased. And maybe it's one causing the other. But we'll see how that plays out over the course of the 24 hours.
Keep it up. You're doing great.
Now, I feel like we should be seeing a green bib soon, coming past the start line, the finish line. And I feel that would be surely a shit.
You're looking for the being worn by a Dane, we're saying. So Michael Schutt in first place. Mudderhorn is open. So athletes are going to be slowed down on their lap times now. Mudderhorn's open.
He is on Mudderhorn, I think. Let's put the finish line camera up because...
And here comes actually Tyler Veerman.
Speedy boy.
Tyler Veerman.
Go Tyler!
Making the hand up to his partner, Mark Gaudet. Just got a little report from Tyler Veerman that the water at Shawshanked super warm.
Really? It was warm yesterday.
It's had all day to warm up, kind of make you a little British tea out there.
Love myself a little
British
tea.
It actually looks more like NyQuil.
It does.
Either way, I wouldn't recommend anyone drink it.
So Michael Schutt, who was the first place finisher on the sprint lap, is last seen at lap 2 Mudderhorn, which is right in front of you. So we should be seeing him come through. I'm trying to look at it to see if we can see him on.
I cannot wait to see how this plays out because Michael Schutt,
I'm sticking with predictions.
He likes to run fast and he likes to go out early. He's kind of like another athlete, Nicole Miracle, we think about, who
I love her.
likes running as a front runner, right? What we've seen from Michael Schutt is he's the same way. He likes to, go ahead, and here he comes across the finish line. Michael Schutt, first place. Here's your first place man, Michael Schutt. Shoot.
Go, Michael!
Doing outstanding. His second year at World's Toughest Mudder. So Michael, he clearly, this is where in second place. There's our second place man, Daniel Colley. Talking about Michael Schutt still though. Michael likes to be in front. Ryan Atkins, another favorite to win, obviously based on his past performance. He likes to start slow and knock off guys. He's in sixth place. He was in sixth place after his first lap, and then he'll be in fifth, and then he'll be in fifth for a while. Then he'll be in fourth. Then he'll be in fourth for a while. Then he'll be that's Atkins. He moves up the standing slowly. So they have opposing styles for long races like this, and we've seen both of them race. Ryan, we've seen a lot more than of Michael, and it's again far too early. But this is what I'm going to be watching on the competition side is. As Ryan moves up the standings, is Michael able to maintain his lead in first place?
This is the power section. This is where you want to be. There's the podium section right here.
And there he is in the green. That's a running bib. What that is? He's got it over his actual bib. Looks like he's running with some water there. Well, look, if Ryan Atkins is running with water, then I think that's all you need to know. Run with water.
I know.
Currently in sixth place is Atkins.
Doesn't mean anything right now, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's 2:22 local time. We're not even an hour and a half into the race. We're not going to put any stock. The only really all you can do with placing right now is just know, okay, they're keeping pace. Like literally anyone within a lap of each other, maybe even 2 laps of each other at this point is fine. Like it's no one has won. No one wins the race in the first 2 hours of World Cup. It's never happened.
Well, no, because it's a 24-hour race.
Look at Ryan. Just literally not a care in the world. Good posture. His hands look like he's carrying an egg in each one delicately. Back straight.
A little crush there, Will.
You could put a video. That's like textbook running. He's got his VJ shoes on, high split shorts. New dad.
Congratulations to both of them.
His wife, Lindsay Webster, the most accomplished female athlete in OCR. She's taking a break for a little bit here as they have their new baby. And got a update to the weather report. A little bit of rain.
We did not expect that. We did not bring our rain jackets, did we?
We didn't, but I did.
I did. Everyone was like, we don't need rain jackets.
The royal we did. Me and the mouse in my pocket brought rain jackets, as they say.
Oh my gosh, it is, it is raining. There's a little of a... Here's Fiore on screen.
So, hot day, windy. Now, this is kind of a typical, I used to work in Florida, and this is kind of a typical Florida thing where you can still see the sky. As we're sitting here, we can see blue sky poking through. It's probably about 75% cloud, 80% cloud, 20% blue sky, and it's raining. This is going to, this weather, the story of World's Toughest 2024 will be the weather. I would I'll bet you we start to see people put on wetsuits right now. Okay, there's Atkins. Soloing up. See this Atkins there in the middle. Then the third rain can in the blue thing, getting up the
Here we go, Canada.
Mudderhorn. Nope. He's almost got it. I'm not sure who that is on the right. That might be Fiore. He got it by himself as well. Most people, this is the strategy here. You get a buddy, get a knee, get a shoulder, get a step up. 1, 2, 3, and get up.
So I will say Fiore and Atkins are both at Mudderhorn.
Yeah, that was Fiore right behind Atkins
at the same time.
He went up.
So we should be seeing them.
And you can see Fiore on the metal support there. Totally legal and best strategy for going up.
We gave that a little go yesterday, didn't we?
We did. And then I don't know if we'll be able to see it or not. The best way to go down that obstacle is, and it sounds crazy, is to face out. And
that is your best way to go down.
This is I recommend it to anybody, and I get it. It does sound like wild. Like, why would you not face in while you're going down or coming up, down the backside of Mudderhorn? But if you face out, you have your rope against. There's a safety netting, and you can use that to kind of push against. And
here we go.
Come. Back to the finish line.
Atkins coming through the finish line.
Ryan Atkins.
And we expect to see Josh Fiore not far behind him.
Ryan Atkins in 6th place. I believe Josh Fiore is in 7th. We'll verify that. But
Ryan Atkins now in 3rd place.
Ryan Atkins in 3rd.
I think there may have just been a bit of a glitch there on the timing.
This is the earliest a glitch before or glitch now?
Oh, no.
And here comes...
There's Fiore coming through. Go, Josh!
And Daniel Colley just came through as well.
Smile on his face. And Daniel Colley, who was running in 2nd place. Let's see if the top 10 is updated there. Matthew Mullins.
This is correct. So we just saw Atkins in 3rd come through, followed by Colley, followed by Fiore right behind him.
So that is our top 5 who have done
top
2
5
laps.
men with 2 laps done. Michael Shute, Matthew Mullins, Ryan Atkins, Daniel Colley. 6 minutes between Michael in 1st and Matthew in 2nd. But again, far too early to 6 minutes at this point is literally nothing. 6 minutes won't mean anything until the last 2 hours of the race. Shane Allison. Face out, just step down. Much easier on your legs. Shane Allison can lean back and not worry about falling. You are correct, sir. Shane Allison with the comment of the day so far. Hey, speaking of YouTube comments, Fran and I are running a competition over the 24 hours. Whichever of us raises the most money will run through electroshock therapy. Hey, if you're looking for gears on OCR deals on gear, Amazon.com/shop/the OCR report. You can scan that QR code or just go to Amazon.com/shop/the OCR report. There's Christian Brown Johnson. He's got the swagger of a married man, you can see.
So yeah, we are indeed running a little competition between myself and Will. You can donate through YouTube and send us a couple bucks, $1, $2, $5, $10, whatever you feel like, and say who it is that you want that to be assigned to. We have a tally going here, and whoever has the most money assigned to them, and it could just be a whole $15, it might not be much, but whoever has the most will, at the end of this coverage, run through electric shock therapy.
One of us is going through, you or I.
Currently me.
So when you leave your super chat, just leave a name. Say, this is for Will. I'm Will. She's Fran. And whichever of the two of us raises the most money, one of us is going through. We don't know who yet. But we would love to raise some more support for our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder, for our coverage of OCR, and for the things to do. Every single penny goes right back into the sport and to our coverage of it. And we love what we do. And thank you for your support.
We really do.
So yeah, so the way to leave a super chat, click that $sign by the comment box on YouTube, and say whatever you want, and we're happy to highlight your comments whether you donate or not. But if you do donate, leave a name: Fran for her, Will for me, and here comes through the finish line.
Oh, hello, Andrew.
And whichever of us
Andrew Robinson from New Zealand,
finishing his second lap. I'm loving the international top 5, top 10 so far this year.
Had a question come in. Can you tell me, Brandon Walrich has asked, how is Tom Alguer going? This is him pulled up. So we can also pull up athletes' stats for you. Sometimes we might miss things going on here in the booth, but we'll do our very best to keep on top of them. Anybody you want watching from home, looking for them, we can pull them up for you.
So Tom, for example, Tom's only finished his first. He's finished his first lap, but it's very early. Tom's probably out on his second lap right now, and that's 95% of the athletes are on their second lap, or have not finished their second lap yet.
Oh, CBJ just passed.
Christian Brown Johnson, 100-miler, two-time 100-miler. Expect to see him in contention at the end of the race. So here you see some guys at the bottom of Mudderhorn, and this is how you do it. You step on a leg, and he's gonna. So first step, right foot onto the thigh of his buddy, or okay, he's gonna no. Okay, right foot onto the thigh, left foot on the shoulder, left foot on the shoulder.
Nice job, you guys are live.
Left knee, okay, that'll work too. And then you get up. And that's how it is with every obstacle. A lot of people, when we talk about World's Toughest Mudder, they say, oh, I can't do all the obstacles. There's half the obstacles I can't do by myself. That's fine. Most people can't do Mudderhorn by themselves. Most people can't do Everest by themselves. There are people there that their race, they're going to be there just to help. They pay the same entry fee everybody else does. They'll literally finish the race with one lap completed because they spent 24 hours at Everest helping people up. Jenny, $4.99 from Chipper Williams. Go Fran, go! Shout out Chipper Williams. Chipper Williams, you got a fan in Fran. Looking at
Jenny Stipp.
Jenny Stipp, we just saw, and we still see her there. I'd love to know what place she's in. Jenny finished 5th last year. Of the women that are competing, is Nikki Karamba here this year?
Yes,
so
she's on our radar for the.
Nikki finished 4th last year. Jenny finished 5th. So those are the top 2 women from last year that are competing this year. Jenny is in 2nd place right now. The ones that we're keeping an eye on through the years. Even early here, we're keeping an eye on Jenny and Nikki.
We've still got Nicola Cotta in 1st place. I need to update my results that I'm looking at here online. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag.
Nikki Karamba in 3rd. And what country is that?
Nikki, South Africa.
Outstanding.
Yeah? Other side of the fence this year.
I keep calling her Nicola Kocha. Nicole Kocha. I do apologize.
We're walking past Blockness Monster here. Blockness Monster on the left of our cameraman. He just passed it. That's that obstacle we're talking about. One of the more fun obstacles. When it opens up, we'll have a camera out there. All right, so this is an interesting time of the race. What time is it right now? 2:30. We're in an hour and a half. The obstacles have started to open up. Most everyone has finished their first lap by now. Most people are on their second lap. They're starting to hit some obstacles. The excitement and adrenaline of the start line is gone. Like, that only lasts so long. It really only lasts like 10 minutes, if we're being honest. The adrenaline and excitement and, oh my gosh, this is a brand new thing. This is exciting. That's faded. Like, what's going on now is they've got to run. Like, they signed every athlete out here, every person, every man, every woman. They know it's a 24-hour race. And they're thinking, okay, like, we're in it. The race has started. I got to run. And they know it's the very, very beginning. I'm an hour and a half into the race. I'm 90 minutes into a 24-hour race. 25 and a half hours if they go an entire full lap. This is the very, very start of where the mental grit is going to come in, where they have to say, okay, this is what I signed up for. The adrenaline is gone. The dopamine hit from the start line speech is gone. Patty Simpson wondering, can you pull up Patty's comment again? I caught the front of it.
Patty Simpson asking, will we be coming to England next year? Obviously, World's Toughest Mudder next year is heading to the United Kingdom. It's going to be held at Belvoir Castle, which is very central in the UK. A fantastic location that already has Tough Mudder and Spartan events going on. It's a really fantastic place. So it'll be a very cool race. I mean, I live there, so I'll certainly be there.
You live in a castle?
Not live in a castle, but I do live in the UK.
We will absolutely. We're looking forward to it already. A lot of people, I think you're doing this. You live in the UK, you come to the US and kind of make a trip of it. Like you're obviously working this weekend, but you're like, hey, I'm over here in the US already. You might as well, see some US sites, do a little tourism before or after, maybe, I don't know. So my wife and I were talking about doing the same thing for the UK.
Wonderful.
We're going to go over, and it's falling right around 4th of July. So we usually have a 4th of July party at our house. So we're going to probably do our tourist stuff
fun.
Before, and then do the race, and then come back home.
Fun.
So,
I had a question come in. Can we check on Dave Didier? He normally posts up at Mudderhorn and stays there for the full race. The timing is telling me he is there. He is at Mudderhorn lap 1, so he is doing his usual thing.
But yeah, talking about the athletes and this part of the race, this is the very, very start of where they have to start digging deep, digging in and being like, okay, I'm in for the duration. I signed up for 24 hours. It's just starting to suck. And now I need to do it. You can see it on these athletes here on screen. We're seeing it on every athlete as they walk past
Mike
us.
giving us a wave. Hi, Mike. You are live.
But this is the start. Like, every single athlete is starting to realize, oh, man, like,
you guys are live.
Okay, here we go. I signed up for this.
You
I got
guys
22 hours
respect.
left.
Woo!
I need to dig in. Like, it's too early to start, like, going to the pit and
Thanks for doing what you
sitting
guys
down.
do.
So this looks like our men of Mudderhorn. What are
Yes, our
what do they
men of
call
Mudderhorn.
themselves?
They were going. You see, Rain is the sponsor of Mudderhorn. Sometimes they were going with maybe Rain Men.
I love it.
But
Nice.
but that's sponsor dependent, right? Rain goes away, then
I still think Mudderhorn should be sponsored by the Swiss Tourism Board.
Or Disneyland.
But the Matterhorn is in Switzerland.
So these guys, they're getting suited up here. They are going to hang out at Mudderhorn for 24 hours, generally. They'll be out there, and you'll see them at the brunch tomorrow. I'm sorry, on Monday. And their knees and their shoulders will look like gently used hamburger.
Good luck.
And that's, oh my gosh, he's actually got a shoulder pad there. I haven't seen that before. I'm not sure what this suit is. Is this like a cartoon character I don't know about?
Not something I recognize.
They like your shoulder
Yay,
pad.
Dave in the middle of Samantha Thompson, are you not here? Why aren't you here?
They want to know what the suit is. What's the? It's a gorilla suit. It is a gorilla suit. Okay.
My daughter introduced me
How
to
about throws
Bluey
us off?
a few weeks ago.
I love Bluey. Let's just give a quick shout out to
Okay,
Noel
that's fine.
Medina.
It's a little too hot.
Funky Noel Medina.
An intense event for you too, bud.
He just crossed the finish line. Bluey. Absolutely love Bluey. What a show.
I was like, okay. Like I heard like the dad's like a role model for fathers everywhere. So I'm like, all right, watch a cartoon with you. And it was like, I don't even remember what happened, but like it had me in tears. Literal tears by the end of the episode.
Oh my gosh. There's one that gets me. There is one that gets me every time. And we'll talk about that later maybe if we want to cry.
Yeah, no, I don't like crying. I told my daughter like
I love a good cry. I love a good cry.
So I've told my daughter thinks, when we drive to school in the morning, my daughter's 11. She's the DJ. And she thinks it's hilarious to put on songs that make her cry.
Caitlin Ritter says Bluey is the best show. Correct, Caitlin. Bluey is the best show.
Caitlin Ritter, another person we wish was
What
here this
song
weekend.
makes you cry, Will?
I loved her first.
I don't know this.
I don't know the name. I don't know who sings it, but literally hearing the first like 3 notes of the song make me cry. It's a song about a dad is writing to the man who's marrying his daughter. I'm literally about to tear up just telling you what the song is about.
As am I.
I loved her first. Like, you're marrying my daughter today, and you're gonna take care of her, but I loved her first. And
you're gonna have so much fun when your daughter gets married.
Oh my gosh! So my daughter thinks it's hilarious to play songs like that make me, as her father, cry. And so the rule is she can make me cry once a day on purpose. Like one song or one Bluey episode or one whatever. But
Nice job.
Once a day is all I can take.
You know what? Talking of daughters, I know this has got nothing to do with it, but I was having a pretty poopy day the other day. I was not having a good day. My daughter's 7, and she came up and handed me something. She said, "You just kind of looked sad. I wanted to cheer you up." And I said, "I am sad," and I explained why, and she gave me a hug. So yay to all daughters out there. And sons, I don't have one, so, but yay to
That's
daughters.
awesome, the emotional maturity of your daughter. Oh, shout out to my son and to the Lions for winning their playoff football game last night in Southern California.
Shout out to Carlo Piscatello's son, whose birthday it is today.
Happy birthday, Carlos' son.
Well, that was an emotional 2 minutes. We're seeing here a lady across the finish line. She looks like she's smiling now, but struggling with it. It's tough, isn't it? It's tough. This race isn't just about the people in the top 3 or the top 5 or the top 10. I did Europe's Toughest Mudder this year. This was my first time doing not only was it my first time doing an endurance Tough Mudder event, it was my first time doing a Tough Mudder event.
Europe's Toughest Mudder.
And my goal was just to not come last.
Okay.
And I'm still important. And I want to say to everyone, we don't always get time to focus on every single athlete. And we talk about the front runners a lot. The beautiful things about World's Toughest Mudder and the coverage is we can focus on lots of different people. We can bring up results for lots of different people. Because I am one of those people, and you are one of those people that are never going to be up there in that top 5 or top 10. And we still matter. Okay, but apart from you, when one time, what happened? What happened?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Fran. In 2018, we talked about the last year Ryan Atkins ran World's Toughest Mudder. He actually ran as part of a team. And competing against Ryan Atkins in the team category was my team Fat Boys.
Fat Boys.
And so when you get your bibs, and you get your bib the day before the race, and everyone takes their bib back to their hotel room or their Airbnb, and they write their name on the back, or they write their team name on the back, or they write, something clever, or maybe something a little off color on the. There's a little strip.
Sarah Tucker coming here through on the finish line. Oh, just didn't switch just quite fast enough. She is coming through as the 4th place lady, completing her 2nd lap. Apologies to interrupt you there.
No, that's okay.
And is Jillian Heller.
Jillian Heller.
Not far behind her.
So anyway, and everyone gets to do this, and it's kind of a fun thing. Like, you can put your name, you can put, if you have like a catchphrase, or if you're, if maybe you're running in honor of someone, or you write your team name. And so we all agreed we were going to write Team Fat Boys on our name. This is in 2018. And so I was like, okay, Team Fat Boys. That's team is 4 letters, fat is 3 letters, 4 letters for boys. So you just start in the middle with so the A, Fat Boys is in the middle. This is getting in the weeds to tell you how I did this. So fats, that's easy. Just center fat, right in the middle. And you write boys at the end. And then you got to write.
Boys with a Z?
With a Z.
Is it
no,
fat PH?
Gosh, no, we're grown men. We don't do that.
PH fat?
No, it's Team Fat
so
Boys.
as in chubby guys?
Yes, because we're all men in our 40s that have families and wives and kids. So then you got to write team. But the thing with team is you got to write it backwards. Like, you got to start with the end. You got to start with the M, the med, as you call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then but somehow I misspelled it. So I put M, and then I put an E.
Just going to interrupt you once again.
Please do.
If that's okay.
Absolutely.
Jenny Stipp has started her lap 3. She is now in first place because she started lap 3 ahead of Nicole Kocher, who started lap 3 5 minutes after.
Now, Nicole came in, she finished her lap before Jenny, didn't she?
She did.
So that means Jenny had a faster pit.
Yes, correct, sir.
I'm telling you, I've said this for 3 years now with you, Fran. The pit is the enemy. I've said it for 6 years on my podcast.
I have a pit story for you later.
World's Toughest Podcast. The pit is your enemy. If you want mileage, if you want a high position, you need to spend as little time as possible in the pit. You think the pit is your friend. You think, oh, I'm going to get nutrition. Oh, I can get rest. Oh, it's going to... No, the pit is your enemy. It's a necessary evil. You need to fuel up. You need to stop, and maybe you whatever. But you need to get in, and you need to get out as fast as possible. Jenny is now in first place because she had a faster pit time. And again, you and I both know we're very, very early in the race. This will come into play at the end of the race. Pit time, in and out time will come into play at the end of this race for some athletes.
I'm going to give you a quick update on the men as well.
Please.
Whilst we're at it. Still running in first place is Michael Schutt. He was last seen on his lap 3 at Lumbersacked at 2:38. Also seen at Lumbersacked on lap 3 was Matthew Mullins at 2:43. And then following that was Ryan Atkins, also at lap 3 Lumbersacked at 2:44.
So first
6 minutes between 1 and 3 at the same obstacle.
Michael's still in first, Matthew in second, Ryan Atkins in third. 6 minutes
Correct.
between them.
Correct.
Outstanding. Close race. I mean, obviously early. I don't know why. I just love this obstacle. Shawshanked. There's no. I say there's no way to do it gracefully. Some people can pull it off, but it's not.
I like to think I'm graceful. However, I remember yesterday.
See adaptive athletes there in the wheelchair with more heart than scars.
We had a question that come in asking for Dustin Pittis from Jennifer McNulty. There we go. That's how he is doing.
Typically, our adaptive athletes go through the obstacles. I'm not sure totally what the plan is here, but each adaptive athlete, they can have special dispensations for each one. So some can't get in water, some have other.
So we actually had last weekend was the Trifecta World Championships in Sparta, in Greece, and they.
I'm sorry, where was it?
Sparta. I love the Boston accent. That was my Boston accent.
Okay.
And I was telling Mike Stefano, who's one of our crew, who is from Boston, every time he says a word like cat, I repeat it. 'Cause I'm very annoying. But I always want to say Spartan. Spartan. However, last weekend we had the Trifecta World Championships in Sparta, in Greece. And
I would say Sparta.
Sparta. I'll get to the point quickly.
Get to the R's. That's all right.
We had an adaptive athlete category.
Okay.
One of the first times, which is pretty darn cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Introduced just a couple years ago was the adaptive athletes have a special bib just in their category.
Caitlin Riss is asking us, can we talk about donations for the OCR reports go through electric shock therapy? I mean, absolutely, Caitlin.
Caitlin, great question. So Fran and I are running a little competition here. Whoever raises the most money will go through electroshock therapy.
I'm going to do a little on-course correspondence with Evan once I get over there at Shawshanked, so I'll let y'all wait.
So if you see that super chat at the bottom of your YouTube comment box, there's a little like a dollar sign. You click on that, you leave a donation, $1, $2. You can leave as much as you want. You can leave $100. I'm not going to stop you. And you say, but in that comment, make sure to say Fran. She's Fran. I'm Will. And whichever one of us has the highest dollar amount at the end of our coverage is going to go through electroshock therapy.
She's also asked, how much has to be donated for Mike Stefano to shave his head? Lol. Well,
You know what? Great question, Caitlin. Mike Stefano is actually in our booth right now.
Mike Stefano, how much money would have to be donated for you to shave your head?
Shave my head? Oh my God. Well, considering my wife would probably divorce me, a lot of money.
It was your wife that asked that question.
Oh.
Should we ask her?
I guess, yeah.
All right, Caitlin.
Caitlin, it's up to you, babe.
It's up to you. Say a dollar amount. Mike sends his love.
But also, what we've got to say is nobody will do anything without consent. We will not force anyone to do anything for any dollar amount unless they agree to it.
We also talked about we're going to send the entire crew. If we raise $20,000, we're going to send the entire crew through electroshock therapy. We already talked to everybody beforehand before we said that. One guy has a heart thing; he can't do it, so we'll do something else for him. I don't know what, but maybe send him through. I don't know. It's got to be something close. I was going to say Arctic Enema, but that's too far. But yeah, Caitlin, let us know how much money to shave your husband's head. Happy to do it. Here's our men's top 10. Fran, what do you see?
I see Michael Schutt. That's what I see, babe. Oh, do you know what I see here? I see Melissa Linden.
Melissa Linden trying to get cute with it, and there's I want to say there's no graceful way. There probably is, but there's really no graceful way to do Shawshank.
I mean, is this race about being graceful, or is this race about being badass?
So shout out to Melissa Linden. She is in 13th place for the ladies. She has her first lap done, and she's blowing water out of her nose there. Good job, Melissa Linden.
Caitlin says $1,112 for Mike to
all right.
his head. So
and how far along are we? We're probably a couple $100 in. $100 maybe? All right. If you would like, maybe Caitlin, maybe you know a couple people who have a last name of Ritter and or Stefano that want to
Let's just turn up this
Oh.
camera, see if we're chatting here.
Caitlin, you should have him shave his beard instead.
On course camera.
You looking for audio?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're on there.
Oh no! Hi everyone.
Yeah, anything to say? How's the course going?
It's kind of nice. It's a little humid, but that's okay. I'm just trying to remind myself to take it slow. Relax.
How's the water? Warm?
It felt really warm, but it still felt refreshing.
Good. Feeling good though?
So far, so good. Yeah.
Good. Any major concerns coming up? Any obstacles that you're looking at and you're like, I really don't want that one to open?
Never looking forward to well swung because I'm height deficient. And yeah, I think right now that's the biggest fear is well swung.
Well swung, biggest fear, got it.
Not short person friendly.
When do you start paying attention to the placements? At any point, or you just run your own race?
I run my own race. I kind of start looking around midnight, maybe, just out of curiosity. But I'm here for mileage. If that mileage gets me on an age for a podium, that would be cool. But if not, I'm first and foremost just here for my goal, that silver bib.
All right, silver bib. All right, get it, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evan.
This camera, let's do some on-course correspondence. Once we'll put on the mic. Over at Shawshanked.
That was Melissa Linden. And here we have one of our static cameras at Mudderhorn. We'll be bringing those throughout the night to you.
Hey. See our cameraman, Evan Harris, running backwards on the course.
Good job, good job.
I guess we have two cameramen right there, huh? I'm seeing one of our cameramen.
Running together.
All right,
Comment here from Caitlin Retta. Melissa's badass. I love how she stocked the course with tampons. Do you know what? Me and Melissa had a good chat. I interviewed her on a podcast earlier in the year, and she and I are both working towards a common goal, which is growing the participation of women in OCR.
Love it.
And she told me about something called Trail Sisters Approved.
Okay.
And that means it's a list of things that races need to do in order to get this Trail Sisters approval. When they have it, people know that, hey, this is a pretty safe race for women to be doing. This is a good race. You're going to look after me.
Sure.
And a few of those things are things like stocking period products out on course, menstruation products on course.
When you say on course, you mean like at water stations or like
water
next to the
stations.
bananas?
You know, the clean little things wrapped up in...
I know what they are.
Yeah, so if someone goes, hey... So, for example, I did...
Like at aid stations.
At aid stations,
Sure.
yeah. I did an event back in June and unexpectedly needed products and nowhere had them. They just didn't have them and it ruined my event. Like, just things happen that you don't prepare. You can't always prepare for. And yeah, that's one of the things, and I was really pleased that she educated me in that way, because that's certainly something that here at Spartan, Tough Mudder, OCRWC, all the brands that encompass under that can work towards doing to get more women into the events.
Sure.
Pregnancy deferral policy is very important. So thank you very much, Melissa, for educating me on that, and we're going to keep working towards that.
Love it. I love anything that increases participation in OCR. And if that brings more women to the sport, let's do it.
Robinson family from New Zealand cheering on Andrew Robinson. So we spoke to him. He was last here in 2017, and his goal is to get as many 100 miles as quickly as he can, and then see what happens. Let's pull stats up on course. Currently in 7th place, 2 laps down.
We spent quite a bit of time talking with Andrew at the community dinner, the World Seventh Motor Community Dinner.
Mackenzie Barron, are the static cameras on obstacles streamed anywhere separately or only in here? I'm afraid they're only in here. It's quite a tricky thing. We did try this at OCRWC, not this year, the year before, to have static cameras streamed elsewhere. Technology is quite not there yet. But we'll get those to you as much as we can. And also another $5 for Fran. Thank you so much, Mackenzie Barron.
Outstanding. Mackenzie Barron, you are amazing. Mackenzie Barron, thank you for your support. We appreciate you.
Go talk to more Heart and Scars. Let's hear from them at some point tonight. Absolutely. We will try and get that done.
Got Mark Goday there, crushing it. He is running strong. Now, Mark's in the team category. So you might think, man, Mark's running so much faster than other people out there. Yes, you're right. Then you see him as he passes another guy. And the other guy was running. Mark passed him like he's standing still.
So that's Team Mountain Men, correct? And they're currently in 1st place.
Mark and Tyler. Mm-hmm. And the reason why Mark feels comfortable running that fast is because he knows he's running 1 lap, and then Tyler's going to take over for him and run the next lap. Yeah, just crushing it. Mark it up.
Now, we just had pulled up onto the right, but I unfortunately ruined it by bringing up the team results. A lovely little stat telling us what the next obstacles that are going to be opening. However, we can tell you it is nearly 3 p.m. and we will be having Kiss of Mud, Skid Marked, and the Blockness Monster opening at 3 p.m.
That'll be fun. Kiss of Mud is probably the oldest of the Tough Mudder obstacles. It's crawling in mud under barbed wire. If you've ever run a Tough Mudder, if you've ever run probably any OCR in your life, you've probably done an obstacle similar to Kiss of Mud, crawling in mud under barbed wire. And then Blockness Monster, we talked a little bit about. I think for my money, Blockness Monster is my, I don't know how many hundreds of different obstacles I've done on obstacle course races, Tough Mudders, and different all over the years. I think Blockness Monster may be my favorite obstacle.
Blockness Monster is very difficult, but so innovative. So innovative. It's something that is just so different to what we've seen, because most obstacles we see are kind of a rehash of what we already know, and they can work brilliantly. They can work absolutely brilliantly to do something really, really simple that's different. But I absolutely love Blockness.
And then what was the third obstacle opening at 3 o'clock? This is Melissa Linden. We see
Blockness Monster. Oh, no. Third obstacle, Skid Marked.
Skid Marked. And Skid Marked is inverted walls. Those are walls leaning toward you, about a 45-degree angle that you can do by yourself, or you can get some help and get on over. So Skid Marked is it's not a straight vertical wall. It's a inclined wall toward you. You probably then, if you've done a Tough Mudder course, you definitely done Skid Marked. Kevin LaPlatney, 89th place, 1 lap down. Good job, Kevin. And those obstacles we were talking about, Skid Marked, Kiss of Mud, and Blockness, they're all going to open in about 2 minutes.
He's clocking.
Up there.
On fire, brother, on fire.
Let's go, Brittany. Christopher West, shout out to Brittany. Well done.
Tiana just coming through the finish line there.
And then another shot of, who is this? 1029. Oh, is that Michael Shute? There he is.
There he is.
Our first place man. And he's running along like not a care in the world. No shirt on, just the bib and shorts. And we've talked several times about the weather. The rain has stopped, and it was honestly, when I say rain, it rained maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It wasn't that much.
It's actually the wind has also died down, hasn't it? And it's gotten a bit stickier.
And it's the humidity has ticked up. And
I mean, I've got to say, just as somebody who's sitting here doing nothing, I need to make sure I'm staying hydrated.
Yeah.
So for those athletes, wow, there is a very glamorous lady over there who's looking very beautiful in a one-piece catsuit, and well done her. Well done her for managing to look like this out here in the pits. Ross Watkins 3006. Being told he is about to finish his lap 2. Let's bring his stats up.
You talked about how the race isn't just about the top guys. And we kind of focus on the top guys just because that's the race, right? We talk about who's in first, who's in second, who's in third. But the reality is there are hundreds and hundreds of men and women out here that when they signed up for the race...
I've got Mike waving at me.
Oh,
hey, Mike, we're with you. Go ahead.
There's Kiss of Mud on screen.
All right, you guys are live.
There's no good technique. You just fall.
Hope this cools you off. I bet. I'm slightly jealous, not gonna lie.
Like he's talking to the people?
Nice job.
Rolling made me just a little.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Mike out there on course.
We walked past Kiss of Mud yesterday, and it was not this muddy. That is a muddy version of Kiss of Mud.
It was not this muddy yesterday. In fact, it was barely even damp, was it?
Yeah, they've done a really good job. This is what you want. Like, honestly, for Kiss of Mud, this is what you want.
Here we go. This is showing what obstacles are currently open.
You can see the green ones are open. Kiss of Mud we're looking at right now. Berlin Walls, Skid Marked, Shawshanked, Blockness Monster, and Mudderhorn. Yeah, so when you're going to World's Toughest Mudder or any Dub Mudder event, and this is Kiss of Mud, this is what you want. It's sloppy mud. You're having to get under. You can see the guy in the back is kind of sliding, trying a little different technique. He wants straight. Well, I'll tell you why he's doing that. He's trying to keep his knees from getting messed up. Like, and you can see, like, even when he goes face down, he's favoring his knees. There's our Melissa Linden. Doing well. Smile on her face. Well done, Melissa. So what you're trying to be aware of here, especially for the ladies, is your hair in the back and your bib getting caught.
Physically, yes.
That's, and we said this earlier, that's actual barbed wire, like from a cattle ranch.
Let's be honest. We have quite a few men here with long hair, too.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. That's why I've chosen to shave my head.
I understand that entirely.
Kiss of Mud.
Good to see you.
There's Joe Perry, WTM legend Joe Perry. You know him from the face paint, crawling past us. Our photographer Jack Goris on the course there.
So thank you, Courtney Washington. Another
Courtney Washington. Fran is the best. She is Fran, and your $5 will let everyone know that. You're like, why did Courtney Washington donate $5? Fran and I have a competition going. Whoever raises the most money is going to run through electroshock therapy at the end of the race. One of us is going. She's Fran, I'm Will. One of us is going to run through electroshock at the end of the race. You can leave a super chat by clicking that $sign by the comments in the YouTube comments. And in the comments, whatever dollar, any dollar amount's awesome to support our race coverage.
This all goes to supporting live coverage. Question from Judy Lara. How can you find out what place your loved one is in? 2336. So this is Damien. Jason, I'll come to you in just 1 second. This is Damien. These are his stats, but you can also find out by looking online. Jason, we're coming to you right now.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here at Shawshanked. People are dropping in. As you can see, the water's actually it's not clear. You can't see the bottom, but it's pretty warm. That's what the athletes are telling me. The athletes are jumping in. They're saying it cools them off nicely, so they're enjoying it. The barbed wire crawl isn't too low, so they're making through it with relative ease. Getting into the tunnel and then shimmying through the tunnel, and then as you'll see, people trying to exit the tunnel. There's no easy way to do it. You just kind of fall out and splash into the water there. So you can see some of the athletes here getting caught on the barbed wire. Yeah, Jeff Charlin. So you can see them just making their way through the barbed wire here, crawling into the tunnel, and then plopping out the other side. Now, early in the race, this is not really a big deal of an obstacle. It's just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to crawl under it. When you're 15 hours in and you're 50-plus miles in, crawling, like going from standing to all fours is pretty awful. So this will be one that will be tough as the race goes on. You can see Ryan Atkins coming through here over there doing the roll method. That's my recommended method, is you kind of look in the distance and then you roll forward. He's moving good, about to enter the tunnel here. I believe he's sitting in second or third, I believe, at this point. It's hard to see. I know Michael Schutt has come through already once. All right, here comes Ryan out of the Shawshanked here. He's dropping down. He's got that rock tape on his lower back. That's just might be nursing an injury, or might be just making sure he's got some stability as his body fatigues, give him that additional support, because he's going to put down some serious mile today. And Mullins is right in front of him. They're running together. I was joking earlier saying that is the podium position you want to be in. Ryan Atkins has never lost the world's toughest. So if you want to be on the podium and you can see him, you're definitely on the right pace. I think he's going to put up huge mileage this year. I think definitely 110. I might even say 115. I think he might tie the record. It's going to be huge. I don't think 125's in the cards. I think that is a ridiculous goal that was set by people who don't necessarily know how far people can go based off the current course conditions. So 125, I think, is always out of reach. But Ryan is a very fast runner, very experienced. I think he hits 110. Maybe even 115, and you'll definitely need over 100 to be on the podium this year. I would almost guarantee that. We should have Fiore coming through, Joshua Fiore coming through here in a couple of minutes. Him, Mullins, and Atkins were running in a group for the majority of the time I've seen them. Is Josh in the water right now? Yeah, like I was saying, there's Josh coming out of the water. He's on the Mud Gear Hannibal Race Pro team. Looking strong, looking cool. And there he goes. Yeah. We'll cut back to you, Will and Fran, and then we'll get you some we're actually going to get into the obstacles a little bit and splash around and show you some of the technique live. Give us a minute, though.
Thank you so much, Evan. That was fantastic on-course update. Oh, let's quickly show the finish line. This is more hearts and scars coming through the finish line. Let's go!
Love it. Love our adaptive athletes. There's a 25-mile bib for those adaptive athletes when they hit 25.
It's a disaster.
Oh. Good. So Evan was talking about Ryan Atkins and mileage goals for Atkins, and he thinks 110, 115 is possible for Atkins. The most Atkins has ever run at World's Toughest is 110. The most anyone has ever run at World's Toughest is 115.
So listen, I am not somebody who would disagree necessarily with Evan, because he is a well-educated man on the subject of doing this.
I feel like a butt is coming.
But I'm just going to point out, I highly admire Atkins. And I do understand the concept of he has never lost one of these races.
Sure.
But I think we would be remiss to discount the other male athletes here.
I don't think anyone's dismissing them. I think we're giving
Discounting, not dismissing, discounting.
I think we're just giving Ryan the benefit of the doubt. Because we've seen him do it so many times before.
Yeah, right here.
But I'm not writing off Trevor Zygos.
Nope.
I saw what Michael Schutt did last year. We sat and watched it. We were in awe of his close. I've never seen someone close like that.
Mm-hmm.
except Ryan Atkins. So a lot of mud. My goodness, kiss of mud. Here does what it says on the tin, as they say.
And then Blockness is back towards that way. What's down that way? How to do?
Yeah.
Shell Lacata asking where Noel Medina is.
We saw Noel come through a little bit. I'm sure he's out on the course. We can find out exactly where.
I'm tracking that is open that I've seen is Blockness. I don't know what the next one open that way is.
Hey, Lindsay, by the way, if you're at home watching your husband, drop us a message. Drop us a comment. Let us know how it's been going.
Lindsay
Let us
Webster.
know what his goals are.
Lindsay Webster, OCR World Champion. Lindsay Webster. Herself a beloved member of the OCR community.
Very beloved.
With their new baby.
What?
Oh, we got a comment while Evan was talking. We got a comment from Samantha Thompson.
We did indeed.
Samantha Thompson. Excuse me.
All right.
Nice job, man. You're live.
Thank you, Samantha, so much for that $4.99 for Will.
5 stars. Love it. Love it. That'll go on my tally, Samantha. I appreciate it. I'm happy to go through electroshock. I hate it so much. People are like, why are you donating money? Whoever, between Fran and I, one of us is going through electroshock therapy at the end of this race. And if you leave a super chat by clicking the $ sign at the bottom of the YouTube comments, you can leave $1, $2, or $5 like Samantha just did, and say Fran or Will. I'm Will, she's Fran, in the comments, and that'll go on their tally.
Michael Schutt has started his 4th lap.
Michael Schutt in first place. Last year's second place winner, currently in first. So he has started his 4th lap before Matthew Mullins has finished his 3rd. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
And Ryan Atkins just 1 minute behind Matthew Mullins at Pyramid Squeeze. I'm so sorry. And Daniel Carly, who was the 2nd place on the sprint lap.
Sure.
5 minutes behind on Pyramid Squeeze.
So some names on the bottom of that list. Joseph Rucco in 10th.
CBJ.
Christian Brown Johnson in 9th. You know a name we're not seeing yet.
What name are we not seeing yet?
Trevor Psychos.
Trevor Psychos.
Trevor Psychos, 6-time 100-miler. Ask me how worried I am about Trevor Psychos.
How worried are you about Trevor Psychos?
Here's how worried I am.
Yes, tell me.
That's how worried. Not at all. He'll be fine. '50th place, Trevor Psychos. Ask me again how worried I am.
How worried are you?
Here's how worried I am. That's how worried.
Well, do you know what? There's this little thing I've heard.
Tell me.
It's like a smart little phrase about this race. And we have to adapt it slightly this year because we started later, but really what we need to know is the race begins at midnight.
Race doesn't start till midnight. Literally, I don't want to say nothing matters because that's too dogmatic of a statement. It obviously matters.
Yeah, bud, how you doing?
It's not like you can just sit in your pit area till midnight and then start.
Unless you're Michael Schutt.
Michael Schutt, you can go to your pit at midnight.
Here's Ryan coming through on the finish line.
Ryan Atkins, 3rd place man.
Things that go behind. Yeah, stapler.
It is true that
Let's go. Keep it going, guys.
when we say the race begins at midnight,
Pretty good.
all it means is that the competition doesn't really kick in until midnight. The first 12 hours, especially for the top level, the elite athletes, they're keeping pace. They're just staying, everyone's staying within striking distance of each other. Now, maybe they put a little bit of pressure. Michael Schutt is clearly putting a little bit of pressure on the top of the men's field. But Trevor and Ryan and Michael, like, they know, hey, no one's won World's Toughest Mudder at 6 p.m. on Saturday. It's never happened. They know it's a 24-hour race. They know if there's a reason it's a catch race for a reason that the race begins at midnight.
Get it, guys.
So even though Michael Schutt is putting on that pressure, it seems like Michael Schutt's putting on pressure. Like he's maybe I don't want to say he's speeding up, but he's definitely not slowing down. But I don't think Joshua Fiore is worried. Speaking of, I see Joshua Fiore run past me.
Oh my Gideon. There we go.
Just past us. Joshua Fiore is not worried. Trevor Psychos isn't worried. Ryan Atkins isn't worried. But Michael Schutt he knows what he's doing. He's no dummy. He knows, hey, this is my strength. This is how I almost won last year. And I think if he can do what he did last year without that 3-hour break, he's got as good a chance as any to win the race. And I know he's your pick to win the race this year.
He certainly is, and I do not mind being wrong. But I don't think it will be.
Shout out to Michael Haladke from Canada. Something else we're seeing, a lot of international at the top of the men's leaderboard. Atkins from Canada, Michael Schutt from Denmark. Remind me, our Hungary friend, Daniel Colley from Hungary.
South Africa, Nikki Karamba.
South Africa, Nikki Karamba, top of the women's leaderboard. Love that. We've never had a South African woman win the race. I don't even know if we had a South African podium. That'd be something to watch.
Oh, Mike is shouting to us. Mike, you are live. Go for it, Mike. We're with you, Mike.
I thought we were going to avoid the mud. Mud out here? What the heck? Whose idea was this anyway?
There's no good technique. Just flop in. Plug your nose. Yeah. I mean, you can crunch into a ball, but it's more effort than it's worth.
You see Ryan Atkins flying through the kiss of mud there, and every once in a while he gets slowed down or stopped by somebody. There is no worse feeling. There is no worse feeling than being on the course and you're just doing your thing, going, trying to keep, and then you look behind you and a contender or elite contender is right behind you being slowed down, and they're racing for money, and you are slowing them down. You're taking food out of their baby's mouth because you're too slow. Obstacle. I was on a battle frog course once. I was going through a pipe and just struggling. Like, I'm not a small person, and I go through these pipes. These pipes are designed for little skinny minis. And I finally get through this stupid black corrugated pipe. I get through it, and I'm like, ah! And I stand up, and I look behind me, and Corrine Kohlen is right behind me. Elite woman,
buddy.
Top woman athlete in the sport. Sweet as can be.
Karina Perkins now.
Karina Perkins, she was married, Corrine Kohlen at the time. Can be kind, and I'm like, I am so sorry. She's like, oh, no. I'm like, she's racing for money. This is her job. And I just, anyway, there's no worse feeling than slowing someone like Ryan Atkins down. Looking at Blockness Monster. Hey, if you're ready to advertise with the OCR Report, email will@theocrreport.com.
That's him.
That's me. I'd love to talk with you. If your customers overlap with our audience, fitness-minded, healthy, conscious customers, we'd love to see if we can work together. will@theocrreport.com. Looking at Blockness Monster, my favorite obstacle on this course. Probably my favorite obstacle in OCR.
I would agree. Horrible, but fantastic.
And I'm trying to...
You trying to what, my friend?
I'm trying to find the name of this athlete. I feel like I should know it, but I don't.
I'm just going to send this athlete's details up. We just saw him cross the finish line.
Brock Holtzclaw?
Mm-hmm. Currently in 5th place.
Shout out to Brock Holtzclaw. That's a new name to me.
It is a new name to myself also.
Now, the way Brock came out of that obstacle was outstanding. He came out of Blockness and just, boom, hit it running. And you saw he just hit it and got up on Mudderhorn. And it just, there's a lot of time to make up. If you can go into an obstacle at speed, do the obstacle as fast as you can reasonably without being stupid, but do the obstacle without wasting time, and then get out of the obstacle at speed, there is a lot of time to be gained
Nice job, guys.
for Any athlete, elite or not.
We've just had Christian Brown Johnson come across the finish line as well.
Christian Brown Johnson in 6th place. I would be shocked. Man, I was going to say I'm going to be shocked if he's still in 6th. But there's 5. I mean, I could list 5 names of 100-milers that are also here. So Christian Brown Johnson is one of the best athletes to have never won this race.
Yeah. We have 7 male athletes with 15 miles.
I usually roll.
It's outstanding. So last year, I think we talked about this. I don't think we finished the story. We've said a couple times already that your mileage at 10 p.m., 10 hours into the race, 10 hours into the 24-hour race, you can basically double that, and that's what you can anticipate. So if you as an athlete, Samantha Thompson, favorite obstacle ever. I think Samantha's talking about Blockness as well.
She is indeed.
If you want to run 100 miles at World's Toughest Mudder, you need to plan on having at least 50 by 10 p.m., 10 hours into the race. Most of us want to run, let's say, 50 miles. So you need to plan on having 25 miles 10 hours into the race. So what we did last year, 5 hours into the race, and you laugh because it is ridiculous. We made some way too early predictions. We extrapolated out, okay, well, this many men have 25 miles or 30 miles 5 hours in, so this many men could have 100 miles by the end of the race. And we were incredibly wrong.
Incredibly wrong.
So,
but we got so overexcited, and it's fun to get excited. We did that, we said at the time.
Okay, talking about this guy right here. Look at this guy. We're going through the course. He's keeping his elbows down and his hands. He's trying to keep his hands clean for obstacles. Now contrast that to how Ryan Atkins went through, just full bore, slopping, throwing stuff through. Rocco? Oh, shoot. One of our ladies here just running without a care in the world with the wind at her back. Look at that. Outstanding. Our cameraman, Evan Preparis, keeping pace with her. Evan, what place woman is that? Do you know? Oh, it's Ginny. Ginny Stipp.
Number 1.
Ginny is in. She's dropped down, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, Ginny, I'm sorry. Ginny's in first place, though. 2 laps done.
First.
Shout out to Ginny. Ginny Stipp, nay Overstreet.
Yeah, if you can hear me well, she's in first.
You can see the lake in the background.
The alligator-infested lake.
This course is on this venue is an 8,000-acre ranch. This is going to sound like a weird story, but I promise it's 100% true. I was in the grocery store last night, and
That does sound weird.
Very common. Come to World's Toughest Mudder. Everyone goes to Walmart. You go to the grocery store, the local Publix, where shopping is a pleasure, not a sponsor. And I was there with some of our OCR Report team, picking up some groceries, and we're clearly all together, and some of us are wearing Tough Mudder t-shirts, and it's kind of a random guy in the grocery store. He says, "Hey, are you running the event this weekend?" And one of these like, "No, we're covering it. We're doing a live stream." And he says, "Oh, that's my family's property." I said, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, it's our ranch."
Grant Thompson just running through there saying that he is Scottish. Or I would not do the accent, even though I love doing it. Congratulations to Grant Thompson just coming through on another lap. Please carry on.
And so we met the son of the guy who owns this ranch out here that we're running around on 24 hours for at the local Publix. And this is speaking of the ranch, a big part of the ranch is swamp and lake, and that's what Ginny's running past right there. Ginny Stipp, first place woman. Grant Thompson, Fran talking about who just ran past us here at the finish line. So Grant's from Scotland, but his country tag was Great Britain.
Well, we had a conversation the other day, didn't we? Last night, in fact. I met Andrew, and he said, "Oh, do I detect an accent there?" And I said, "You do indeed." And he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "England." And you were like, "Oh," I said, "English." And you were like, "That's funny. Why do you say English instead of British?" And we kind of had a chat about it. It's a thing.
Yeah,
it's a thing, especially for Scottish and Welsh. To identify themselves by the country rather than the nation, shall we say.
As I understand it, there's some strong emotions over there.
We'll not get into that. But I am a huge fan of Scotland. Used to live there for a few years.
Okay.
Spiritual home, one would say. And talking of Scotland, who do we have here this year?
Oh, John Copper. John Copper, the bagpipe king of Tough Mudder, will be making an appearance.
Correct.
Guy trying to save his water bottle on Kiss of Mud. Good luck, friend. He's planned his entire route through this obstacle based on that water bottle. What? Oh, look at that! He's helping his partner there with his foot up on the barbed wire. That's good teamwork. Oh, look at that! And one good turn deserves another as they help each other through the. Look at this! Look at this! I love this. Never seen it. Now, okay, time-wise, not efficient. It's not efficient time-wise. They're not saving any time, but they are helping each other through the obstacle. They're making it a little bit easier, and there's no shame in that game. That's what Tough Mudder is.
Let's go. Thanks. It's hot out. I'm sweating so much, even with the nice wind.
Yeah, a little rain.
Yeah. Definitely feeling better than it was earlier. That's for sure. Oh, you want to say something? You got y'all on camera right now.
You know, we're crewing for CBJ. He's looking pretty good out there today. You know, keeping him on pace, making sure that he doesn't do anything stupid. So trying to keep him very cool today.
Awesome.
That's what we got.
You too?
No, I got Scotty Johnson out
That's
here.
right.
Doing the same thing. He's about to run 100 miles. Kid looks good right now. Yeah. Drinking a lot, eating enough, getting it done. Yeah.
And who you covering?
I'm helping these guys. But I went out and did a lot for fun.
You did.
Good course.
Javier, you were in the started list.
I was, because I signed up last year, thinking that I would be good this year, but unfortunately,
not yet.
You know, maybe next year. So we'll see what happens.
Right on.
What do you think about the course as you run it?
I like it.
Yeah.
It's right. It's not perfectly flat. Okay. There are some little hills out there, and there's that crazy sand spot out there.
Okay.
It's like over half a mile worth of sand, like deep sand.
Yeah.
Like worse than Laughlin sand.
Okay.
It's exhausting.
It's nuts.
Really?
It's like straight up beach sand. Yeah. That's gonna be just a drainer.
So far.
Yeah. They're crushing.
What do you got? What are the predictions here?
I would love to see a good fight again with Michael and Ryan.
Yeah.
I think we will.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
And then all the other guys pushing them hard too. You know, everybody else is going to push them just the same.
Yeah, right? The
Yeah.
little chases behind sometimes start to catch up.
Yeah.
That's right.
That battle in the
He's
back.
on their tails too, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's awesome. Love it, man. Love it. Love you guys.
Yeah.
See y'all.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Jason.
There was like 700 miles of World's Toughest Mudder in that picture.
Absolutely.
Got Evan jumping into one of our cameramen. Evan Prepares, also elite athlete in his own right, jumping into Blockness Monster there. Showing off some of the rubber duckies.
Can you guys hear me?
Rubber ducky, rubber duck. Oh, we're waiting for Evan. I'm here singing. Evan, we are coming to you. Hang on, babe.
Alright, so we are here at Blockness Monster. As Fran and Will mentioned numerous times, this is one of the fan favorite obstacles. On several websites we've had people vote on like what their favorite obstacle is, and this one often wins. A couple reasons. One, sometimes they put ridiculous things in here like these rubber ducks. Two, it kind of combines what makes Tough Mudder great. It's athleticism and teamwork, right? So you can get over this obstacle if you're strong. You can basically do a frog kick to grab the top and pull yourself up. But this is how most people get over it. They use help. So one person will start rotating it, and then they will reach up, and you can see pull themselves up. Now, it does require a little bit of athleticism, though, so you're not pulling your complete body weight by yourself, but you're pulling your body weight at like a 45-degree angle. You can see guys going over the obstacle there. The water, it does feel refreshing. You know, I think with the warmer weather, like I'm not running much, except when I chase athletes, but this feels comfortable. I feel very comfortable in the water here, and you can see our athletes coming through. As we get later into the night, you'll get the points where you'll get to this obstacle by yourself, and that can become a real challenge. Your arms are shot, your back is shot, and sometimes people will get stuck here. They'll sit here and they'll have to wait a minute or two for someone to catch up and to actually go over the obstacle, to help them over the obstacle. So you can see that Shady Allen going over the obstacle by himself there, showing good technique, and then showing that Tough Mudder spirit, kind of waiting, making sure his compatriots, his mudders are there right behind to make sure they can still grab the obstacle. So there's 2 spinning blocks here. In the past we've seen as many as 4, but 2 seems to be the standard for about the last 4 years, so I haven't really seen more than 2 since then. And yeah, great obstacle. We'll cut back to you, Will and Fran, and give us an update on what else is going on the course.
Thank you so much, Evan, with your rubber ducky. We just had a request for some information on athlete Meredith Todd. Here she is, lap 3 start. Doing well. So thank you, Evan. He was out there. Oh, we just had Tyler Veerman walk past the booth. He is Team Mountain Men.
Tyler Veerman, they will be in contention for first place in the team race. Him and his partner, Mark Gaday.
Exactly. They will, and they are currently in first place. Now let's have a look at the team top 10 whilst we are at it. Mountain Men in first place, Ultra Cave in second, and Iowa Hot Guys in third. So we should have this year, because we have in the past struggled to have the names of teams. So Mountain Men are Mark Gaday and Tyler Veerman. Saying Mark's name wrong, I'm sure. I'm pretty terrible at this. And Ultra Cave, Benjamin Morin-Bouchard, Damien Langlois Verret, Sebastian Dion, and Sylvain Dion. And Iowa Hot Guys are Cutler Holland, Trevor Holland. Just the 2 guys, Cutler and Trevor Holland. Good work, everyone on the teams.
Evan. Corrine. Yeah, Corrine Kohlen. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, the beard throwing people off. The beard throwing, and the fact that I'm not running. I know. Oh, so you want to do? We'll do a quick interview. Here. Around. And what place did you finish last year again? I was 10th last year. Okay. Hold on, we're not ready yet. I'll tell you when we're live. Yeah, I'll tell you when we're live.
Evan.
Kohlen?
Evan, we're with you, Evan. Go for it.
Yeah, Kohlen. Okay. See if I can get their attention here. So I'm here still at Blockness Monster, but I found one of the elite athletes as a volunteer. So I got Corrine Kohlen. I keep mispronouncing your last name.
That's good enough. Kohlen.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
She finished 10th last year at World's Toughest Mudder. What made you decide to switch to the volunteer side?
Oh, meniscus surgery.
Meniscus surgery, yeah. And there you have it.
That was a doozy, so.
There you have it. How does it feel sitting off on the sideline for a little bit?
I mean, I'm happy to be here, really happy to be here cheering on my friends. I transferred my registration to England, so maybe I'll show up next year.
Awesome.
But, yeah.
Did you get any races in before the surgery this year?
No, I tore it at Worlds.
You tore it at Worlds last year?
Yeah, don't do what I did.
And then how long did you run on a torn meniscus for?
Probably 30 miles.
30 miles,
but
yeah.
I didn't know it. I just hurt. It was normal.
And that's the type of athletes that are showing up here. They'll tear something, not realize it's torn because basically everything hurts, right?
When you're hurt. So it's hard to tell the difference between just sore and an injury.
Yeah, so and if every time you feel like something that's a little bit off, if you stop, you know that's not the, like,
I know.
You'll never reach your goals. You'll never reach your limit.
Tell yourself to keep pushing through, so you do, and then 2 days later you can't walk. But maybe it's worth it. I don't know.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
It builds character, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I just kind of stumbled along her sitting here volunteering, and that's another thing that kind of makes this community great. The ability that, right, elite athlete, and we're still out here supporting the sport, but in a different format.
In a different form.
And
Happy to be here.
yeah, absolutely. Any predictions? Have you been watching the female field at all? Any predictions, like who you think?
I mean, I'm a little out of the loop, so I don't know the names, but definitely visually, I've seen the top 3 coming through, and they're pretty separate from one another, and they're also quite separate from the rest of them.
And when you ran, what was your tag? Like, when did you start paying attention to placement, and when were you just like, I'm just gonna run my own race?
Oh, I had no idea I was even in, like, kind of up there on the ranks until probably 20 hours in, maybe 18 hours in, and then somebody was like, "Oh, you're top 10," and I was like, "What?" I had no idea. I was just running my own race. So I actually think that's an advantage because then you don't get stressed.
Yeah.
I think sometimes people overthink it and get too stressed.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, good stuff. Thank you for sitting down with us. Any final predictions, shout-outs, et cetera, you want to make, or anything you want to say to people about next year UK?
Shout out to Andy Hardy. She's my girl, and see you in the UK. I was born there, so I think I should probably show up.
Awesome. All right, back to you, Will and Fran.
Bye.
Ducky!
Thanks, Evan. Good stuff. Great shot of Blockness Monster from our drone camera. Shout out to Dustin Durow, our drone pilot. It's a great looking obstacle. It's obviously they color the water, right? All the obstacles have a different color, and I just for me it's a fun little game to be like, what does that water look like? And I feel like this is like a Gatorade flavor. And again, don't drink the water, but kind of that I don't know what you call that flavor.
I have a feeling Jason is wanting to say something. So, Jason, go ahead. Okay, Jason, I've taken your audio off that because I actually can't hear you. You're not coming through very well, so apologies, but we can't hear your audio. So we just had, who is very often the winner at brunch of unnecessary toughness, come through. Apologies, we just lost the pitch of the drone. And there we go, back to camera 4 with Evan at Blockness Monster. Sydney Muller asking, what place is Tyler Veerman? Tyler Veerman is running in a team, and they are currently in first place.
So you can see some good technique here. There's Deanna Brass in the middle of Blockness Monster. You can see some good technique. As you pull, you pull yourself over, you turn around and pull the block behind you. Outstanding. And then the athlete on the outside is the next one to go. So you can do, if you have a big group of people, you can do 2 people at a time going over. With this number, it's probably best to do 1 at a time. So you get over, and then you turn, and you pull the block behind you. Outstanding. There you go. And that looks like the last man in that group, so then they're all going to go on to the next block.
So we just had a comment there from Glenn saying, FOMO for real. This event is happening not in 12 months' time. Not in 12 months' time, but in 9 months' time?
Not
9
even.
months' time.
Like, is it 9? 7?
In the UK. And something pretty special that we've got for people if they want to sign up, right?
So you cannot get discount codes for World's Toughest Mudder. It's just not a thing. But what you can do is you sign up early. So people think, oh, if I sign up early for World's Toughest Mudder, I can save some money. And that's true. So World's Toughest Mudder 2025, if you're not here and you have FOMO, or if you're not here and you're like, I want to run next year, here's the secret. For 3 years in a row, I said, I'm not going to run this year. I'm going to run next year. I'm going to train really hard. I'm going to run next year. And I told myself that, and I never did it. The first time I finally ran World's Toughest Mudder was when I just said, you know what? I'm just going to sign up. I'm going to commit before I'm ready, and then I'm going to get ready. Mm-hmm. And that is what I recommend to everybody. The hardest obstacle for World's Toughest Mudder is signing up. It's a mental obstacle. It's a mental barrier. it's scary because you're putting $400 or $500 down on the table. You're committing to it. And
It's
you're
a lot
saying,
of money. It's a lot of money.
You're saying I have to train because I got $500 on the table. Well, you can make that a little bit easier on yourself. If you sign up right now, I'm on the World's Toughest Mudder website. Go to toughmudder.com. World's Toughest Mudder is June 28th, 2025. It is in the UK, in your neck of the woods. Right now, to register for World's Toughest Mudder, individual or team, $419.
$419.
$419. That is at the absolute cheapest ticket price you're going to be able to find, except we at the OCR report have a discount code for you. 2024 WTM 50. I'm going to say that again. 2024 WTM 50 will save you $50 on your World's Toughest 2025 registration. So it's literally, I'm looking at it right now, $419 minus $50. I have never paid less than like $475 to run World's Toughest Mudder. You can get it for less than $400 right now. $419 minus $50. Discount code. You should write this down. The discount, and even if you're not going to do it, just write it down.
How long is this valid for?
That's a great question. It's not valid forever. I'll tell you that, because they turned it on for this weekend and they might turn it off. So, like, this is better than the brunch code. This is literally if you want to run World's Toughest Mudder for the cheapest possible price, the code 2024 WTM 50.
Let's talk about brunch for a second, buddy.
Let's do it.
Tell me, what's happening with brunch this year?
So every year, if you're going to come to World's Toughest Mudder, you need to plan to stay an extra day. The race is Saturday Saturday afternoon to Sunday afternoon. Everyone goes home Sunday night, you sleep. Monday morning is the Champions Brunch. It's a celebration of the race, of the community, and of the winners. And this year, for the first time ever, the World's Toughest Mudder Champions Brunch will be hosted by the OCR Report.
That's us.
That's you and me, Fran. This is very exciting. That's our team, obviously. You and I will be on stage doing the emceeing, but our whole team will be there doing interviews and doing production. Nicole, third place. You see our friend still there, helping out. This is Mudderhorn, the men of Mudderhorn, hanging out there, helping out.
So we just went through on screen the top 3 women and the top 3 men. Just to recap that verbally, the top 3 men: Michael Schutt, Ryan Atkins, and Matthew Mullins.
Wait a minute.
Women.
Ryan Atkins in the second?
Correct.
That's a change.
And for the women, Jenny Stipp, Nikki Karomba, and Nicole Kocher.
Outstanding.
So we are looking here at Mudderhorn.
You can see someone going down face first. That's the way to do it. It sounds crazy. It looks a little freaky. That's the fastest way to get down that obstacle. You can see you go down face first. Glenn Outmost, highly recommended event. Every time I've done it, unforgettable experience. Glenn, I agree 100%. I've never regretted going to World's Toughest Mudder.
I think a great thing to mention when you talk about how long this weekend lasts is because, it starts with Friday night welcome and ends with the bar crawl on Monday. So even though we're looking at a lot of travel for most people, we're actually looking at a big fun trip. It's not, it's not a short race and you're done.
You're doing great.
We're looking at a whole big event going on.
Yeah, it's a great weekend. And really, yeah, you could talk through the whole event, or the whole events. Starts Friday night. The first main event is the community dinner. It's led by the community. There's also a rules briefing on Friday night from TMHU. Saturday is the race. Obviously, it starts Saturday at noon. A lot of people get into town either Thursday night or Friday morning. Then Friday night's that. So Saturday is the race.
We just saw Sarah Tucker, by the way, in 4th place, finishing lap 3.
Sarah Tucker, well done. The race ends at noon or 1 on Sunday, but actually 90 minutes later for your last lap you'll have. And then you go home and you sleep. And people think, oh, man, you've been up for 24 hours, running for 20. You must sleep so good that first night.
No, baby, no.
No, you do not. No, you do not. That first night is so traumatic. Your body's like, did you do to me? What did I do to you?
I mean, let's be honest. Every night of sleep leading up is pretty traumatic.
I still remember the night before my very first World's Toughest Mudder. I could not sleep at all. I finally drifted off at like 2 a.m. Terrible.
It's so frustrating.
Evans talked
You're
about,
like, dude, I need sleep.
No, like my body, I need sleep, body. Let's go. Look at the Irish tables. Those are the Berlin walls with the table in front. It's another difficult obstacle to do by yourself. Doable,
Absolutely.
but difficult. It's good technique there, getting up the Irish table. Anyway, so you think like, oh wow, first night after World's Toughest Mudder, I'm gonna get a good night's sleep. You do not. You toss and turn. Your body's trying to adjust its temperature. Like, I'm too hot, I'm too cold. Eventually you drift off to sleep and you'll have weird dreams and you wake up in the middle of the night and your legs are sore. And now, so then you wake up Monday morning. Monday morning is the brunch. Now, the second night of sleep is a good night of sleep. You'll get a good night of sleep the second night. You'll sleep soundly. But before that, on Monday is two events. One is the Champions hosted by the OCR Report this year, which is a celebration of the event, of the race, and of the champion. And it's a big meal, big ceremony. You watch a recap video. You get hyped up for the next year. It's a lot of fun. And you tell stories. You wear your bib. If you earned a 50-mile bib, 75-mile bib, you wear that. It's it's fun. It's so much fun. Like, if you're gonna come to World's Toughest Mudder, you should do the whole thing. And then Monday night is the bar crawl, and that's the last event of the weekend generally. And the joke with the bar crawl, like typically in the U.S. at least, a bar crawl is you start at one bar and you drink, and you go to another bar and you drink, and you go to another bar, and you're like crawling from bar to bar, right? At World's Toughest Mudder, the joke is you go to one bar, and because you're so sore, you just crawl around that bar because your legs are tired. So anyway, those are the events of World's Toughest Mudder. There's the community dinner on Friday night, the actual race on Saturday. There's the brunch on Monday, and then the last event is the bar crawl on Monday night.
Good job, guys.
Coming up on 3:45 here, local time, in Bartow, Florida, World's Toughest Mudder 2024. Somehow my
Question here from
Tell me.
Darcy Kreitzman asking, where are the results links? Someone did post them in the comments earlier. I think Caitlin posted the result in the comment earlier. You can also find them at toughmudder.com/endurance. Tough Mudder website.
And you know what? We're going to put those on our Instagram stories as well.
Stick it on the link tree.
We absolutely can.
So if you head over to Instagram and check out the OCR report, look in the linked tree and on our stories, you will find the link to those results in there.
While you're there, subscribe to the OCR report at the OCR report on Instagram.
Please do. And Carlo, our lovely Carlo, is doing live social. So you can get updates if you're not able to watch the whole live stream as it's happening. I love a combination of Instagram updates and live stream.
Yeah.
So we are like just over about 12 minutes to the hour. So we should have some more obstacles opening up pretty soon. Let's have a quick look. At what time are we at? 4 p.m. Lumberjack and Pyramid Squeeze will be opening up.
Lumberjack and Pyramid Squeeze. Amazing.
And this is one of our fixed cameras here. We have several of these on obstacles. Kevin Collar cheering for the UK.
Let's have a quick look at some What's going on with the results here? Mountain Men, that is Tyler and Mark running in first place. We're going to have some pretty impressive team results this year because of the changes to the rules. Now you can have any number of teammates out on course, so long as you all finish the first and last lap together, which means if you had a team of 4, one person running at a time, you could get some pretty high mileage, but you also need 4 very strong runners.
Yeah, and it's real easy to say, like, oh, well, now you still have to run. You still have to do the mileage.
Oh,
like, yeah, you can. It is different, and yeah, there is opportunity to do more.
So we can see our first place sprint lap finisher, Nicole Kocher. She's now running in 6th place, which is not unusual for the sprint lap to slow down a fair amount.
And if we're being honest, we expected it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Michael Schott still in first place.
A little bit of an error there on the results. Not quite sure where James Gilliard is showing up in 2nd place, but I'm sure that will update soon. But Ryan Atkins is in 2nd with Matthew Mullins 3rd, Josh Fiore in 4th. I am not disappointed with that right now.
You are not disappointed. What does that mean?
Well, what are the names that I've mentioned this weekend in terms of the ones that I'm watching? Josh Fiore, Michael Schott, Ryan Atkins. I'd be very happy for those guys to stay in the top 3. Give us a drop in the comments on YouTube and let us know which athletes you've got your eyes on. Hey, there's Charlie. You've got your eyes on, and who you think's going to be placing, both men and women and teams. It's a quick shot from the drone there.
You know, we've been doing live coverage for years, and a question a lot of people have is, why don't you do drone coverage? Why don't you do drone coverage? Well, there's several reasons. One is a lot of places you need a license.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of places you can't do a drone if there's wind. If there's terrain that makes it impossible, then you can't do it anyway. And just stuff worked out this year. We have a great drone pilot, Dustin Duro, who's certified. We have good terrain for it. We have good weather for it. So, yeah, we're giving it a shot, and we're happy with it so far, absolutely. So, if you want to check by yourself on the results, go to our Instagram page, instagram.com/the OCR report, or just at the OCR report on Instagram through the app. And in the link tree, top link is the 2024 leaderboard. You can find your runs, keep track of them as you're going. We just saw
missed Michael Schott coming through on the finish line there.
Still in first place.
I'm going to send up stats for Ashley Jennings. That was asked by India Jasmine. And now let's take a look at
From
Michael Schott.
Great Britain. One of your, you know Ashley? You guys hang out?
I do not. Hi, Ashley.
She's from your neighborhood, looks like.
What time are we on? What time does night op start?
Great question. Night off starts in 4 minutes.
Holy macaroni.
Which seems strikingly early, but you know, as we're sitting here looking at the clouds, I can see it getting dark around here faster than you imagine.
4 p.m. If I was to start a lap at 4 p.m., it would definitely be dark while I was out there.
By the time you got back, yeah, that's true, and that's the reason they do it so early, because I can still see the sun, like it's blue sky, like bright blue skies to my right, but an hour and a half from now, that's doubtful, right? Chris White.
Looking at Matthew Brandon Young, he's been doing this for years and has completed the Holy Grail along with other accolades. Love you, brother.
Good job, Matthew Brandon Young. So looking at quick pit, any athlete can get now that's kind of new. A little sponge bath. I don't know if I've ever seen that at World Toughest Winter. That's like driving through the car wash real quick, huh? It is a warmer than usual year. So, and we've said multiple times, I think the weather is going to be one of the main storylines of this race going forward. So any athlete can run up there, get a quick watermelon from his pit, get a quick sponge bath, and then move on.
This is Tyler, who has done commentary for the OCR report in the past. Good supplementary member of the team, so good shout out to him.
Love it. Shout out Tyler.
Big fan.
Oh, Tyler Movsesian.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Outstanding. Let's go, Tyler.
They're just making the announcement now. Headlamps. Headlamps are now being required.
Yep. I think if they get out in the next 5 minutes, they'll let them sneak through, but 4 p.m. is the night ops.
What was the temperature of the start?
The start line MC, Tommy Gimler, just said that headlamps will be required at 4 p.m. And then also, once his wife shows up, athletes are going to be required to put their shirts back on.
Naughty. Someone's asking what was the... oh, there we are on the big screen here in the event village.
Shout out to Jenny on the big screen. With that screen is probably, 20 feet wide? 12 feet, 14 feet tall?
Pretty darn cool, huh?
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool seeing our footage up there. Very exciting.
Not quite sure how that's happening, to be honest.
It must be on a delay.
That's...
Because it should be doing the infinite scroll thing, right?
So someone's asking what was the temperature of the start. I remember WTM in Vegas. We were in the low 90s during the sprint lap. It was quite the challenge.
We were low 80s here at the start line, but the humidity was very high. The humidity was in the 80s as well. I don't remember humidity in Vegas ever being high at all. Vegas was always a dry heat. So no, you know what? Technically, you may be right. We may have had technically higher starting weather in Vegas before, but I'll tell you what, I was in Vegas I think I missed 2014. It was the only year I missed in Vegas. It was miserable here at 9 a.m. Just humid, sticky,
The
nasty.
weather's actually improved, hasn't it?
It's a lot better now. It's cool. It's not humid. I would feel weird about putting my wetsuit on right now if I was about to start a lap. It'd feel too early for that. But honestly, 1 lap from now, I could see putting on a thin wetsuit. Yes.
Really?
Even though, because especially if you are a walker, not a runner. If you're a runner, you can get away with more, with not wearing a wetsuit for longer or not wearing a wetsuit at all for a hot day. If you're going to end up walking most of a lap or a lot of a lap, and you're in and out of water, in and out of Arctic enema especially, then, one of our ladies of Mudderhorn with the shoulder pads on there. If you are a walker, you have less leeway. You're going to need that wetsuit. Here are our obstacles. Open now are the green ones. Opening soon are lumber sacked and pyramid scheme. You see with the asterisk there.
Pyramid squeeze.
Excuse me. Pyramid squeeze. What did I say? Scheme? Pyramid squeeze, which is basically pyramid scheme plus devil's beard. And it is as terrible as it sounds.
Yeah, it's really terrible.
We were on the course yesterday, and I'm looking through the list of obstacles there on our screen. I'm pretty sure that's my least favorite obstacle.
Yeah, I didn't like... Woof! I just saw someone on a camera that's not on screen absolutely plop out of Shawshanked.
That's a plopper.
That's a plopper.
So we're looking at the bottom of Mudderhorn right now, and it doesn't seem intense, right? It's like you walk up to it, you get some help, you go up, and you climb. But I'm telling you, that climb takes it out of you. And the net is tight. As you can't see the net in the screen right now, but they're climbing up a cargo net. And the cargo net is what you're climbing up. There's also a safety net that's pulled across the top of that cargo net. You might be able to see it as we pull back here. And it's tight against your back. And so it's for your safety, but you're pushing against this safety net on your back while you're going up. And then when you get to the very, very top of Mudderhorn, you have to go over the ridge. And it's tight on the top. And I'm telling you, it is exhausting. It's exhausting. And I got to the top when we were doing it yesterday. I got to the top and I was like, oh, I'm going to take some pictures. And it just, I don't know why. I never get, it's not a heights thing. But I was just stressed out, this weird general anxiety. I don't want to be up here right now. I just got to get down. But I want to get my pictures. So I got my pictures. But still, I was like, I do not want to be up here right now. I need to climb down. Hey,
I enjoyed it, but I do get a little bit scared of the.
We got Evan,
we're gonna come to
one of our men in Mudderhorn. Evan, what do you got there?
All right, we are here at Men of Mudderhorn with Dave Didier. Over here helping people. How's it going so far?
It's going good so far. We got a lot of people coming. It's like nonstop. We got a big group of people helping here today, which is great. So now we won't get quite as sore as the course of 25 hours of doing this, but we have so many helpers. We got so many runners that are just doing some incredible things. It's amazing when you see this stuff at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning when they come here and just fly up this wall like nothing after going through all those obstacles.
What's the secret to avoiding your knees and shoulders horribly bruised?
Well, for me, I have these awesome knee pads here that hold all the weight from the knees. That hold all. Wow, that thing's having fun. That hold all the weight from the knees, and then we got these guys over here with shoulder pads on. And over the course of time, I have learned, because the first time I did this, I didn't have any pads on, and my knees were like grated cheese the next day. So, and I could barely walk. So you kind of pick up tips over, doing this enough times as I have, and we just love helping the people up, because that's what Tough Mudder community is about, is helping everybody.
Speaking of, there's Ryan Atkins in the background.
Yep.
Getting help from the Men of Mudderhorn on his way. As you can see, even the elites, if they're smart, will use the Men of Mudderhorn, because these guys are sacrificing their bodies in their race to help people. So as an elite, I always recommend taking a helping hand because it sort of builds the whole community. And then, like, I know whenever I finish in a high placement, I felt like the Men of Mudderhorn, the guys at Berlin Walls, I felt like they were part of that placement.
It's why you got there.
Yes, 100%. It made the placement a community experience. It made it, instead of just like a
individual.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yeah, we're all one big happy family and big team. We're all here to help each other get to the end and finish as strong as we can.
All right, sounds good. Any other final shout-outs we need before we take off?
Cancer Killer on, let's go.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to actually head up onto Mudderhorn in a minute, but I'll cut it back over to you, Fran and Will, in case you have any other stuff to put out before I climb up over Mudderhorn.
Yeah, catch us at 3 o'clock in the morning and see how we're doing. Thank you.
You what? That's right.
Yeah.
What?
That was Jason.
Well, he's good at everything else.
Ooh, right.
Ryan Atkins passing by.
Yes. Here.
Every now and again, we have Jason pop into the booth and do some technical stuff, and we kind of.
Fixing our problems. Doing a great job.
But we did just see Ryan scooching past.
Night op starting at 4 p.m. this year. Tommy Gimler, the Tough Mudder MC, just said the only thing earlier than night ops is when his parents eat dinner at 3:30, and then they wonder why they're hungry at 8. First of all, there's better deals at the restaurants if you go early. Also, you don't have to fight for a seat. You can get a booth or table. It's a close-up view of an obstacle there. Oh, we're going up. We're going up Mudderhorn.
We'll bring you that picture once Evan has got up there. Anyone asking for stats on athletes? I'll bring those to you shortly. We're just doing some technical stuff back here. However, let's update you on our silliness.
So, we are having a contest, Fran and I. We're raising money to support our coverage here on the OCR report.
We are.
And whichever of us, Fran or I, raise the most money is going to run through electroshock therapy. One of us is going through it. We don't know who yet.
We don't.
Fran or I is going through it at the end of this race. Going through electroshock, the worst obstacle at Dublin. And the way we're going to decide who gets to run is by you, the viewer. In the comments on YouTube, there's a little dollar sign. You can leave a super chat. Leave $1, $2, $5. I think we got a couple $10 ones. And in the comment, the super chat comment, leave my name, Will, or her name, Fran, and that dollar amount will go toward their side of the ledger. And whoever has the highest side of the ledger when we're all done, that person's running through the electroshock therapy.
Gimbal what are the totals right now?
So right now, Fran, you are dominating me. You have $55.46. I am at a mere $14.49. So you are $40 more likely to go through electroshock than I am.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Now, for part of it, here's how. You know what I feel? Let me tell you exactly how I feel. I feel the exact same way I felt the first time my son beat me at chess. I'm not a big chess player. I know how the pieces move, and I can do basic stuff. He was taking a class at school, so he's like, "Hey, Dad, I'm learning how to play chess. You want to play with me?" "Yeah, sure, okay." So I played chess with my son. Like 10. He was like 10 years old at the time, and he destroys me. Destroys me. And so part of me, as a father, is so proud, and the other part of me is like, I don't want to lose.
Damn you.
So part of me is like, wow, Fran, you get to...
Wow, people dislike you that much. They want you to do it. We
Fran.
just had a question from Caitlin Retta saying, wait, so the person who wins is the EST loser? So how it works is the person who gets the most money donated in their name, you're donating to someone doing an obstacle. So the more money in that name, they're the one who has to do it.
That's
so
right.
if you want me to do electric shock therapy, Josh Fury just came through the finish line. If you want me to do it, you donate a couple of bucks. If you want Will to do it, you donate 40.
Yeah, so currently you are beating me. You are more likely to do electroshock than I am. You're at $55. I'm at $14. So if you want to play along, play with our game, then you see Deanna Brass climbing up Mudderhorn there. If you want to play along, click that dollar sign in the YouTube chat and leave a couple bucks. We'd love to have you along there. Yeah, James Gilliard keeps climbing up the leaderboard, although he's only finished one lap. So that's clearly an error. Michael Schott's still in first place. Atkins in second.
Okay, we're getting a shout from Mike asking us to go to him. So, Mike, we are with you.
This is the nature report here.
I think
that's a gator.
There's an alligator. Dun dun dun.
Now that might be an alligator.
There's two types of reactions, and that's one of them.
It might be a dead fish.
It's an alligator.
What else could that be? It could
An
be a
alligator.
stick.
Don't have those in Canada, I don't think.
Favorite spectator.
Yeah. He's watching you guys. He's a big fan.
That's not all.
Look at it. Doesn't it look pretty?
Oops, I missed that.
That's a beautiful lake. I'd go for a swim in there right now.
Gators swim obstacle. No. They actually an obstacle because of the gators.
So they had a water crossing, part of an obstacle earlier, and because they saw an alligator at that part of the lake, they moved the obstacle. Deanna Brass walking through. Brush it, Deanna. Big fans of Team Brass over here.
So Michael Schutt, just before 4 p.m., so not having to do night ops, started a lap. Oh, actually no, just been seen on lap 5, Reborn. Ryan Atkins, lap 5 start, just a few minutes ago. Matthew Mullins also lap 5 start.
So give me our top 3 men.
That is Michael Schutt, Ryan Atkins, and Matthew Mullins.
Michael Schutt in first, Ryan Atkins in second, Matthew Mullins in third. That's going to be a race. Glenn Amos, never in Vegas did you hear someone say, we had to move the obstacle because of the gator. No, yeah, you're not wrong. Now, in Laughlin, there was quite a, you may remember, Glenn, there was a lot of concern over turtles. But that was not so much danger from turtles as much as environmental protection for turtles. We didn't want to disrupt or molest the local turtle
We've
population.
got Fiore coming up Mudderhorn right now.
Look at that shot. Great shot.
Is that Fiore? No, it's not. He don't got the tattoos. He looked like him for just 1 second.
Oop, get out of his way there. Oh, that's Tyler Bierman's partner, Margaret. I believe. Shoot, let me get a better angle.
Christian Brown Johnson, that was actually. CBJ.
Christian Brown Johnson. Crushing. Yeah, I think we're going to, again, far too early to guess on this stuff, but we're going to have
actually
it.
See a bird's eye view here, or a POV, should we say.
Okay, so it looked like for a minute, Evan was, our cameraman was going down feet first. There goes Christian Brown Johnson, past our booth here. I think the old open everything after 1 p.m. was fine, but I guess they do the stagger so people can do more miles. Yeah, that may be true, Brandon. I remember this is when I had a team of 4 guys, Team Fat Boys I was talking about earlier. We would be together going through, and this happens every year to everyone. As you're running and obstacles are about to open, there'll be volunteers at the obstacles telling you, hey, we're going to open in 2 minutes. You need to run and get past the obstacle. We're going to open in 1 minute. If you want to get past this obstacle, you need to run and get past here. We're opening in 30 seconds. You need to get past my obstacle if you want to skip it this time around. So when the volunteers are trying to help you. Like they're there to enforce the rules, but they're trying to help you and let you know like what the score is. So I remember one time the 4 of us were going through and they're like, oh, you got 2 minutes. And we're like, oh, we're kind of walking. They're like, I got a minute. Like, oh, we'll be fine. You got 30 seconds. No, look, we're walking past it. They literally picked up the banner flag and put it, like 3 of us made it past and 1 of us had to do the obstacle. So Nate Swanson, my teammate, he's like, guys. So the 3 of us kind of like, I don't know. Like, so we like waited for him at the end of the obstacle. He had to do the obstacle while we waited for him at the end. He got caught by it. Super chat. Baywood. Go Fran. Sorry. Could you do a shout out for me? Oh, she wants a shout out from you, not from me.
Babe, thank you so much for that $2. Actually, £2. Don't say sorry. I get to have fun, and Will doesn't. So, Will.
Shout out to my epic mutter mum, Michelle Carney, and Auntie Sam, rest of Team UK. Love it, Baywood.
Go Team UK.
£2 well spent. Yeah, Glenn remembers it. Don't touch the turtle.
Yeah.
Another shot looking down. This is the approach to Mudderhorn. The first half, obviously. You see him climbing up. Now this athlete climbing up there, if they moved 2 feet to their right, they could climb up the metal support, and it'd be so much easier for them. Because that metal support doesn't give. That cargo net gives. You can see it as they step onto it. Much easier. It's totally legal, and it's a much better technique to use that pole if it's open, or that post if it's open.
All right. What is going on? What's past?
So we just passed 4 o'clock a few minutes ago. So we got some more obstacles that are open. Joe Perry. You'll know Joe Perry by the face paint.
We've seen him already a few times.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at the top 10. James Gillard. We're going to ignore Gillard. That's going to be a problem with the timing tent, which is super cool. That happens a lot. It's not yet a science, is it? So, Michael Schutt, first place. Ryan Atkins, second. Matthew Mullins, third. And Joshua Fiore in fifth. Christian Brown Johnson in fifth. Joshua in fourth.
Yeah, not sure why it's showing up like that, because when you look in on the website, it's got it right. 10th place is Andrew Robinson with 15 miles. And here's our women's top 10. Jenny Stipp still in first place. Nikki Karamba in second. Marissa Theophanides in third. Sarah Tucker in fourth. Jillian Heller in fifth place. Nicole Kosha sixth place, right in front of Felicia Lopez in seventh. Renee Thomas Jacobs in eighth place, followed by Mindy Archer in fifth. And friend of the show, Melissa Linden, your friend, in 10th place, top 10. All top 10 women have 15 miles, 3 laps down. Well done. And the teams. Mountain men, that's Tyler Bierman, Mark Gadet in first place, 20 miles, 4 laps. Ultra Cave is the Team 4 Canadian ultra runners that we were given a heads up on. They are in 15 miles. They're about 20 minutes ahead of third place, the Iowa Hot Guys. And let me tell you, every guy is today. And I say that because of the temperature. Epigooners in fourth, Tracksuit Titans of TEF. I'm not sure what TEF is. You know TEF?
Nope.
Sir.io Max Team in sixth. Those ones all have 15 miles. With 10 miles, the Mud Skippers in seventh. Taco Flavored Kisses. Delicious in eighth. Hardest of Raytown Fire. 10th. I'm ninth. And in 10th, Maximum Effort. 10th place, 10 miles. Now, because of the rules with the team racing, how they're able to alternate, we should see more mileage, like higher mileage from the teams. Although that doesn't mean the actual team members have run those miles, the team together. Some people ask, like, how do the bibs work for the team members? Like, if their team runs 50 miles, do they get a bib? No. Every individual in every team has their own timing chip, and there is a timing chip as well. So you will get a 50-mile bib when your legs have completed 10. So that might be 60 or 70 miles, maybe 100 miles for your team. But you get a bib, your mileage bib, based on the miles your legs travel. They keep track of individual miles as well as the team miles.
We have a question here. Why is only one of you running through ES team? No matter left behind. You both need to go. Well,
Brandon, great question. Unfortunately, them's the rules, huh?
Well, I mean, we can all go together, can't we?
So that's a great point. If we raise $20,000, which we are under 100 right now, so we're not on pace for that. But if we raise $20,000, we are bringing the whole team through electroshock therapy. And I got to tell you right now, my team does not think we can do it. They're all pretty casual about it. We're in
Swishy splash.
we're at all out. AB Fly, great team there, all their first time. Hey, Amber Hamblin, thanks for the comment.
Glenn Atros is asking, can we donate to make Carlo go through? We cannot, but perhaps we could talk to him about a different obstacle.
Carlo is the guy with that is not able to go through electroshock. So we're gonna make him. If we raise the 20K,
we can make him do something else.
Yeah, and honestly, like, he's the one getting out of electroshock, so maybe we lead up to the comments. Like, I don't mind. We said burpees, but that's kind of plain, right?
I mean, that is the penalty
for skipping electroshock is burpees.
It is Joe DeSena.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
The thing is, we'd want it to be, there's only a couple obstacles that are close to where we are broadcasting from, and it'd have to be something pretty close.
It would be.
There's Mudderhorn right here.
But we did that for fun yesterday, you know?
Did he go up?
No, he didn't. So B Wood, can't waste for my first WTM next year over the UK. Really hoping to earn that 25-mile bib. I reckon you can.
Now, B Wood, the 25-mile bib is for adaptive athletes. For non-adaptive athletes, the first bib you'll earn is at 50 miles.
Oh, so there's no 25.
There is a 25-mile bib for adaptive athletes.
Oh, is it toughest to get a 25-mile bib?
Yes.
Right. Okay. There we go. Because I was aiming for that.
Yeah?
Didn't get it.
We haven't really talked about that.
We haven't.
We don't have to.
Oh, I have no problem.
Here's our top 10 F1 style leaderboard on the left. And we've got it Michael Shute in first, Atkins in second, Mull in third. Help me with Mole. Mole in third place.
Matthew Mullins.
Matthew Mullins.
Josh Fiore.
So you can we can watch that kind of for all time.
That's pretty darn cool, isn't it?
Look at that. And then our women, Stip on top and Linden in the bottom and 10th. That's look at that. You can just this is a new feature for this year.
It absolutely is.
Producer
Thanks
Jason
to,
Dupree.
Jason putting that together.
And you can see our race clock. We are 3 hours and 19 minutes into the race.
So regarding Europe's toughest mudder, I'm very, very happy to be talking about that. But I reckon we can probably save that story for later in the night when it gets more interesting.
Unless people are watching.
But what happened last year was we were here in the booth, and Giles Chaser, the lovely Giles Chaser, we were chatting with him, and he said, "Friend of you, a Tough Mudder endurance?" And I said, "No, sir." And he said, "Surely, if you're going to be talking about it, you should do it." And I was like, "Yes, sir." And he's like, "Well, maybe you should do Infinity next year." And I was like, "Absolutely, I should do that." Oh, we signed me up for Infinity. Unfortunately, it was happening on a weekend where it was not something I could cancel. It was just not cancelable. So I was like, right, well, my options are Europe's toughest mudder and stuff. And do you know what? I need to be experiencing this overnight thing.
Sure.
So I switched to Europe's toughest mudder. Very, very little training, I will admit.
Love it.
Very little training.
Did you have fun?
We'll talk about that later.
All right.
So that is the reason, that is the story behind why I took on not only my first ever Tough Mudder, but Europe's toughest mudder.
That's what we call a tease in the industry.
We do.
Should we set a time? You're going to say midnight?
Oh, so B Wood did Infinity this year as an adaptive athlete, so she will be running World's Toughest Mudder as an adaptive athlete and getting that.
Getting your 25-mile bib. Outstanding, B. Love it. Love to hear it.
First adaptive athlete to complete Tough Mudder Infinity in the UK this year. B, that is fantastic.
Good for you.
Is it going to be miles or kilometers at next year's WTM?
Oh.
So, Caitlin, we actually work in both miles and kilometers in the UK, and well, no, we run in both, but actually the roads are in miles. Europe, as in continental Europe, has it in kilometers, but in the UK we do miles. But it will be in, well, the Infinities are running in miles.
Right.
So I'm going to assume, and this is me assuming, not coming from TMHQ, that it will be miles.
Yeah, it'll be miles. We use kilometers, but just for I don't know, swimming.
I use kilometers for running
Meters.
myself.
We use meters for swimming.
Yeah.
And
Otherwise
running.
it would be yards, wouldn't it? You don't know how many yards you're swimming.
I just go by yards and meters are the same. And I know that's not true, but I feel like it's close enough. There's so many other things in my life I need to learn that I'm not going to remember the difference between meters and yards.
I bet this guy knows. Dustin, what's the difference between meters and yards? Yeah.
They're both 3.
Okay, he didn't really know. Let's go.
So, another review of some good flops out of Shawshanked.
Splosh.
Oh, yes.
Sploosh.
There's not really a graceful way to do it. And I know there probably is, but there's really not.
I'm going to ask you a question.
I'm going to give you an answer, and let's see if they match.
Do you think being graceful is the most important thing at World's Toughest Mudder?
I don't even think it's on the top 10.
Exactly.
Flop. Love it.
Sploosh.
Love it. You know another good one? It's not open yet. Funky Monkey. Once you get on those wheels, your body starts flying all these different directions, like with your weight shifting and stuff. And when you fall off Funky Monkey, it's not a delicate fall.
That's going to be opening at 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Looking forward to it. Save the date. 8 p.m. Eastern. Live. TheOCRReport.com. YouTube.com/TheOCRReport.
We have a leg. Let's look at some athletes. Anybody want us to look up some athletes for them? Is Baby Atkins at Worlds? No, there's no Baby Atkins here.
No, man. We love babies.
We do love babies.
Let me tell you.
Tell me.
The absolute best feeling in the world. We've talked about smells before. You like the smell of tires.
Here comes Grant Thompson.
I like the smell of hay. The absolute best feeling in the world. Sitting on a couch.
Yep.
Holding a newborn baby on your upper chest.
Mm-hmm.
And the baby and your breathing kind of sync up. The baby falls asleep on your chest.
Mm-hmm.
You lean back holding this baby,
Mm-hmm.
and you fall asleep on the couch with the baby sleeping on your chest. Literally Worth having kids just for that feeling.
I mean, from a health and safety point of view, I'll say it's incredibly dangerous, and people should be very careful when doing that because accidents can happen in that sense. But yes, that is an incredibly fantastic feeling. And do you know what?
I'm not offering child rearing advice. This is World's Toughest Mudder, not World's
That is
toughest
why
baby rearing.
I have a bad back. Because when my baby was little, I did that for so long and I didn't care. And I really screwed my back up. And I don't care. I am okay with it. I am absolutely okay with it. Is this an alligator we can see here?
You know, it might be an alligator. It might be a stick. Who's to tell?
And Nate's asking, are we looking up anyone? Sure, Nate. If you send us a name, we will look it up. We can't do it all the time, but we absolutely can. Do it sometimes. We've kind of had that first rush of the event, haven't we?
Yeah.
As it starts, lots of people chipping in, lots of people watching, lots of people chatting, cameras all out. We're in this like first lull.
And you know what we're seeing right now in the pit area? We're seeing people start to take long pits. This is the first kind of wave of long pit stops. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. The pit is not your friend. You think it is, but it's not your friend. You want to get in, and you want to get out as soon as possible out of the pit area.
Mm.
But yeah, as we're...
B said, I think Fran should join my team for UK World's Toughest Mudder or even Holy Grail and earn that 25-mile bid with us. I mean, I very much want to. I'm torn with it being in the UK next year, but I've really enjoyed doing this too.
This is fun.
This is fun.
You know, every year we have, so Carlo Piscatello is part of our team. You host a podcast with him.
Mm-hmm.
Fran and Carlo get OCR adjacent. You can find it on Spotify and on Apple Podcasts. And Carlo, so your podcast partner, Carlo Piscatello, not every year, but every year, he tells me, you know what, this year I'm not gonna work media. I'm not gonna help you. I want to run this year.
He says that.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, cool, man. Like that's why we all do this. We like running the courses. We love the races. I get it, 100%. No shame in that game. That's not Ryan Atkins. That's
no. We're just
athlete.
throwing up the names of the athletes in the top places.
And he says, yeah, like maybe we can do something where I run and carry a camera for a couple laps and kind of do a combo. And I'm like, yeah, man, whatever you want to do, like that, 100%. Like, Worlds is a great race. You should run it. Seeing Sue Harvey Brown cross the start line here again with us. And but then something happens or he gets an injury, or so 2 or 3 years now he's still ended up working with us. So, but I get it. Like if one of our team wants to run the race and cover it, I 100%. I get it every year. I want to like, man, I wish I was out there, kind of thing, because it's the most enjoyable form of suffering you'll ever have, other than maybe like having kids. So if you on story say, do you want to run World Toughest next year? Like I can bring Carl in here with me for a while. Or you can run a few laps, come in here for a couple hours, go back out and run a few more laps.
I really love that you have the faith in my abilities, that you think that I have to run a few laps and then stay awake. That's lovely.
100%.
I appreciate that.
You've seen, this is your third time. This is our third time working together, covering World Toughest Mudder. I think you know as much about the race without running it. I feel like you know as much as you can know without running it. So a lot of the barriers that people would have to running it, you like information questions or fear of the unknown or those type of issues.
Yeah.
You obviously still have to train, and it's going to be hard. Like there's no you couldn't watch hours and hours of our live stream. You could watch every single year, and then it's different. You got to be out there. You got to be out there suffering and running in a wetsuit. With the wetsuit, when you run in a wetsuit, it works against you. Matt Cisco has a question. Can anyone work media with you? You know what? We're open. We're all volunteers, and we're all, there's we can absolutely talk about it, Matt. Shoot me an email, will@theocrreport.com. But no, like running in a wetsuit is hard. Like it's. Did you wear a wetsuit for Europe Toughest Mudder?
I wore a shorty.
Okay, so like that feeling of the neoprene pulling against you when you're trying to run, and it makes it harder to run. And great shot of electroshock therapy here from our drone.
I've never run in a full wetsuit. I've only ever run in a shorty. And
It's even harder.
I've done that a lot in the UK because of the weather.
In a shorty?
Yeah. It used to be standard winter race gear.
You don't go on a Tuesday morning and run in a wetsuit.
No, I meant racing.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay. But yeah, no, I think. I don't want to talk you into it. I love working with you here. But if you want to run the race, jump in the comments if you run the race and you think Fran should run. I would 100% encourage it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure something you're like. Don't be like, oh, I don't want to abandon you. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It is a shame because you can't run and work the live stream at the same time. And I've thought the same thing, 100%.
Question, where can I see the results online? Thank you. If you head over to Instagram and check out the OCR report, follow us, give us a few likes, check out what we're doing. You can see in our link tree, we'll have a link to the results. So there you can check out athletes directly for yourself.
Link in bio at the OCR report on Instagram. It's the top link on our link tree.
Caitlin, Fran, let's run it as a team next year. Caitlin, you have to be there to do that. You gonna come?
Caitlin, I remember somebody telling me they were going to run it this year. Caitlin was going to run it 2 years ago, but she didn't want to run it so bad that she got married instead. She's like, how can I get out of this? I know what I'll do.
If you want to do your own tracking of an athlete, head over to our Instagram page, Instagram, the OCR report. In our link tree, you'll be able to find links to live tracking. You can check your own athletes there, absolutely. If you want to send us someone's name or their bib number, we can check in here for you too, as and when.
Can I just say I love all of the YouTube comment participation.
It's so much fun, isn't it?
It seems like we get it every year, but it seems like we get more this year, huh?
Yeah, it feels like people are really part of it.
Alex Wynn, thanks for sharing. Caitlin Ritter, whose name keeps popping up, keep talking to. She's actually married to one of our team members, Mike Stefano, who's out here with a camera. Mike and Caitlin host the Obstacle Running Adventures podcast. Caitlin says getting married was the best excuse. As long as we don't have any snow days or we don't strike, I'll be in the UK with Mike. Caitlin is a school teacher, so they do have the whole summer off, but they have only so many off days during the rest. Oh, but next year it's during the summer.
Exactly. So she should be on summer holiday.
This is ideal. We should have tons of school teachers at Worlds next year.
Just got a question. What are your thoughts on the big screen coverage? Jared, what do you mean?
I think Jared's talking about the big screen we have down here.
I think it's Lincoln Awesome.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. And honestly, that screen out just for us. It's huge. We should get a measurement of that. Dustin, how big do you think that screen is down there?
Nice
It's
job,
giant.
Next time, reach down one side of me.
Teachers take on WTM. Caitlin, bring your friends. You know some teachers. Bring the lunch ladies. Bring the biology teachers. Bring the weird music teachers.
So I just want to
Pretty good, thank you.
I just want to comment that we had a
A
great
lot better if it
flurry
dropped like
of
20
donations
degrees, but
quite early on, and they've died off.
Yeah.
And I just want to kind of say, guys, I appreciate that you want me to do an obstacle, but I'm feeling a little hurt, and I wouldn't mind if maybe some of you tried to get Will to do a little bit too.
So we are raising money to support our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder. You can leave a super chat in the YouTube comments. Little dollar sign there in the comment box. And when you leave a super, you can leave $1, $5. We've got, I think our max donation so far is $10. Someone should beat that. I know we can beat that for a top donation.
$12 actually.
Oh, get out! Who left 12? Outstanding. We had a $12 donation. We'll find out who did that. So if someone can beat that $12, you're number one for the day.
Yeah.
But here's the deal: when you leave that donation, either put my name,
Don't make me
Will,
slow you down.
or Fran,
You're good.
or her name, Fran. That is the lake where we saw it was either a stick or something like a stick.
Definitely an alligator.
Could have been a stick.
It was an alligator.
But so when you leave that super chat, leave my name Will or her name Fran, and then whoever has the most money on their side of the ledger when the race is over is going to run through electroshock therapy.
You know what I would say? Because somebody asked, can we donate for Carlos in an obstacle? I think what we should say is if we get close to a tiebreaker, you can donate to Carlo and he gets to choose who does it.
Oh, you and I? Between us? I feel like you're looking for another out.
No.
Why not just donate and say one of our names?
Because that gives Carlo something fun to do.
If it's a tie, we'll both go.
Okay. You hear that, guys? Get us both. It's a tie.
Keep it up, dude. Thank you. Doing awesome. Javier.
You can hear our cameraman breathing heavy. That's what it's like out there. Like you're just, it's a grind. You know when you go on a run, that first mile, and that first mile is the worst, right?
The worst.
That's what it's like, but for 24 hours.
Steve Campbell, thank you so much. A donation from
Steve Campbell, number one, $20. Who did Steve Campbell donate to?
He didn't. He said, "Go, Scotty Campbell, go."
All right,
Steve. If you wanna assign that to myself or to Will, please let us know, and I will look up Scotty Campbell and see how he's doing.
You know what? If you want to donate money in honor of your athlete, we'd love that too. Support your runner and give him a shout out. Love that.
Here we go. Here are the stats for Scotty Campbell.
Scotty Campbell, 8th place. Get out. He's doing great. 4 laps,
Steve
20 miles
says,
done.
Flip a coin.
Flip a coin. Oh boy, do you have a coin?
No. You got a coin, Dustin?
We can.
Let's do rock paper scissors because I never lose.
Gosh, rock. No. All right.
So 1, 2, 3, and then go.
Wait, hang on.
So 1, 2, 3, and then
on the 4th.
You go. Yeah.
All right.
You ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Never lose.
Unbelievable. I just lost $20. That's not fair. Scotty said flip a coin.
But we don't have a coin.
So what's our totals up to now?
So you're at 34.49, and I'm at 57.46.
57. All right. So right now, Fran's running through electroshock. So Carlos here. I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it to Carlo. So anyone who wants to can leave a YouTube super chat by clicking the $sign and at the bottom of the comments box. When you leave a super chat, you can leave any dollar amount. Our biggest donation so far is $20. But when you do that, you can leave my name, Will, or her name, Fran, and whoever has the most money on their side of the ledger when the race is over. So we just had someone leave $20, and we're like, oh, without a name. And they said, hey, flip a coin. We don't have a coin, so we did paper, rock, scissors, and she destroyed me. I mean, 1-0, but yeah. Well, it was his call. Scotty Campbell said, it wasn't Scotty Campbell. Scotty Campbell was running. Steve Campbell said, flip a coin. So we did paper, rock, scissors, and I threw paper. I knew I should have done a rock. She did scissors, and I lost. And I lost $20. If I end up going through electroshock therapy by a margin of less than $20, I'm going to be really annoyed with my rock or with my paper decision.
Our top 10 men all have 4 laps.
Michael Michael Schutt in first place. Ryan Atkins in second. Ryan is climbed leaderboard far faster than I imagined. I thought he would be like 7th place till 9 p.m. So Ryan, you know what though? Ryan in this race. Ryan's run this race. Ryan doesn't need any advice from me. But I wonder if part of Ryan's human just like anybody else. I wonder if there's a thought like, hey, I haven't run this race in 7 years. I need to show him I still know what I'm doing, kind of thing. I need to remind these guys who Ryan Atkins is. I wonder if he's. But again, I'm not betting against Ryan Atkins. Your pick for number 1 is right there. I'm not. I don't want to say Ryan's my pick, but I'm never betting against Ryan Atkins.
I mean, the thing is, though, my pick would be going against historical factors of not winning, apart from Rueb, not winning if you win the hot lap.
That's true.
So,
man, I wonder if Michael's shoots like a different kind of animal. Though. Like, because he was in front the whole time. He didn't. I guess this is gonna sound stupid. The only in front the whole time is because he stopped, which I guess is true of everybody. But Kevin Calder with a comment: missing not being there this year, loving the coverage. Go Team UK and Team Scotland. Update on Darren Brody. I will look for that for you, Kevin. But Michael Schutt last year, he had a great performance until he stopped for 3 hours, and then he had an amazing performance after he woke back up. Darren Brody, 3 laps, 15 miles, 96th place overall.
And I think that's it. That's the impressive thing, that he managed to still get second place with a 3-hour break.
Second place with 100 miles.
Look, what are we looking at here?
Okay, so now open is Pyramid Squeeze. So you see the runners approach from the right. They got to go under that net. You'll see other athletes are helping them get under that net. There's that little pit there at the beginning. And then, they threw down ropes. They threw down ropes to help.
Oh.
Okay, so yesterday when you and I did it, there were no ropes. So there's ropes underneath there, and you can see kind of making the chain. And when you have multiple people, they have 4 or 5 people on that rope holding the weight of the net. That makes it a lot easier. Instead of if you were soloing, if you were by yourself, middle of the night, going up this on the net, it'd be much, much more difficult.
So this was an obstacle yesterday that was, looking almost impossible to do. And this has changed it quite dramatically.
That rope is a game changer.
Oh, game changer.
Charles H. Is that Charles Halpert? My money's still on Ryan. Charles, is that Charles Halpert? Charles, if that is you, I want to make a note. Let me know if that's you. But yeah, so when you and I were here at the obstacle yesterday, Jason, our producer, went up without the rope thrown down. He literally just like he was basically on his back, and we're kind of using the cargo net in reverse as a ladder.
Yeah.
There's Francis Lackner there on the right. Francis, he runs with a giant rose in honor of his mother who passed away.
So Charles H said, yes, that's me, Charles Halpert. Glenn Atmos said, Charles Halpert isn't there. We meant in the comments.
So Charles and his wife just recently had a baby. So congratulations to the Halpert family. Charles, miss you out here, but totally understand it. Congratulations on the addition to the family there.
We looked at the men's top 10. Let's look at the women's top 10.
Jenny Stipp, first place still.
Nikki Karamba not far behind, 2 minutes.
Literally 2 minutes behind.
Mm-hmm.
They're both on their 5th lap right now. They're working on 25 miles, and we are not even 4 hours in. Now, I'm not going to do it.
Do it. Do it.
There's this joke in the World's Toughest Mudder community.
Yeah.
How at the end of the race, people say, oh, I was on pace for 100 miles.
Yeah.
But then the obstacles opened up.
Ah.
Now, if you do the math for the ladies, they've got 20 miles done.
I thought you said you should never, ever do race math.
Oh, no. Well, you and I are sitting in a booth with a nice breeze. We can do the math.
Okay.
You can't do the math when you're on the course. You got to do all the – thanks, Will. Great coverage. Charles, you are too kind. Yeah, you're very kind. There's Ryan Atkins passing up guys like they're standing still. Charles, congrats again. Love you called out Michelle for not letting you go. Michelle Halpert, Charles' wife. We all love running OCR, but the second you have kids, we all realize what's more important. What were we just talking about? Jenny Stipp in first place. I just lost my train of thought.
Lost my train of thought as well.
Yeah, 100%. Anyway, jump in the comments. Remind us what we were talking about. It wasn't Charles Halpert.
It wasn't. Please remind us what we were talking about. This is terrible. Ryan Atkins, you were saying running past people as if they're standing still.
Because they are.
Oh, mileage. You're on track for 100 miles. Obstacles opened.
Yeah, okay.
Currently Jenny Stipp.
So the running joke is that, or not the running joke. All the jokes are running jokes. Hey-o! Yeah, I was on pace for 100 miles. Then the obstacles opened. It's 4 hours into the race. Jenny Stipp's run 20 miles already.
Yeah.
So if you do the math.
Do the math.
Do the math.
You do the math.
Do the math. No, but no one's on pace for 100 miles right now. The men maybe. but you can't even pace it out now because the obstacles aren't even open yet.
Shall I tell you the thing that Dustin was most impressed with me when I did Europe stuff as Mudder?
Okay.
It was my second lap.
Yep.
And I went out and I said, I think this will take me about 1 hour 40. And I came back to the pit in 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 36 seconds.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, right.
Just feeling different this year. Yeah.
So I am looking forward to the part of the race. We're not there yet, and we're not going to do it. This is skid mark the guys are at.
Hey, Mike, we're with you.
Yeah. Nice job. Lots of good camaraderie here.
Okay, next one.
Live at Skid Marked. We got Tyler Veerman. You're doing great, bud.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
Fantastic.
Nice. You look fantastic.
Okay, ready? Extend your leg. Extend the leg. Extend your leg. Stand up. Stand up.
Nice job, Gilead.
Sorry. You're good. You're good. Kick. Okay, you're on the top rung. Your foot is on the top rung. Okay, now pull yourself up. Yep.
Doing great.
There you go. One more. Perfect. You're up.
I know, yeah. Nice. How many are you guides? Are you a guide from too? Nice. Is this his first World's Toughest Mudder?
Yes.
Very cool. Very cool.
Okay. Give me one hand. You got it? Okay, perfect. Now step down. You're good? Yeah. All right.
Well done.
Okay, my turn.
Oh. Look at that. Good job, guys.
Adaptive.
Thank you for that, Mike. So, as far as we can tell, that was an athlete called James Gilead, who is an adaptive athlete who's blind, running with a guide.
Running with a guide, and we just saw him go over a difficult obstacle, going over Shawshanked. And so there he is. You can see with his hand on left hand on the shoulder of his guide.
I mean, that's just so pretty.
Looking at a shot of it. It's not quite sunset. It's not as dark as it looks in this picture here yet, but it's going to get dark fast.
Mm-hmm.
And once it starts, it's going to go fast. Some more flops out of one of our favorites.
Flops and plops.
Let's go, Matt Mullen, Nav Chief Navy Pride. Go Sarah Tucker. Amy, Sarah Tucker is doing well. I don't know if you're keeping track of her stats there. Go Matt. Sarah Tucker in 4th place right now. She's we last saw her at Pyramid Squeeze.
Squeeze.
3 laps, 15 miles. Well done, Sarah Tucker.
Let's see what's happening on the finish line here. Bit dark. Oof. Oh, there's a baby over there.
Oh, you have a baby at World's Toughest Mudder.
I love babies. And here's Fiore.
Joshua Fiore. Joshua Fiore last year ran 100 miles, finished in 4th place.
And sustained a pretty terrible injury on Twinkle Toes.
That's true. Ribs?
Ribs. I never quite got to the bottom of whether it was I don't think it was a broken rib. I think it was the intercostal muscles separating from the rib, potentially.
Sure.
Something
yeah.
like that. I'm not a medical person, clearly. great pain, long time to fix. And he finished the race despite that.
So we're going up the backside of an obstacle here. This is Pyramid Squeeze. So part of me sees these ropes drop down, and I'm like, man, they made it a lot easier.
It's made it a lot easier.
But then the other part of me is like,
It was almost impossible.
yeah, it would have been.
The thing is, if you see Jason struggling as much as he struggled on that obstacle, you know it's really tricky because he doesn't struggle on the obstacles.
Yeah.
At all. This is not Michelle Carney on screen, but I did get asked to check on Michelle's Carney.
It's getting late early. Who do we got there? Aaron? There you go. That's the way to do it. You see Francis Lackner there on top again? Francis, you usually see him on top of Everest, but Everest isn't open yet.
What time is Everest opening?
Great question, Fran. I'm glad you asked. Everest opens at 10 p.m., one of the last obstacles to open.
Not the last obstacle to open.
Not the last. Fran, what is the last obstacle to open?
I'll tell you what the last obstacle to open is. That's electroshock therapy. And hopefully the last one to close, because we need it still on.
We're going to need one more pass. So we got 10 minutes.
So that was Sarah Tucker that we just saw coming through the finish line.
Sarah Tucker in 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
So it is almost 5 p.m. local time here, 4 hours into the race. At 5 p.m., Hangin' Tough and Clatter to Hell will open up. Hangin' Tough is a rig type obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
Clatter to Hell is ladder to hell, but with a barrier at the bottom, similar to what you may think of Stairway to Sparta, or at the base of Mudderhorn, even that like kind of blocking the bottom.
I want to give a big shout out here to Jason Dupree, who put together this ability for us to look up these athletes as people ask. Matthew McNair, bib 3212. 2 laps.
Well done, Matthew.
1, 2, 1, 2.
It's getting loud here. I hope you can still all hear as well at home. Remember how he said it kind of felt like we were in a bit of a lull?
Yes.
Feels like that's ended.
Because like 5 p.m. is like, okay, we're starting back up. Let's get that energy back up.
So I've had somebody asked me, can I get an update on Thomas Duvali? I don't know how to pronounce that. I have looked. Nothing's coming up. Can you double check the spelling, please? Or send me a bib, and I will definitely check that for you.
This is one of the, even with the ropes, this is probably the most difficult obstacle on course.
Do you think? I mean, it really depends. I mean, I find the grip obstacles harder.
Well, that's true. Like, swingers, well swung, will be a difficult obstacle to complete.
Yeah.
But when you fail it, you failed. You're done. Like, you fall in the water, boom, it's over, right?
Yeah.
Funky monkey. Hard to get across, but it's a penalty obstacle. So you can just fail it, get in the water, and get across. Good luck to Team Squid Hats from the UK. Well done, fellas, ladies. There's a lot of obstacles that are hard to do, but if you can't do them, you fall in and you're done.
Michael Schutt has started his 6th lap.
Michael Schutt is already done with 25 miles, and we
And at
are
4:45. He started his 6th lap.
we're not even 4 hours done with the race.
Ryan Atkins is currently at Mudderhorn, or was last seen at Mudderhorn. Let's flip to the finish line because we should be seeing him soon.
You see Clinton Jackson there on the left. Clinton Jackson, beloved Tough Mudder MC.
He was seen there at just 2 minutes ago. Oh, here he comes, Ryan Atkins.
There he is.
Oh, Ryan!
Ryan Atkins
Looking
finishing
happy.
his 25th mile.
Is his bib number 1007? That's a pretty good bib number.
So one year they gave out bib numbers based on lifetime mileage. So Atkins' bib was like 2. Trevor was 1. And like some, it's going to be like 8.
Here we go. CBJ on screen.
Christian Brown Johnson in 5th place. 20 miles down. Oh, he's just a pyramid squeeze, so he's wrapping up this lap here.
You want to know your placement? Long race, you're good. Yeah, you're cruising. I think besides Atkins.
20 miles down. He's about to finish, I don't know, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Say 6 or 7 minutes. He'll finish his.
Little trivia here for you, Fran. Rachel Waters did a fundraiser for Lionhearts a few years back, a week after Chris got the WTM 100. In the 24 hours, Rachel upped it to 105. Sarah took a pace tap.
So Rachel ran 105 miles as a fundraiser?
Pretty cool, huh?
Good for her. That's right. Sarah Tucker paced her.
So Ryan Atkins gone straight out for lap 6.
Of course he did.
No messing about for that fella.
He's not here to get 2nd place. I'll tell you that.
I think this is going to be a fantastic competition between him and Chet.
Yep. And there's still Trevor Psychos, who's like drifting out. Yeah, let's see him. Where is he at? I'm gonna. He's obviously not in the top 10.
So we've had a question, is there a live results we can follow? Absolutely there is. If you head to our Instagram page, and that is Instagram, is your report. If you look under our link tree, you will find the link to the live results in there. They get updated as they go, so you can keep track of your favorite athletes there.
Link in bio. We're happy to help you look up for him.
We are, but if you want to have an
but if you have like your one, family member, you want to just command and F4, I will there. And clouded to hell, set to open 4 minutes, and that'll bring us to about half of the obstacles open.
I should have brought my normal race fuel.
Christian Brown Johnson.
Yeah.
There we go. Here are Trevor Psychos' stats coming up. Currently in 47th place.
Not worried about him. I'm not worried about him.
Not worried
at all.
And you mean that in a kind way, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, Trevor Psychos will be, 90 miles plus, top 5. I'm not going to bet my house on anything, but I'd bet your house on it.
I need that to live in.
All right, I'd bet one of these pit tents on it.
How about? There's a little bet for you.
Oh boy, here we go.
What did you just say there?
I said I'd bet one of these pit tents on it.
On what?
On Trevor Psychos being 90 miles plus, top 5.
Okay. How about if he's not top 5? Regardless of who wins, you still have to go through electroshock therapy. Will you bet the results of
on
our
Trevor
game?
Psychos? Well, I might have to do it anyway if I get more money than you.
I feel like that's actually not very fair. People are, we won't do that. Maybe we'll bet something else.
That would be fun, though.
Yeah.
Have little stakes. All right, here we go. Oh, we're stuck. We're stuck. This happens. This is a real thing that happens all the time. You cannot get aid from anybody except other race participants. If you get aid from someone outside the race, then you are done.
So I've been having someone, Texan Roya, asking about Thomas. Just trying to look him up. She submitted a couple of numbers, none of which were correct, but I have looked him up on the live results, which you can also do at home. He is on lap 4, just the tip. It's not coming up when I search in the results, though, so I'll keep trying. His bib number is 325.
I'm not sure who that contender was, elite contender going through in that green bib, but he had a rough go through the barbed wire.
Oh, you did? Yeah, wearing it?
There we go.
Like, not only did he get stuck, but he took some scratches toward the end there.
Has night op started? Indeed it has. Started nearly an hour ago.
Yep.
Just throw it on over so you don't lose the timing chip. Okay. No worries.
Here we go. Next obstacles to be open. Hangin tough. Cladder to hell. So we're still waiting for our next men to come through on the next laps. We've got Michael Schutt and Ryan Atkins out on their 6th lap, currently both at 25 miles. And Ryan started lap 6 just 1 minute behind Schutt.
Get out.
I will not.
You don't like that for your prognosticating.
Listen, the thing is, we all come up with these things. Ultimately, we're happy for the people who win, whoever they are. I'd still say I was heartbroken for Josh last year, not because of who came ahead of him, but just because of the circumstance.
Yeah.
But regardless of who wins, you're just like, well done. That was brilliant. Okay, Mike, we're coming to you. Mike, you're on camera.
Well swung.
Hey, Mike.
All right, guys. Lucky victims here.
These are going to be the first people at well swung.
Hanging tough. Reach back.
All right, so when you get to that last platform where she's standing there, you can't quite reach the that bar, the horizontal bar. So you have to grab 2 of them to get that swing, and there you go. You use basically both ropes to hit that, grab onto the next bar.
So I gave that a go yesterday.
How did it go?
Not good. Not good. It was tough. First bit's fine, but you know what? I can't reach from that last one. Even with a swing, I had Jason there telling me what to do. Even with the swing, and me and Jason the same height, but I just couldn't reach.
Yeah.
Just couldn't reach.
Jason's very good at the obstacle technique. He's obviously fit, but he's very good at technique as well. So okay, so she's stuck there. You see that? She's stuck like the only way for her to get to that. Oh, and she just didn't have to take the penalty. That's a shame.
Well, we're getting dizzy like that.
Like she did great up to that point.
Oh,
nice job.
All right, now you got to swing to grab that second horizontal bar.
You got this. Beautiful. Well done.
All right, so now we have 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 obstacles open. 10 obstacles to open. So you might say we're halfway there with the obstacle opening schedule.
All right.
Schedule, as they say in the mother tongue.
That is what I say.
And we'll have more obstacles opening in an hour.
So I've got somebody saying, looking for my son Christian Martinez from San Antonio, Texas. Can you provide updates?
Well done. I got that on live. Keep it going.
Could you please check your spelling or check for a bib? I've looked him up in the results and nothing's coming up. So.
Could it be Chris?
I don't know. But it is helpful if you can provide a bib number so that we can, when we look him up, we can find it easier. I'll look for just Martinez. Oh, yeah, Chris Martinez. You are right. Let's put him in. 3270. Let's bring him up. There we go.
Not sure what's going on that Frozen Live feed section. Oh, we got a penalty. This is the penalty for well swung, it looks like. A little skiing.
Welcome back, mothers. Welcome back. You're looking good, y'all.
So every obstacle is either a must-complete obstacle or a penalty obstacle. And Well Swung is one of the ones that has a penalty option. So if you finish the obstacle successfully, great. You keep going, keep running. If you fail the obstacle, you have to do a penalty. And the objectives with the penalty, they're not to be punitive, but they are to motivate you to finish the obstacle.
Absolutely.
A good penalty will take more time to finish than successfully complete the obstacle will. What you don't want somebody to strategically take the penalty because it's faster.
No, and they very clearly said this morning, obstacles do require, you've got to do them. So Funky Monkey, for example, you've got to submerge yourself in the water. You're not avoiding the water.
You must attempt the obstacle. Now, every obstacle has something, kind of a different definition of attempt.
Yeah.
He was very specific, like Everest, you can walk up to it and
you can just touch it.
But Funky Monkey, you have to get wet.
Do you have a stick or a... Yeah.
And this is a penalty for... It'd be interesting to see how long it takes to do that whole penalty. But it looks like it'll take more than just doing the obstacle. Longer.
You can see here, things are starting to get dark.
Dusk is coming as Charlie Bohr passes us here at the start line. Congratulations, Charlie.
It's funny, isn't it? You often see the same people.
You see the people you recognize.
Not necessarily, because there are people that I know, and we don't always see them come through. And you're like, why have I not seen so-and-so all night? But then you'll see the same person again.
I've seen Charlie 3 times.
The first year I did it, and there was that gentleman, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He's like, oh, you shouted me out quite a few times. I was like,
here you go.
Sweet, man. Sweet.
So this is the Irish table. Another obstacle where you can solo it, but it's a big help to have guys. Here's a good. Oh, I thought he was going to do it on the right. But basically, you just need a friendly knee.
You never have to say where Ty. It's right there. It pops up. Yeah. Already got that butter walk. That was from the last butter you did.
There's a good shot of some of the terrain there. Packed sand. Just saw Grant Polson run by. Shout out to Grant, another of our adaptive athletes. Christian Brown Johnson just finished his 5th lap, 25 miles. Came up to our production tent and asked for his wristband, which we do not have at this wrist. We're going to do a lot of just pointing to the right.
We do.
We are if you're in the pit crew out here and you're watching, you probably know where we are. But if you're watching at home, there's a chute. When you cross the finish, it's a 5-mile loop course. Every time you finish a lap, you cross a finish line, and there is let's say a quarter mile, maybe an eighth of a mile chute area where the pit area is on your left, and then all the production tents, race center, our media tent is on the right. And we're literally the first thing you see on your right as you cross the finish line. So we have a lot of people come up and be like, "Do I get fan? Where's Lost and Found?"
Pyramid scheme?
That's
Tyler Veerman on the team.
Tyler Veerman. And let's see. There. Last time we saw them, they were in first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Margaret.
Still first place.
Tyler Veerman still in first place. Team Mountain Men. Congratulations, you guys. Well done.
Yeah. Doing good.
Tyler's run 100 miles. Margaret's run 100 miles individually. And
Tyler didn't have a great year last year.
no, he didn't. He actually
I'm glad to see him back, and as a team to give him that push. I think he was missing last year without a pit crew.
I was talking with him. I don't know if you were with me when I was talking with him earlier. He told me that he's glad he has someone with him to kind of kick him in the butt. He was with us in the booth, and we were trying to encourage him to, hey, get back out there. You haven't quit the race. There's no reason you can't just go back out and do another lap. And crushing.
Just a quick update on an athlete. Rosa Martinez is asking about Chris Martinez. Here are his stats on the board.
Awesome.
Yeah, there was no reason why he couldn't go out. It was a mental thing.
Yeah.
He couldn't.
It was tough. And World's Toughest Mudder is a very tough race. Physically, it's a very, very tough race. But it is also very, very tough mentally. We are not designed for that. Your body is designed to sleep for 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours a night, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not designed to run, to just, first of all, to stay up for 24 hours. And you're not staying up 24 hours.
Mm-mm.
By the time at the end of the race, you're probably up for like 36 hours, right?
Oh,
or
way more 40.
Like and you're running and you're not lifting weights, but you're physically exerting your upper body. You're climbing, you're jumping, your body is exhausted and your mind is like just trying to keep up. And so it is, yes, 100%. It is a physically exhausting race, but it is mentally exhausting as well.
We've just been asked for an update on Michael Schutt. Here we are. He's on lap 6. He was last seen at Lumberjack at 5:03, which was 7 minutes ago.
Michael's holding that lead.
Let's check out Ryan whilst we're at it.
I have never seen Ryan go out this fast on a World's Toughest Mudder course.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Is he going out this fast because he's, been working super duper hard and he knows what he can do, or is he being pushed by Michael? And this could be a bit of a tricky situation for the two of them.
It's never bothered him before. He's always been happy to let him go. Like, let him run. Let him do their thing. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to stay in 5th, 6th place.
He's a pretty chill dude.
I'll climb up to 4th place by midnight, and I'll be in 1st by the end of it. It's been, I'm just telling you, like, again, I think I'm not putting anything past Ryan. I've just never seen him go out this fast in the beginning.
Let's have a quick look at who's in number 3. That's Joshua Fiore.
Joshua Fiore, who had, we talked about it earlier, the most heartbreaking experience I've ever seen at a finish line of World's Toughest Mudder. He started his last lap in 3rd place. He was passed without his knowledge on an obstacle. The man in 4th, Joe Rucco, who's running today, also had a band, and he strategically used it. It was good strategy. Moved into 3rd place. When Joshua Fiore crossed the finish line, he thought he was in 3rd place. There was joy on his face, and he saw the man who was in 4th place had already finished ahead of him. And yeah,
it was heartbreaking.
We saw his heart break.
He has come this year. He is wanting to get a podium spot. He's wanting to get 1st place, I think. It's going to be tricky, but he's currently in 3rd. Matthew Mullins not far behind, just 2 minutes behind, starting his next lap.
Now, Matthew Mullins, I'm going to look through our records here, but I don't remember Matthew Mullins having even a top 10 finish before. He might be new to, he's a definitely new name to me.
Same.
So, and again, we say this every year. There's 1 or 2 names. Someone who kind of comes out of nowhere and ends up on the podium. Happens all the time, every single year. So, Matthew Mullins might be that guy this year. We could have it on the ladies' side too, with no Chris Rogloski, Callie Schweikart this year.
I love it when the competition gets blown right open. Let's have a look at the women's top 10.
Jenny Stipp, 1st place, holding it. Still close behind her, though, Nikki Karamba and Sarah Tucker. Sarah Tucker and Marissa Theophanides are seconds apart. Look at that. They're going fast. That's a fast pace.
Intel here. Last time he raced was, I believe, 16.
Sydney.
Go Matthew Mullins.
Sydney Mullins.
Why don't you let us know a little bit more about Matthew so we can
so
give him the attention he deserves right now?
Sydney, I only have the top 10 results in front of me, so I don't see Matthew on there. And also, I only have the individual results. If he was on a team, I would not have those stats at my fingertips. But love to know more about him, especially as he continues a strong performance.
More heart and scars are out on the course.
More Hearts and Scars, one of our teams working with adaptive athletes.
Take a drink first.
For you. If you get a chance to see him in concert,
Go for it, Evan.
All right, Joey, come over here. All right, thank you. We are here with More Heart Than Scars. I got Joey McGlamory. Tell us about what you're doing out here.
Well, this weekend we've got a young lady, Julie Edelman's coming out with us. I think she's in the restroom right now, but Julie Edelman is with us, her first ever World's Toughest Mudder, and she's having a blast.
Okay.
And just like always, we are out here just proving to people that they can do whatever they want.
Tell us about More Heart Than Scars. Give us a little bit of like a background about the
More
organization.
Heart Than Scars, we are a nonprofit charity that helps people with both visible and invisible scars achieve things they never thought possible. And I tell you, Evan, one thing when people ask me, if you could just sum up what you guys do in 1 or 2 words, I'm like, we give hope to those who need it. Because there's so many people who are sitting at home on the couch, or whether it's just struggling in life with anxiety, depression, PTSD, suicidal ideation, those who are just had trauma in their life. We want to show them that they can get out and do things and be a part of something bigger than themselves and just get them back into society.
And how many times have you done the Adaptive Athlete World's Toughest? Helping people out.
This is my 6th one with an adaptive athlete. Yeah.
And how far do you guys usually get over the 24 hours?
The most I've done is 45 miles.
45
Actually,
miles.
Actually, young man right over here, Blind Pete.
Blind Pete, yeah, we got Blind Pete over there at the aid station.
45 miles in 2018 with him. Yeah, so.
Where can people find out more about More Heart Than Scars or more donate?
Please come to More Heart Than Scars. It's www.moreheartthanscars.com or www.moreheartthanscars.org. There's several ways right there on the website to donate. Or find out more about our programs and what we offer. Because we're always looking for people to come out with us.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Joey.
Yes,
It's always a pleasure seeing you.
Always.
All right, back to you, Fran and Will.
Thanks, Evan. Well done. More Heart Than Scars. One of the great teams working with out here. Well swung. See the guys working on this new obstacle. Not new obstacle. Newly opened obstacle. Working right to left. Those last 2 horizontal bars are trickier than they look. You got to keep the momentum going, and then you got to hit that bell. Boom, and you're done. Well done. And you can move on. Ryan Atkins in 2nd place. Probably checking his heart rate there.
I know, that seems a little bit early celebratory there.
Here's something about Ryan Atkins, and I think it's true. I'm going to say it's true of Ryan Atkins, and I know it's true of Ryan Atkins, and I think it's true of everybody who is really, really good, who is a master of their craft.
Tell me.
They make it look easy.
Yes.
In fact, it's almost like when I see Ryan Atkins running, I don't know, 100 miles, whatever I'm watching right now. I don't know the end, but on pace for 100 miles, let's say. He makes me think, you know what? Yeah, I could do that. Like, that's not.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, I know you weren't there in Laughlin, but this is worse sand than they had there.
Yeah, what is people's strategy usually? I guess if you're going to fail something, use it there, but
yeah,
otherwise, like the longest or shittiest.
Laughlin had this similar lumber sacks. So, yeah, the same thing. It was good to skip it there.
Skipping Kiss and Mud wouldn't be bad either. Pretty long.
Yeah. I think they're listening to us right now. We were chatting about how Lindsay couldn't come because the baby doesn't have a passport, but she wanted to. And Ryan's crushing it.
Baby passports are literally the funniest thing.
You can get them though?
Yeah. Yeah, you can literally get them when they're like 0. And all babies just look like little bald aliens.
Wow.
It's like...
That's so weird.
You're like, yeah, this is my baby. It's not like you can ask the baby. Or...
Yeah, at least kids, they can ask them their name. Not like,
or like
you couldn't tell them what to say.
This person you're traveling with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty ridiculous. I think I'm in the lead.
Yeah? It's either you or Michael. Maybe if the commentators can hear me, they can tell us who's in the lead.
We can hear you. Michael Schutt is currently in the lead. I can tell you the gap.
Ryan's in 2nd, though.
Ryan is in 2nd?
Yeah, Michael is.
Michael Schutt was seen at Lumber Sacks at 5:03, which is 15
You are in 2nd. 15 minutes ago, he came through, he lumber sacked. So you're probably about 12, 13 minutes behind. So great job, man. Keep it up.
It's probably a good job that Lindsay did bring the baby, because I think if we had, myself and Will would have just spent the whole time trying to play with the baby.
I would be trying to get that baby to fall asleep on my chest.
Yeah.
So it's interesting listening to Ryan talk with our producer and cameraman there. A couple things. One is Ryan didn't know what place he was in, which what that tells me is that he was curious about what place he was in, but he didn't know what place he was in. What that tells me is that he doesn't really care.
I think so. Evan, and again, I will never disagree with Evan necessarily because he really knows what he's saying. But he was saying last night, Ryan isn't the guy who just turns up and says, "Oh, I'm just here to have a good time and see what I can do." And I'm kind of like, I don't know Ryan very well. I don't. But he's a super strong and well-prepared athlete.
Sure.
He is incredible. But he's never struck me as being the guy that's like, I have to win, or there's no point in doing it whatsoever. That's never been my vibe.
Sure.
And if I was just to read it completely cold, I would assume the vibe would be, let's see if I can have some fun and how well I can do. I just had a kid. This is tough.
Yeah. Also, more than anyone, maybe Trevor Cycles also, Ryan has nothing to prove.
Nothing to prove.
Nothing to prove. Like, we all know Ryan's the stud, and he can win it on a good day. He'll win it every time. Some other things he said. They were talking about wristband strategy when we first tuned in there. There's two thoughts on wristband, uses of wristbands. Let me explain the wristbands. When you finish your 5th lap, 25 miles, you get a wristband. Every lap after that, you'll also get another wristband. What those wristbands are for, they are an obstacle bypass band. You can use them one time, use each wristband one time to bypass one obstacle.
Yep.
So when you use it, you have to turn the obstacle to the volunteer at the obstacle.
Jeez.
Oh, here we go.
Crazy.
Is that
Yep. That is Jenny's step.
So there's different strategies with the obstacle, and we actually saw it play out a little bit last year with the Joshua Fiore getting past.
Play out a little bit last year.
Yeah, extremely, right? So some people, what they'll do is they will stockpile wristbands, not use them at all, and then save them for the last lap or the last 2 laps and just skip 6 obstacles at once.
Yep, I'll be seeing
Some people will use them every lap as they get them on the hardest obstacle, whatever is the most physically taxing obstacle, whatever that is. And some people will figure out which obstacle takes the most time, whatever obstacle that is, and use it on that to save the most time. So there's multiple schools of thought, and there really hasn't been a right answer established. Like, there's not a lot of analytics being done on Sportive OCR yet. So it's a personal preference thing now. Like, I think the most popular among the elites, I think what most of them do is which obstacle takes the most time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use it at that. So obstacles, the ones that take the most time are things like Mudderhorn.
Yep.
Maybe lumber sacked, depending on how long that one was not open for us yesterday. We didn't see it. We'll see it on course here later with the athletes. Maybe what would be another long obstacle? Those are the 2 that jump to mind immediately.
For me, it would be obstacles that like Arctic Animal. I want to get one.
So you would pick obstacles.
So Tyler crossed the finish line with his team, and his Deanna coming through as well.
Right.
And Joshua Fiore on camera there.
Whew. Feeling much better now that the sun's down. Yeah, I can imagine. Roasty toasty. Yeah. Drizzling for a little bit. That was nice.
Once the water obstacles opened up, it was a lot better.
Yeah, sure.
So much.
Yeah. Yeah. How's Will Swung treating you? That one open yet? Okay.
Yeah. You gotta have the momentum.
He's bypassing. It looks like Devil's Beard. If that's Devil's Beard, that's a long Devil's Beard. My goodness. Joshua Fiore still in 3rd place. First place, Michael Schutt.
All right.
Second place, Ryan Atkins. Third place, Joshua Fiore. We're seeing guys come across the finish line now. A lot of people finishing their lap 5, their 25 miles, collecting their first wristband, which is a good sign. Like we're 4.5 hours into the race, and people are 25 miles done. So a lot of these guys have a goal of 50 or 75 miles, and they are easily on pace for that.
Absolutely.
That last one was a joke, huh? With the sandbag?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you had any sand in yours, but. Oh, my gosh.
You just get lucky, you know?
Yep.
Kind of like old school OCR.
Yeah.
So got Joshua Fiore, third place here. You can see him running on the sand. That sand takes it out of you. It will suck the life right out of your soul.
Suck the life. Oh, loving Josh. Let's just quickly flip him.
Here we go. Clatter to hell. So from 10 feet up, that's the same as ladder to hell. But you can see the start of it is much more difficult.
So we've had a question from Stephanie Gonzalez asking, why are they bypassing Devil's Beard? Well, because it ain't open yet.
Obstacles open up on a rolling basis every hour. The last obstacle to open up will be at 11 o'clock. That'll be electroshock therapy. Devil's Beard will open up at 7 p.m. local time. It's 5:30, 5:25 here right now, so an hour and a half.
It's a little confusing because we are using something that there we go. That was Andrew just passing us.
Andrew Thompson.
From New Zealand. I have UK time on my device in front of me, and I keep looking at it, getting very confused. So heads up, don't look at that time.
Yeah, it is a little bit different because we started at 1 p.m. local time, and traditionally World's Toughest starts at noon. So when we say things like the race starts at midnight, what we really mean this year is the race starts at 1 a.m.
Never heard you say that.
Or we say, it's a new thing I'm trying this year. Okay. Or we say something like, at 10 o'clock, you'll double your miles, and that's what you'll have by the end of the race. And really, this year, that's 11 o'clock. I mean 10 hours into the race. So, kind of like the year that we did World's Toughest over Daylight Savings weekend. You have to kind of explain things a few times.
As Grant Thompson once again, huh?
5:30. Someone asking that. Oh, they're asking for a wristband, not what time it is. You got a lot of time left, friend. Keep running.
Andrew Robinson, not Andrew Thompson. I confused myself there. I was trying to look up Andrew Robinson, and that was Grant Thompson going past us. See, Grant Thompson is one that I've seen every time he's gone past.
So the backside of Clatter to Hell is the same as it always is. We've got our cameraman going up to the top of Clatter to Hell there. But the front of it is much more difficult to get up.
Spencer Ladow, give him a shout out to me, please, from Tristan Morell. Here we go. This is Spencer Ladow and his stats currently.
All right, let me get in front of something before we start getting comments about it.
Go for it.
125 miles is a really, really long distance.
Never been done.
Never been done. In fact, 120 miles has never been done.
Nope.
And 115 has only been done once by Mark Batras, who's not here this year. Ryan Atkins has run 110 miles, and he is here today. And we look at the paces, and we look at the miles people are already putting up, and we may at home you may be thinking like, you start doing math, and you're like, man, everyone's going to get 100 miles, and someone's bound to get 125, right? Like, look at these miles. We got guys getting 35 miles by 4:30 p.m. Like, someone's bound to get 125, right? Friend, you're watching at home and you're doing the math in your head. I know it already. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like maybe it does. Maybe it does. I'd love to be wrong, but literally half of the obstacles are not open yet. Okay, we have a lot of obstacles to go open. We have now. I know here we're just looking at top women. The top 10 women all have 20 miles. Well, shoot, if I do the math, they're all going to hit 100 miles, right?
Oh, shoot, absolutely.
I promise you they're not. Now, I'm not saying some of them aren't going to get 100 miles. Some of them may. But we're not going to have 10 women hit 100 miles this year, even though the top 10 women all have 20 miles. Hey, we're going to welcome some folks into the booth here.
Absolutely.
We have a couple of 100-milers, and well, let's just start with Javier Escobar. Javier Escobar,
What's going on, man?
world's toughest mudder veteran. Looking at 2021. You finished in 4th place with 100 miles.
Yeah.
But you finished with 100 another time, didn't you?
Yep, in 2019.
2019. There you are, 3rd place on the podium.
Yep.
Also with DJ Fox, world's toughest mudder 2022 champion.
Yeah, buddy.
DJ Fox, Javier Escobar, how are you guys?
Excellent. Yeah, we're doing really good. It's kind of nice to be on this side of the fence. It's cool now. Earlier today, when the clouds weren't giving us any sort of protection, it was quite brutal out there. So I can imagine that these athletes are whispering at the very beginning of the race, but it's starting to cool down. So that we're going to see some good times, I think.
This may still be true. At the beginning of the race, I thought the story of the race was going to be the weather. It was very hot this morning.
Yeah.
But it has gotten nice. Honestly, it's nice right now.
I think that'll still be the story because this is going into 2:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Sure.
Right? So the people who get lulled to sleep with this weather and stop drinking and stop hydrating appropriately are going to be in trouble tomorrow, right? So it's like got to make good decisions all night. Even though it feels good right now, it's still hot, 70 degrees. You're still sweating, the humidity, you're not getting the evaporative cooling, right? You still, I think we will still see that.
Yeah. You guys saw it like 5 minutes.
Good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that, and I'm not moving.
Right.
You know? So
I noticed you guys are both wearing different color bibs than I'd usually see you in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are you wearing there, Javier?
Wearing a pit crew bib.
Okay.
So I got my athlete CBJ, kind of spotting Trevor a little bit, and then whoever else, just cheering people on.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
DJ, who you work with?
Campbell.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's doing great. Yeah, he's out there. He's cruising. Yeah, we're just running his race.
Nice.
He looks good.
Nice.
Feels good. Hydrating well.
Love it.
Eating a ton.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in it for the long run.
Why are you not running this year?
I'm not running this year because I just finished the Colorado Trail 7 weeks ago.
Is this the one you ran last year?
I attempted to run it last year. I made it 420 miles last year. Got packed in the back of an ambulance with pneumonia.
Okay.
This year, I finished the trail. I got the fastest known time from Denver to Durango. I did the Colorado Trail. It's 487 miles with 90,000 feet of climbing and descending.
Right.
Averaging 10,300 feet altitude in 7 days, 4 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds. Incredible.
Talking with Javier Escobar and DJ Fox. You finished the fastest known time from Denver to Durango.
Durango to Denver, if I said it the opposite way, yeah.
How many
Durango
miles
to
is that?
Denver. 487.
487-mile run. That's incredible, Javier.
That is absolutely insane. I mean, 100 miles is tough to run,
Yeah.
in itself, but I think it takes a different level of mental grit to kind of add another 300 miles on top of that, 380, to be exact, and elevation on top of that. That is completely brutal. That's insane.
Javier, why are you not running this year?
I'm still dealing with this ankle injury. So 1 year into the injury, I did not get any surgery to see whether it would recover properly. There were still some bone fragments and stuff like that left in there, so I opted to go in with the surgery.
Sure.
Been doing a lot of PT for the past year. Made some good improvements. I still can't spend that much time on. However, I'm going to look into some procedures for towards the end of this year, and I'm hoping to kind of get back into running shape by middle of next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
World Toughest 2025?
2026, I would
UK.
say.
Okay. 2026.
Yeah.
Okay.
2026.
Okay.
Yeah, UK, if I go there, I'll probably just do a fun run.
Sure.
Try to get, throw some 40 or 50 miles down,
Yeah.
something like that.
So you could probably run it, just not 100 miles.
Of course.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. What if you, DJ, next year?
No, not next year. No, not unfortunately not. It sounds really fun, but I've already committed to running Cocodona 250.
Okay.
That's May 5th. So,
I don't know Cocodona.
so yeah, 250 miles from Black Canyon City, Arizona to Flagstaff. It's put on by Aerovipa. It's an awesome event. Like lots of live coverage.
Yeah.
They do a really good job, and I'm excited for that.
It's
one.
amazing.
Yeah, that's when I want to go chase the win in the cross country at that event.
You've seen the field out there today.
Oh.
Atkins, Turtle Psychos, Michael Schott, CBJ.
Yep.
Like it's incredible. Are you guys getting a little FOMO watching these guys?
Every time. Yeah, every time. But I'm not, when I come here, I want to give this event my heart and soul, and I wasn't prepared to do that after finishing that trail, right?
Sure.
I started to run again and I'm training a little bit, but not enough to come here and do what I want to do.
Yeah, 100% FOMO. But, coming out here and supporting some of my friends that, some lifelong friendships that we made.
Yeah.
Earlier this year, I was at CBJ's wedding as one of his groomsmen.
Nice.
Along with the Four Loco team as well.
Sure.
So it's kind of great to give back to the community. I still see some of the same people out there. Love saying hi to them. Love just contributing and motivating them out there. So it's nice.
Wrapping up here with DJ Fox and Javier Escobar, I feel like CBJ is one of the best athletes to have not won World Toughest yet.
I would agree. Yeah, and I think this year if he plays the smart, we've been talking a lot to tell him just watch his pace. Don't get too excited. Be very smart, and we're keeping him on pace right now for I would say a good podium run. I would say.
Remind me, you're pitting for
Scotty Campbell.
Scotty Campbell. How many miles does he have so far?
25.
25?
Yeah, he's in the mix up there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tell him, he doesn't know where he is, so not to worry about it.
Are you going to
Just
tell
do
him
the
where he
thing.
is?
No, not for a long time.
Okay.
Nah, we'll talk about it in like the last 4 hours or so. Your phone.
Okay. DJ, you got any last thoughts before we go?
Last thoughts?
Yeah.
Well, I want to say that you guys are doing an excellent job here this year.
Oh, thank you.
With the live coverage.
Love it.
And all these cameras that you've got on obstacles.
Oh, very kind. Thank you.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
You're doing the event justice.
You're very kind. Yeah,
it's exciting.
I want to special shout out to Jason Dupree. He's the brains behind all this, and we have, like you can see, Evan on our cameras, and I've got we've got some of these cameras are set up on obstacles, and some of them are handheld, and yeah,
it's amazing.
Javier, last thoughts before we go?
Yeah, for sure. Echoing the same thing that DJ said, you guys are doing a fantastic job with the coverage. I think this year is going to be a very fast year. No wetsuits. Hope everybody has fun out there. The love is still there. They keep saying this could potentially be the
Michael Schutt passing us now. First place.
Oh my God, that's pretty impressive so far. I'm really excited to see this one play out.
You guys were here last year. You saw how he started out.
Yes.
Last year, was in the lead for most of the race. Took a nap, 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then came out like a gun, bullet out of a gun, right?
Yep.
If he doesn't sleep this year, oh shoot, I should have posed. If he doesn't sleep, Javier just took a picture of us. If he doesn't sleep this year, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Like traditionally, we think, okay, the guy who comes out too fast, he's going to burn out, and we've seen that multiple times.
Yeah.
I think
we saw him last year.
Yeah,
so
I think he might be able to maintain.
Yeah,
he's got Atkins right in his tail. So
totally agree, right? And yeah, I think that they'll push each other, which is exciting.
Yeah.
And then the fights behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like everyone's gonna start working hard towards the end of this thing, right? But we still have
a lot of race.
Well, yeah.
Why do they keep saying
20 hours to go?
This is run this like it's going to be your last World Toughest. Is it just in America or what?
Well, this is the last World's Toughest Mudder in America this year.
Okay.
Next year's in the UK.
Yep. And then is it going to be in the UK indefinitely? What insights do you have?
They haven't said anything.
Okay.
I do know. We obviously know next year in UK.
Yeah.
Yep. And honestly, I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think World's Toughest Mudder. Michael Schutz from Denmark. There was a guy in second place, Daniel Kali from Hungary. We've got
the Australians always showing up.
Australians, New Zealand. We've got
Scotty's from Canada.
Yeah,
representing
Canada.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to. It's never been outside of not even North America, United States.
Right, exactly.
So I'm glad. I don't know anything about
World's Toughest Mudder, right? It should move. It
100%.
should move, right?
I totally agree.
Those
I don't know
athletes shouldn't
about.
Have to travel here every time.
Right, and we are going to lose some U.S. athletes. I'm sure. Not everyone who's here today is going to go to the UK.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we're going to pick up a bunch of UK athletes.
I would imagine.
A ton, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know about 2026. But
are you going to be there?
100%. Wouldn't miss it. Wouldn't miss it. Favorite weekend of the year. So
cool.
Hey, I appreciate you guys.
Yep.
Good luck to the guys you're pitting for, and I hope to see you back on course real soon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We'll come bother you back at midnight.
Absolutely, come back. DJ Fox, Javier Escobar.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys. Hey, we're going to send it out straight to Evan Perperis. Evan Perperis. Who do you got there?
All right, they're coming on.
Go for it, Evan.
Speak loud. Hey, I got Blind Pete here. Say hi. Hey there. So you're not running today, right? You are working the aid station, correct?
Yep.
That's what I'm doing, at least till 2 a.m.
Till 2 a.m. How many times have you done World's Toughest before as an athlete?
I've run it twice, 2016 and 2018.
And how far did you get as a completely blind, right?
Yeah. No, I haven't seen anything in almost 10 years.
How far did you get in those 2 years?
Total 80 miles.
Total 80 miles between the 2 years.
Yep.
One year, I think one year did 45. Is that right?
Yeah, 2018.
2008. You almost got a brown bib, completely blind, essentially with a guide.
Yeah.
So what is it like running the course completely blind? Yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of things that as seeing athletes, we just automatically take for granted.
Well, the first big thing, it's really dark.
Very nice.
Yeah. After that, it's, as long as you have a guide, as an athlete, you need to know the obstacles. The guide's there to get you from point A to point B to, from start to finish. But, the fun part is the obstacles. It's not just a challenge, but it is fun. And, the more you're out there, the more you do it, the more you know the obstacles, the better you get.
And, I think if I go to describe an obstacle to someone, a lot of times I use other obstacles to compare it to. But if the person has never seen it, how do I describe the obstacle to you?
It takes some time to get used to the obstacles, but, there's like a base. Like cargo nets are pretty much the same. You only do so much with them. Climbs, jumps. I mean, after a while, you get to know what it is. It doesn't matter the name. You get to know the little variations. But you keep going. You keep learning. So, but overall, it's a lot of fun. The challenge is worth it.
So, what would you say to someone who maybe like watching from home and they're like, "Oh, I can't do it because I don't know." Insert excuse, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do it, if it's interesting, try it once. If it's not for you, that's fine. But if you like it, keep going with it. Learn. Get out there.
And how's the community as an adaptive athlete showing up to an event where people are running for 24 hours? They're trying to win prize money. We got sponsors on the line. We got people trying to hit their personal goals. How's it showing up as an adaptive athlete?
Oh man, it is awesome as on course and even volunteering. I mean, just the people who come up and say hi, who know who I am. They know I don't know faces, but it's just great. I mean, believe me, I'd love to be running, but I love volunteering too. So the community is like fantastic.
Whose idea was it to put googly eyes on your?
Oh, that was me. I'm going to be switching them out throughout the night.
Nice. Do you have any that light up or anything?
No, not yet, but I'm looking into some glow in the dark.
I think that would be fantastic. Any final things you need to give a shout out to? Or
more hunting scars. They're on course today. They're doing a fantastic job. I've seen them twice. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But no, everybody out here. I mean, it's just shout out to World's Toughest Mudder, the staff. The volunteers, the racers, everybody. It's an incredible experience.
All right, we're going to get going. Back to you, Will and Fran. Thanks for joining us. Blind Pete, always a pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure to see you, too.
I know, you're right. I love you. I love the old C jokes. All right, we'll catch you later.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Well done, Evan. Good job.
All right, so what is going on out there on the course? So we last saw Atkins at Pyramid Squeeze. Michael Schutt has started his lap 7. We saw him go through whilst you were chatting there with Javier.
Why don't we pull up the let's pull up the top
let's do that.
top 10. Michael Schutt by himself with 30 right now. I'm sure Atkins is right behind him. You can tell. We need to see when Atkins finishes his 6th lap. Fiore in 3rd still, Matthew Mullins in 4th, CBJ, Christian Brown Johnson in 5th, Brock Holtzclaw in 6th, Scotty Campbell in 7th. Scotty Campbell is who DJ Fox is pitting for. We just talked with DJ Fox and Javier Escobar. Javier Escobar pitting for Christian Brown Johnson in 5th. Joseph Rucco, who finished in 3rd last year, is in 9th right now. I'm sorry, Zachary Obrey I missed in 8th. Hunter Holbrook in 10th with 25. Still early. Again, still early. On the ladies' side.
In the ladies' side, first place, Jenny Stipp, 25 miles. She's just started lap 6 about 4 minutes ago. Nikki Karamba, 25 miles. She finished lap 5 2 minutes ago. Has not yet gone out for her next lap. Sarah Tucker is in third in 20 miles. Marissa Theophanides in fourth, followed by Jillian Hallett in fifth. Nicole Kocher, who was our sprint lap winner, is in sixth, followed by Felicia Lopez in seventh, and Renee Thomas Jacobs in eighth. Mindy Archer is in ninth, and Melissa Linden is rounding off the top 10. Sarah Tucker onwards to Melissa Linden, that is 3 through 10, all have 20 miles.
And only 32 minutes between them, 3rd through 10th place.
And now our teams. Just trying to pull up the team. Here we go. Mountain Man, 30 miles, 6 laps. Ultra Cave, 25 miles, 5 laps. Iowa Hot Guys, Cell Yo Max Team in 4th. Tracksuit Titans of Tef in 5th. And the Mud Skippers in number 6. Taco Flavored Kisses, mwah, in 7. Epic Gooners, number 8. Hardest of Raytown Fire, 9. And 5:43:09 p.m.
10th place looks like a...
Say that's probably not a team.
Yeah, and they've got their total time is 14, so yeah, doubtful.
So, do you know what, guys? It's got awfully quiet in the chat. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Tell us what's going on at home. Tell us what you want us to know. And don't forget, we've still got a competition running for who is going to be going through electric shock therapy.
So Fran or I will go through electroshock therapy at the end of World's Toughest Mudder 2024. The way we decide which of us is doing it is by your donations.
It's down to you.
It's up to you. We are raising money to support our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder 2024. Every single penny goes back into coverage to pay for cameras and to pay for
flights.
Literally everything you see on camera is paid for by Patreon members at patreon.com/DOCR Report and by support of our YouTube super chats. So there's also, if you want to sign up for a Spartan race next year and save $20, use the code OCR Report 20. $20, easiest $20 you'll ever save. And you can use that code OCR Report 20 for any Spartan, any Tough Mudder, or any DECA next year. But a competition, our friend and I, to see if us is going through electroshock therapy, leave a super chat with $1 or $2. I think our biggest donation so far tonight is $20.
$20 Roonies.
And that's for Mr. Campbell, I believe.
And that was for Mr. Will. Well, actually, it was for neither of us, but you lost.
Yeah, I lost the Rochambeau. So you leave a super chat with any dollar amount and leave one of our names. My name is Will. Her name is Fran. And whoever has the most money at the end of the night is going through, at the end of the race is going through electroshock.
Absolutely.
It's one of us. You pick who.
You pick who. Send us some Dollaroonie. What and Bluey? $1.
I've seen literally 2 episodes of Bluey, and both of them made me cry.
$2.
2 cheese, 1 pepperoni. Get 1 cheese. Okay. Get 1 extra pepperoni. Okay. And get 1 supreme. Okay. Some with veggies on it. Yeah. Meat and veggies. No one eats cheese pizza. That's not actually Fran too. Actually, my gym dude, they brought us 10 cheese pizzas. They'd be gone. Yeah. You said wait, what are you trying to say? You might make a joke about night shift? What? We're like not real people? No. 30 years, pal. I'm trying to raise money to send Fran. I know. We're not getting there yet. You know what? When the 2 of us jump on and the Europeans get up,
Love it.
We'll bring it home.
We're talking fundraising strategy with Carlo Piscatello. Carlo's going to take over the late shift.
Ryan should
with,
be coming through
his podcast
soon-ish because he just passed Mudderhorn. I can see we've got Evan waiting, but we're going to be waiting for Ryan to come through before we switch over to you, Evan, if that is A-okay.
Ryan Atkins in second place. Ryan Atkins is a 6-time champion of World's Toughest Mudder, and I think I see him climbing down Mudderhorn with large steps coming down.
Oh, yeah, we can see him there. There he goes. Thank you to Tiffany for the $10.
Tiffany Wynn. Thank you for the awesome live coverage. Wishing I was there this year. FOMO team. FOMO sounds like Fran.
And Lee, $5 to send Fran through
Lee, you're a legend.
But Tiffany, who are we gonna give that $10 to?
Tiffany, is that for Fran or for Will?
Now we're waiting for Ryan Atkins to come through. Here he comes.
And there he is, Ryan Atkins, 6-time champion. He's never lost. Every time Atkins has run World's Toughest Mudder, he has won World's Toughest Mudder.
And Evan, we are with you. Go.
Verizon.
I am too. I haven't seen a spot that I've lost. Oh, good.
All right, we are here at Funky Monkey. Now, this is kind of the standard configuration we've been seeing over the years. It's the monkey bars going up, a horizontal wheel, and then 2 vertical wheels into a bar. This obstacle won't open until 8 p.m., and it's one of the obstacles that is really a big determiner in how many times people are going to take penalties. People who lose the grip strength will end up taking the penalty a lot on this one, which a lot of times means they'll start using their bands on this one. If they use their bands on this one, it means they can't use their bands on obstacles like Mudderhorn, which are going to take a lot of time. When you see athletes get to this obstacle, the first couple of athletes will be nice and dry, so they'll have a nice, easy time going across, and that'll be great. As the night goes on, it's going to get wetter. Depending on what the last obstacle was, and depending on people will have mud on their hands, whatever, they'll fall in, they'll retry. The bars will get wetter, it will get harder, and then at some point in the night, it actually tips back. And at that point, because people stop doing the obstacle, it actually gets easier later in the night. So if you can get past that middle muddy portion, the obstacle actually gets easier. Now, a couple different techniques you'll see people use. You'll see some people use like the monkey swing, where they're essentially hanging from one arm. Not what I recommend for ultra-distance obstacle course racing. Ultra-distance obstacle course racing, we want to preserve our grip strength as much as possible. So what I recommend for these obstacles is actually using opposing grips. And I don't use my thumbs because I'm looking for power. So I'm doing opposing grips. And if I'm strong enough, usually on the first couple of laps of an ultra, I can skip bars. On some of them, I'll have to actually go to every bar. And what's nice about this one, as you can see, I'm 5'6". I can reach the second bar already. You know, and if I want to be bold, I can jump to the second one. I'm not going to do that because that might lose my headphones. You can see that opposing grip view, very nice. You get opposing grips here too. And on here, what you want to do is actually pull back on the last one. So you get some nice momentum, connect. And again, pull back on the last one, get some nice momentum, connect. And then from there, you can swing off, knock that bell, and continue on the course. This is a super fun one. People love it at the normal Tough Mudders because they only have to do it once. People like it at Toughest Mudder because they only have to do it a couple times. At World's Toughest Mudder, a lot of people don't like it, especially as it cools off in the night, which may not be a big deal here. But for this obstacle to attempt it, you typically have to get in the water. And there are some volunteers I've seen who are like, no, you need to do full submersion. So it really depends on the volunteers, sometimes how the course plays out. The penalty looks like some sort of croquet challenge. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I'm assuming there are croquet hammers over there, and you probably have to hit a ball down and back or something like that. So, is it a full S? Oh, that. I don't know.
Looks like a horseshoe.
Looks like a horseshoe. Anyway, the point is the penalty will take a lot of time. Not only does it take time, but as an athlete, right? If I'm an elite athlete and I'm racing for podium spots, I'm racing for distance. When you're doing a penalty, it feels like you're just burning time. Like mentally, it eats at you, right? So the longer you can go without failing things, the stronger mentally you become, and the more you can put it into that race plan. So that's Funky Monkey. I don't think it doesn't look like they have any additional stuff out here to change it up. I know there was some talk of people being concerned of like, in the middle of the night, are they going to start adding holds? Are they going to change things? We've seen years where they have like a giant tube on the second half. We've seen years when they've added essentially trailer hitches up the side of the monkey bars. We've seen years where they cap off the top of the monkey bars so you can't actually use them effectively. So we've seen all those things in the past. Based off what I'm looking around in the area, I don't think they're changing it. Could be wrong. That's my opinion from kind of looking at it. That's Funky Monkey. I'll send it back to you, Will and Fran, and we'll catch up with you guys later.
Hey, Evan, that was outstanding. You should have seen the reaction in here when you started going across the obstacle with your microphone on there. Can you show us the penalty? Can you walk us over there?
It appears you cannot.
Yeah, so here is, I'm not sure if you can hear my audio right now. I'm walking over to the penalty. Looks like some sort of croquet ball challenge. Here we go. Basically, I got a croquet thing here, and I hit the croquet ball, which croquet balls I think move very nicely when it's nice terrain. This is just like, there's like 12-inch grass in portions, so this is going to be annoying. It's going to be super annoying. And yeah, as you get tired, you know, your ability to like concentrate and hit little things will definitely decrease. So the full length of the course, I'm just gonna walk through it real quick. But you can see it goes down. It's gonna turn up here, and then does it?
And they're hitting a croquet ball that whole. Oh, that is a nightmare. Well,
Oh, no,
that is
it's
a time sink.
This is awful. Yeah, they're hitting a croquet. This is a nightmare. So
that is
it looks like
terrible.
you actually come back through. So it's a double horseshoe. It's a double horseshoe.
Oh.
There are little, it looks like there's little
Oh my gosh, there's little wickets.
Little gates. I'm not sure if you have to hit those through the gates, but people will not be having.
No, that is a
People will not be having
terrible
fun
penalty.
Once Funky Monkey opens, which it sounds like it opens at 8. And then right after, what makes it awful is right after here, you basically go around and you hit the mini King of Swingers. I can't remember the name of it.
Well swung.
But you basically come around the little loop, and then you end up at another grip obstacle. So 2 grip obstacles in a row. Well swung, yeah. It's 2 grip obstacles in a row. That will affect people. That will add time. And all those people who thought they were on pace for 100 miles, who thought they were on pace for 75, who thought they were on pace for 50, are suddenly going to find themselves doing a lot of penalty obstacles.
And well swung is going to be a penalty obstacle as well. Evan, great stuff, man. Thanks for taking us through that obstacle.
Thanks, Evan.
I got you.
So people are not going to like that penalty when it's not even a physically like strenuous penalty, but it is a time sink.
Oopsie. So we're being asked here, do we have any bios on the women? Are there any vets that don't recognize the new names? So Jenny Stipp, formerly known as Jenny Overstreet. So she got married. Tell me how she did, how she's done in the past, Jenny Overstreet.
So Jenny Overstreet last year, she finished in 5th place. She got 80 miles in 24 hours, just over 24 hours. 5th place, 80 miles. Jenny's actually done really well this year in I believe the Savage Series. We, over the OCR report on Instagram. I'm sorry, not Savage Series. We do a lot of race results over at the OCR report, and up until recently, we manually typed in literally every single name, and so I'd see Jenny over there a lot.
Am I seeing some flashing lights that have got stuck on Mudderhorn? I just think they've been placed there.
So I wish we had a camera pointing that direction.
So do
So
I.
Mudderhorn has, you're not wrong, friend. Mudderhorn has a large safety net that goes over the entire thing, and most people's flashers are tied to the back of their headlamp.
Hey, Josh Fury coming through.
And without a flasher, so he probably left one on top of.
Let's just finish the women. Sorry, I got distracted.
That's
I
all right.
tend to do that. Nikki Korumba, she's a South African athlete who's been doing very well. She did really well at Europe's Toughest Mudder, and she was here last year as well, I'm sure. I know that name.
Nikki Korumba, she
Fourth
finished in
place
4th
last year.
place last year with 80 miles.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the women's top 10 just so we can. Sarah Tucker.
Sarah Tucker in 3rd, 20 miles. Man, so everyone, all these women, Jenny, Nikki, Sarah, they're all putting up big miles right now. But when obstacles like Funky Monkey and that penalty open up, they'll be able to. Most of those women, I think, will probably be able to do Funky Monkey the first 2, maybe 3 times through. But eventually, it just beats you up. Like I was talking about, the obstacle gets wet, it gets slippery, it gets harder. You get more tired, you're mentally fatigued, and all it takes is just one little slip, and you're like, oh, and you're in the water. And then that penalty, I would love to, once it's open, I'd love to see a time on that, like how long it's taking people to get, because
That would
that's
be pretty darn cool.
literally a nightmare. Like just walking through that is taking time.
Yeah.
To hit a croquet ball, and people in the comments are saying it, I don't think they're wrong. Doesn't look like there's enough ballots and enough balls.
Yeah, that could become a problem.
So now, to Tough Mudder's credit, when that's happened in the past, like they usually pivot and they're like, okay, I didn't prepare for it, or we didn't like.
They always fix things.
They'll figure it out. They can fix things mid race. So that's happened before. It'll happen again. Hey, if you are coming to the UK next year, World's Toughest 2025, if you're watching these guys and you're motivated and you're like, I can do this, I want to run it next year in the UK, sign up for World's Toughest 2024. Use that discount code we just had on there, WTM 2024 50. Can you pull that code back up again? And save $50. Right now is the absolute cheapest time you will ever find for. We've got a bunch of ads like that. I'll read you the code again. 2024 WTM 50. 2024 WTM 50. Right now, I was on the website earlier today. It's $4.19 to sign up. You cannot get discount codes for World's Toughest Mudder, except this one.
Yep, this is it.
2024 WTM 50. Save you $50, and you can get a ticket for World's Toughest Mudder for like, I don't know, $360 something, $370 something. It's the cheapest you will find tickets for World's Toughest Mudder. Yeah, just true story. Pull them back up. Who is that? Caitlin Ritter. Whoa, $50 off. Yes, 2024 WTM 50. I am excited about World's Toughest next year, and I've actually seen some. Even while we're here at World's Toughest 2024, people are already excited about 25 doing it in the UK.
Oh, it's going to be amazing having it come to the UK. I'm super excited. I'm a little bit bummed that I don't get to come to the States because it's always such a treat to come over here for this event.
Sure.
But, makes my life easier.
Just down the road from you, right?
Just down the road. It's really conveniently placed. It's a really cool location. It's called Beaver Castle, although it is spelled Belvoir.
Right.
It's called Beaver Castle. And its location is pretty much equidistant from London, Birmingham, and Manchester International Airport. So depending where you are, for example, from Orlando, you can fly direct to Manchester. That's what I did. It cost me like $400.
I feel like you're about to say pounds.
I was, and then I accidentally said dollars. Mike, we're with you.
All right, we're here at Just the Tip. We have our first person who's going to crush it because he's doing awesome. Nicely done, nicely done. Hopefully they'll be getting the lights up and running soon. Well done, first one to complete it. Keep it going, doing awesome. Woo!
Hey, Mike, can you show us the penalty for Just the Tip after these guys go through?
What's the penalty for this? Course crew. I keep forgetting I can talk. Hitting the stake with a hammer
Very
and
nice,
imagining
Mike.
pulling it out.
Yeah, you can do this.
Well done.
Penalty, you knock these down. And then you pull it out.
There's holes. There's one way. That's one.
Yeah, they do that on purpose.
Okay, fine.
Will Chung from the UK doing us a favor here, demonstrating the penalty. That is not a fun penalty either.
There should
My
be a
goodness.
bell, yes.
Oh no.
You guys are doing awesome. Everyone of you.
Once the holes are made, people will just go.
Really bad out here.
You guys are freaking
Yeah.
animals.
I think I'd rather do the croquet.
There's the animals on the rebar.
So you just got to nail these down.
You guys are live.
What's that guy wearing?
Yep, right here.
It's a very pretty dress.
You guys are doing awesome.
I think you're gonna need more rebar.
Right?
They did rebar.
All right.
You know, one thing about these penalties, we're talking about how they don't have
Nice
enough.
job, guys.
As we get in the middle of the night, people are going to start taking breaks.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
but a lot of people are going to
Nicely done, man.
fail
Keep it going.
this obstacle. And the last obstacle.
Yeah, this is a really tricky one. We've seen this at a few Spartan races as well, renamed Athena's Traverse.
Athena's Traverse.
Well done.
There you go.
It was at Muzzy and
Not a
Ultra.
penalty you're gonna enjoy. So keep up the great work.
So we have 3 women at 25 miles now: Jenny Stipp, Nikki Karomba, and Marissa Theophanides.
Hey, Mike, what percentage of success to failure you're seeing out there initially here? It looks like mostly failures.
Success.
Mostly obstacle failure.
Less than 50.
Less than 50% success. Yeah, that looks about right. That's a tough obstacle. That's a tough obstacle. And these guys, they haven't been doing a lot of upper body already, but they're 5 hours in. They've been running. Like, your body gets tired when you've been running for 5 hours. So, yeah, no shame in that game. I get it.
Nice job, guys. You're live. No pressure.
You can see pyramid squeeze, picture in picture, another difficult obstacle. Pyramid squeeze, though, is not a penalty option. You have to finish that obstacle.
Looking good. Looking good. Making me proud. Come on, you animals! Well done, guys. Penalties over here. Oh, you hit the bell? Okay. You missed recording me. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Hey, keep it going, man. Man, this penalty. To the paint, the orange paint.
Yeah, this is part of the world's toughest mutter experience. Sometimes there are just penalties that suck.
Really sucky penalties.
Yeah.
And this is on the list. I think this one we're gonna.
The penalties feel more similar
Reasonably high up on that, so.
to 22 than 23. 23 were very long penalties.
Yeah, these are more. At least.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing. Not looking forward to, but seeing that croquet penalty play out, because I think that one's going to be similar but different to this pounding penalty.
Let's have a quick look at
back to pyramid squeeze. And if you're sitting at home on your couch eating some chips and you're like, oh, that looks kind of miserable.
It is.
I promise it is.
Hey, Jason, you want to talk? Go for it, Jason.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen the ropes that they have in here now. You know, we didn't see those ropes yesterday, but now they're on there. But that also means that people are lining up to use the rope to get up. So if you're here and there's a line of people, you're seeing even some of the people with darker bit, the elite bibs come through and just get in line and just wait until they can get up. Like, nobody's going up through the middle without a rope. Everybody's seems to be going on the ropes.
How long is that line, Jason?
Shoulder into somebody's butt to kind of help push them up, or what? But they're all keeping. Well, I mean, we've seen it be 3, 4, 5 people deep at times. And now
are people waiting? Like, are people waiting at the bottom?
People that come through, they're gonna, the first one through is gonna have to be. They're waiting in turn to get on the rope. Yeah.
Is it like Devil's Beard, where the more people under it, the easier it is?
The rope, they're just getting in line and just waiting their turn. That's definitely possible. Like, there's less tightness on the top, but she's also too far back where it is catching her, and it's catching the back of her pack too. Her water pack's like catching on the rope.
Yeah.
Definitely making it tougher. But as she scoots through, the guy in front of her, who is lifting it up higher, is helping make it easier.
Yeah, this is a good suck obstacle, 100%.
It's not as awful as it looked yesterday, but it's still pretty darn terrible.
Yeah, Jason, I think adding that rope was the right call.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to head over to Evan.
They had a rope in the pyramid sweep?
There is, yeah.
Evan, we're with you. Babe.
Yeah, they're heading over.
Heading over to you.
All right, we are here at just the tip. This is another one of those grip obstacles, so it's really going to wear on people as the race goes on. And it's still pretty early, so not too bad. The wooden boards are nice. They're very grippy. You can get a full hand in there and get across very easily. The rock climbing holds are not very nice, and it really depends on which lane you choose here. So what athletes will start doing is, as they go through the course, they'll find the lane that works for them. And sometimes it is actually a better lane, and other times it's just you playing mental tricks on yourself to be like, no, this is my lane. I got to cross it last time on this lane. This is the one I do. So sometimes it's logical, sometimes it's not logical. You can see on the rock climbing holds, like this one, great hold, not a good hold. That hold is sideways, and then there's a smaller hold. So maybe not be the lane you choose. This second lane over looks like a pretty good one because those middle rock climbing holds are all pointing upwards. As you go across, there's a couple different techniques people can use. Some people will go for a nice wide wingspan to transfer, and other people will go for a narrower wingspan. The wide wingspan allows you to do fewer movements, which is nice. That being said, as you fatigue, your strength in this range starts decreasing, and it becomes a lot harder to hold on. So as you get tired, you tend to move your hands closer because you're going to be a lot stronger in this close-in position than spread out really far. They got a bell at the end to signal you're done. In previous years, sometimes later in the night, they've actually allowed athletes to grab here. That is not authorized as far as we're tracking, and I got the volunteer shaking her head at me. So, you can go ahead, sir. So as of now, this is what you do. Personally, I find that I like to lead with a specific side. That's how I tend to practice more. So I don't know if one side's actually stronger than the other side, but that's just how I end up practicing. And on these wooden boards, you can kind of like slide your hands. So you're not even like lifting your hands up. You're just basically releasing pressure and then sliding it over and then dropping pressure before you move over. So yeah, right? And you can actually jump out pretty far. Once you get to the end, get your hands close to the edge, right? You can reach. See, this one's I want to be bold. I can really stretch it. You can see I'm weak in that range. I don't really feel comfortable and strong. And the only reason is because I'm fresh. I can get it no problem. But as I fatigue, I would definitely start using every single hold to make it across the obstacle. And as Mike mentioned earlier, failure rate is already at 50%. It's only going to get worse in the night. This one doesn't have water near it, so it should remain mostly dry as long as the previous obstacles weren't very wet obstacles, which will help for the grip strength. Previous years, we also have seen these replaced with trailer hitches, these metal trailer hitches. Hated those. I absolutely hated them. They've replaced them with metal spikes, essentially, like rebar. Those were okay, depending on the year and depending on what type of grip tape they put on those like rebar pieces. Sometimes it was good, sometimes it wasn't very good. But grip obstacles will play a huge factor, especially in the elite game, and especially even in the the open wave game, as guys and girls try to hit that 50-mile mark. That's the goal of most people showing up to World's Toughest. They want that colored bib. And you'll see when we cover brunch on Monday, you're going to see people wearing their bibs, smiling with pride, because it takes a lot of effort and a lot of energy to earn those bibs. And people frame them, they put them on their walls. It's absolutely great. It's a mark of pride. This is just the tip. Stick around. Make sure you send some money. Me and Jason have literally been running, and Mike have been running around this entire course. Jason has already covered 12 miles. I'm not sure how much I've covered, but I feel like I'm actually racing still, even though I'm not on the course. We'll send it back to you, Will and Fran.
Thank you so much, Evan. You're an absolute machine doing those obstacles, and you're putting us to shame sitting here in the booth all nice and cozy.
I really love Evan. Usually is competing on the course. This is our first year having him as our on-course correspondent, and I like what he brings.
I'm just going to take a moment to give a shout out to all the crew that are out there for us
do
today. So we have Evan, who is doing an absolutely incredible job both rabbiting and doing on-course correspondence. Thank you so much, Evan, an absolute asset to the team. Jason Dupree, who is our producer and is also a rabbit. So he goes out, he rabbits all night, he comes back, shows us how to press buttons, and then goes out again. Mike Stefano, rabbiting for us tonight, as well as collecting content for his own podcast.
Obstacle Running Adventures,
Obstacle
available
Running
on
Adventures.
Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
Indeed. We have Carlo Piscatello, who is out doing social for us. If you want to see live updates on social, head to Instagram, OCR Report. And then we have Jack Goris, who doesn't really do anything.
Jack Goris is our photographer. He is a award-winning photographer, the best photographer in obstacle course racing, as well as a war photographer.
He is an incredible
who
photographer.
has worked in Ukraine, covering
by the water station.
that war.
Trail goes into the woods.
And we have Dustin Duro, who has been on the drone for us today, and we'll be out rabbiting later. And then you have me and you. You sit here.
Yeah, and you and I, like literally, you and I feel like we have the coolest job, but I feel like we're working the least.
I'm
and I feel
eating
guilty
fries
about it.
right now.
Eating fries.
I'm eating fries.
Did you mean chips?
No fries.
Oh wow.
And I have a good job, pressing buttons and pointing people that way.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the one that's just kind of sitting here
You do
enjoying
most of the
the.
talking.
Well, I'm
Anyway.
happy. I could talk about World Stuff as Mutter.
Teamwork.
I should start a podcast.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I want to show you something quickly.
Please do.
Not there. I want to show you here. I tilted our little finish line
Look what
camera
you
up
did, Fran.
so we can see Mudderhorn from
Look
here.
at that.
I'll zoom out in a second so you can see Mudderhorn from where we are.
So we're looking over the pit area, and if you're like, wow, Mudderhorn looks really high, that's because it is. I would wager Mudderhorn is the highest point on the course. So as Fran goes to adjust the camera, she's scaling back so you can kind of see some scale. So we are looking from our broadcast facility, from the OCR board broadcast booth, looking at, you can see, we're going to go to Evan here in a second. You can see horn, you can see electroshock therapy, and then you can see just the tip of the finish line. Hey, we're going to go to Evan Prepare Us one more time. Hey, Evan, who you got over there?
What's your highest mileage finish? Yeah. Squeeze in here. All right, I got Jamie Simmons from KCOCR. She's also Jenny Stipp's pit crew. I'm having trouble with my gimbal here, but she's Jenny Stipp's pit crew. How is Jenny doing?
Jenny is killing it. Like, she's moving like so steady. So we're waiting for her to come to just minutes. I think she's got what it takes to win this.
Any concern? Is she concerned about placement at this point, or is she just still like running her own race, going at her own pace?
She's going at her own pace, and she is similar to you, very consistent. She doesn't tend to go, super fast off the bat, but she stays really, really consistent. So I don't see her slowing down. As the night goes on, she did mention the sand is really difficult. So I think she's walking through the sand. She's not running as much, but I mean, this humidity is nothing to her. She's from Kansas City. This heat, this is nothing. So I'm super excited. I think the worst thing out here is the mosquitoes.
What is, people always want to know what are the best fueling off of, right? Jenny is a top 5, podium finisher in the before. She finished top 5. I think here she comes right now.
No, is that Melissa?
No, that's Melissa Linden.
Yeah.
We got Melissa Linden coming through with just the tip. I'm going to spin the camera around, but Jamie's going to. What does Jenny usually fuel off of? That's Melissa Linden in the middle there.
She loves SIS, Science and Sport, gels, and then she's got these new ones that I haven't seen her use before that are massive. And it is Precision Fuel 90 carb gels.
Oh, there's Jenny right there. Right in the middle. And that is Deanna Braz as well. This is the party area. All the ladies are coming through here.
So there's your first place female right now.
Looking very strong. That wasn't even a challenge. And there she goes along the course. I'm not going to follow her because it is very dark, and I don't think you'll be able to see much.
No.
Any other?
Right. So she's got Nerd Gummy Clusters in her pit, and my daughter turned me onto those, and they are delicious.
So we've got Uncrustables, we've got Nerd Gummy Clusters, we've got her Science and Sport electrolytes, Beta Fuel, and then she's got this other big giant 90 carb. And so every time she comes through, she grabs a bottle of water, 3 gels, and whatever food she feels like. So, it's really, really early in the race. So it'll be interesting to see how this all goes.
Has she told you to watch out for anyone? Like, is she like, hey, I'm really concerned about insert name, tell me how far back she is or anything like that? Or,
No.
Okay,
we are keeping her aware of the second place girl that's behind her. I think is it Nicole, I believe. That's behind her. We're just letting her know where they're at. And as of the last time through, it was about a 10-minute difference. But Jenny's out here to run her own race and see where she lands, and hopefully it's on top.
And last year she came out and she finished 5th. But what was different about last year than this year?
Oh, she ran 100 miles 2-3 weeks before.
That's right. That's right.
So, this was a recovery run at 80 miles that she finished last year. So this year she did the fall Barkley Fall Classic 6 weeks ago, I think. And she has just absolutely upped her game with consistently being just a fast runner.
She's been getting faster, I feel like, every year, and her endurance has been getting better every year.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago she ran 90 on paper.
Yeah. Yes.
What happened 2 years ago?
Well, so you get these bibs, right? So when you start, you have a white bib, or if you're elite, you have an orange or whatever, and it's got your timing chip on the side, and then I believe she got the sprint leader bib, so that went on top, and then she got her 50-mile bib, and that went on top, and then she had her leader bib, and that went on top. So she came through, and she told her husband, I got too many bibs, we got to get some of these off. It was her first year running it, it was his first year pit crewing, and they took all the bibs off, and he put the leader bib back on, but not the timing chip bib. So actually, we knew she was out there, and one of our friends noticed that Jenny's pit time looked like it was like 30 minutes, and she's going, what happened to Jenny? So she comes over to ask Corey, why is Jenny still in the pit? And he's like, she's not in the pit, she's out there. At which point they realized that the timing chip was off, and unfortunately he tracked her down. They wouldn't let her reverse on the course at all, so she had to finish that entire lap with no bib, and it didn't count.
So she actually did 95 miles. I know some people are like, oh, I did 5 or 10 more miles, but they're talking about penalty miles, which don't count.
Right.
No one cares how many penalty miles you do.
Yeah.
What we care about is your official mileage. And her official mileage was 90, but she legitimately ran another 5 miles. Like, legitimately ran another lap, but because she didn't have her timing chip, it did not count. So she dropped her from 2 to 3. Obviously, we won't be making that mistake again. One of the things, I'm going to plug my own book here, the Ultra OCR Bible, available on my website, teamstrengthspeed.com or Amazon. One of the things I recommend is, when I was a competitor, I would keep an empty bin. And when I came in from a pit, I threw everything in that bin. And I knew when I left, that bin had to be empty. So headlamp would go in there, blinking light, bib, maybe my leg mitts, my gloves, whatever I was definitely carrying back out would go in that bin. And I knew when I left, I would take all that stuff, put it back on, and the bin should be empty. My pit crew knew the bin should be empty. And that's one of the ways we kept track to make sure
you had everything.
Yeah.
And that's genius, honestly. Like, it seems like it's really simple, but I don't know anyone else that does that. And for us as the pit crew, I got up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I'm not sleeping until 6 p.m. tomorrow. Same thing with Corey. So the competitors are out here, they're brain dead. You are hyper focused. And so you just don't have a lot of energy to think about, what do I have on, what do I need, what I don't need. And then for pit crew, it can be tough too. So that is actually a brilliant idea to have
Any final shout outs or things you want to tell the audience before we cut away?
Just keep an eye on Jenny. I think she's doing great. But there's a lot of awesome competitors out here. There's some names that I haven't heard before, so I'm excited to see what they do. It's going to be a different race. It's hotter. It's way more humid. Low is 70 degrees. I don't think we're going to need wetsuits. It's going to be interesting.
All right. Thank you from KCOCR. I'm going to flip the camera around. We got the one and only, a legend, the king of Ultra OCR here, Mr. Ryan Atkins coming across. Also a climber, and I am sure he will have no problem here. Got to make this look like a joke. And there he goes, not even trying. There you go. Good job, Ryan. Keep it up. We'll cut it back over to you, Fran.
Thanks so much, Evan.
Good job, Evan. Well done. Ryan Atkins made that obstacle look so easy, it annoyed me.
It annoyed me too. You were saying this earlier, when athletes are so good at what they do, and they make the they make the obstacles look easy.
It's inspiring. It's inspiring and annoying in equal parts. That like we just watched Ryan Atkins go across just a tip like it's nothing, but we've been watching athletes go across, trying to go across for 25 minutes, and more than 50% failing.
Yeah,
so clearly
sometimes
it's not
what you
easy.
You need to see athletes struggling with it to understand how incredible these athletes are.
Yeah.
Just what they are actually doing out there.
I mean, we watched Evan just go across a few minutes ago, go across Funky Monkey like it was nothing.
Exactly.
And you and I, we did it yesterday, and it's a hard obstacle. It's a hard obstacle on a good day.
Let's have a look at let's look at how the athletes are doing out there right now.
Michael Schutt in first place. Schutt in first place, 30 miles. Ryan Atkins, Joshua Fiore, Matthew Mullins, Christian Brown Johnson, and Scotty Campbell, all with 30 miles as well. Now, there's 50 minutes from first to sixth place, not as close as some of the spread on the women's side. In seventh place, Brock Holtzclaw. In eighth, Zachary Obrey. In ninth, Joseph Rucco. In 10th, Hunter Holbrook. All those guys all have 25 miles down.
Can I ask if you're getting worried about Trevor Psychos yet?
Here's how worried I am about Trevor Psychos.
Yep.
That's how worried.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Very good. And the women top 10. We have the top 5 athletes with 25 miles so far. Jenny Stipp, first place. Second place, Nikki Caramba. Third place, Marissa Theofanidis. And Sarah Tucker is in fourth place. Jillian Heller is in fifth, and they all have 25 miles. Sixth place, Nicole Kocha. Felicia Lopez in seventh, followed by Renee Thomas Jacobs in eighth, Mindy Archer in ninth, and Melissa Linden in 10th place. And here are the team. Still in first place, Mountain Men.
Yeah, that's Tyler Bierman and Margaret, and like we thought, they're up at top. And this second place team, Ultra Cave, they're kind of a team of 4 Canadian ultra runners that we were told before the race even started. Keep an eye on those guys. And those 2 teams, first and second place.
I'm just going to shoot to the finish line here. Who do we have here?
John Copper on the left. John Copper, his daughter, Hannah, used to run World's Toughest Mudder. She hasn't been out for a few years. But while the tradition started while his daughter was running in Las Vegas, John would play his bagpipes. And he's been gone for a couple of years, but he's back this year. What he does is he walks the opposite direction. He'll walk counterclockwise on the course and play the bagpipes. So you'll pass him. If you're running the course, you will pass him as he's playing the bagpipes overnight.
Does he do that all night long?
All night long.
Wow.
And then you'll it culminates with the sunrise.
We've got a little bit of a shout out here. Just a huge shout out to Mama Tracy Watson and her team for all the hard work they do and the amazing volley teams who without nothing gets done. Take note. Mudder is a massive family friend maker.
Thank you, Bob Jesus Jones.
Full body chills, Caitlin Rith says when he plays at sunrise. I love it. I love it. I love the bagpipes.
Caitlin, are you going to be up all night with us watching the race?
You better be.
Fran expects it. Here's a good shot of Irish Table. This is okay. So we talked about different stages of the races.
Yeah.
There's the beginning with all the excitement. There's that like kind of middle part where the excitement is worn off, but you got to keep going. Once it gets dark right now, this is like another wave of adrenaline because it's the first couple hours. It's dark. You can tell it's clearly dark. You can't see anything if you don't have a headlamp or if it's not illuminated. And this is where you're starting to realize, all right, I'm in the nighttime.
Yeah.
Like at 4:00 they made you wear a headlamp, but it wasn't night. It wasn't black ops or night ops. Now you're like, okay, I'm going overnight. Like
it feels later than it is. It feels like it should be about 10 o'clock.
It does, and
just because it is so dark. But it's so warm. We've both had to put pants on. Well, that feels weird. We've both had to put trousers on. Because the bugs here are so bad, aren't they?
Mosquitoes are bad. And I bet you tomorrow there'll be as many mosquito bites as there are, other
injuries
and sorenesses and stuff. There'll be people's ankles, everything. And people are running. The guy in front of us right now running in just a thin pair of shorts.
Yeah.
And he is going to be chewed up. He's got a pair of shoes, a thin pair of orange shorts, and his bib on and a headlamp, and that guy is going to be eating 6 waves from Sunday by tomorrow morning. I promise. The thing is, though, it's not cold. Like it's like
not cold.
I get why people don't want to put a wetsuit on, but you know what would stop a bunch of mosquito bites?
Wetsuit.
A wetsuit.
Do you think there's a chance of overheating at this temperature still?
I do. You got to be careful. If you put anything on, it can't be thick.
It says it's still 26 degrees, 79. Feels like 27.7, 81.
It feels cool. It feels nice. Like it's a nice.
I'm pretty darn comfy.
Were it not the bugs, it'd be a nice night to go for a walk downtown and go to the ice cream shop. But not with the bugs.
Not with the bugs. So elapsed show time, 5 hours, 28 minutes.
We're
barely a fifth of the way through.
Right. And the race doesn't even start for another 6.5 hours.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the race doesn't start till midnight is the rule of thumb. Right now, these first 12 hours are just about positioning. They're about getting comfortable. They're about putting yourself in a position where you can push the last 12 hours to make a run to win the race. That every elite man, every elite woman, top 5, top 10, they all know no one's going to win the race right now. Like all we're doing right now is we're just going in circles, just keeping pace with each other. We're literally just collecting miles. Now they want to get, if they're smart, they're getting as many miles as they can before these hard grip obstacles open up. The last obstacle opens up at 11 p.m. That is electroshock therapy. And that's not a physically hard obstacle, but it's not fun. It doesn't feel good. Every time I go through it, my elbows feel like they're about to explode. And when you first start doing Tough Mudder.
So are you saying to me that you don't want to go through electric shock therapy?
Fran, let's talk about this. We have a little deal going right now, Fran and I.
We absolutely do.
Where one of us is going to go through electroshock therapy at the end of this race. Either myself or Fran. And the only way to decide who does it is by... We just got passed by... Michael Schutt, first place male. And he is running fast, my goodness.
Fast.
Michael Schutt, after, 35 miles? How many is that? 35 miles down.
Yep.
He runs faster than I run with 3 miles down. He is hustling.
I was not expecting to see him because the timing mat had not updated that he was at Mudderhorn.
Yeah, he just finished.
So I was not expecting to see him pass us yet. But there we go, lap 7 finish.
People, you guys can vote with your dollars. We're looking to raise money to support our live streaming. And you can do that by doing a YouTube super chat, by clicking that $sign in the comments box, the bottom of the YouTube comments. You can leave $1, $2, whatever you want to leave is we're grateful for. I think our biggest donation so far is $20 from the Campbells. And if you can match or beat that, then you can be the top of our leaderboard for donors. Whoever, and when you leave a gift, if you say my name or Fran's name, whoever has the most money on their side of the ledger when the race is over is going through electroshock.
So, Rosa Martinez, a couple of people asking for the live link. We are not TMHQ, so we can't post anything on their socials. But if you go to our socials, if you go to Instagram, OCR Report, you will go to the link tree and find the link for the live tracking. Somebody may post it in here, but I'm currently not logged into YouTube, so I cannot do that, I'm afraid. But yeah, you can also go to Tough Mudder Endurance, toughmudder.com/endurance, and then you can track your athletes yourself as many times as you like. Thank you, Lee. Lee, you are the best. Shout out to Lee Fuller. He's a UK athlete who I'm sure we will see next year at World's Toughest Mudder, who always supports us all through the night.
Lee, thank you.
Oh. Hey, Evan.
Go ahead and pick up a wristband, arm cape. You earned it.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's 5:30 in the afternoon.
5:30 in the afternoon.
Let me tell you something.
It feels much later.
Let me tell you something.
Tell me, please.
It's 5:30 in the afternoon. It feels, with how dark it is, it feels like midnight. But let me tell you something.
Tell me.
World's Toughest Mudder 2025 at Beaver Castle in the UK. 5:30 in the afternoon will be blinding sunlight. Do you know what time the sun's going to go down?
I do not.
Roughly 11:30 p.m.
That's like Iceland or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty late. Maybe 11. It's
Norway?
slightly further south than I am. Let's say 11.
It's like Alaska.
Do you know what time the sun's going to come up?
It goes down at 11:30.
It goes down. Let's say 11. Let's say 11.
Okay,
It'll
sun's
get
going to go
dark.
down at 11. I think the sun's going to come up at 6.
The sun will start coming up at like 4:30.
4:30. We call
So-
that 4:30.
Yeah. So at this point, we will still be probably in rain, but it'll still be middle sunshine day. It will feel totally different to how it feels right now.
We have never had, well, next year will be a year of multiple firsts. First outside the U.S., obviously. First in the U.K., obviously. First time in June. Maybe the first in the rain. Has it never rained at a World's Toughest Mudder? I mean, it rained like for 10 minutes here, but it's never rained the whole time. I know that.
Lee's saying pretty much the longest day of the year for next year's World's Toughest Mudder. Yeah, correct. Is it going to be midsummer?
I mean, it's going to be 24 hours. But.
Ho, 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 ho.
I tell my wife and I tell my kids, those laughs count.
Midsummer's Day is 24th of June.
Now, I know what Midsummer's Day means, but why don't you tell the viewers at home?
So Midsummer's Day is the longest day
Okay.
of the year.
Okay.
And that happens 5 days before World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
So it will. So we won't be the longest day, but it'll be one of the longest days.
Yeah. It'll
And
be,
when you say longest day, you mean most sunlight.
yes.
Okay.
Longest day of sunlight.
And
I'm
is
trying
that
to find-
is that for the UK or is that worldwide?
That's worldwide. We all have midsummer, right? Or maybe it's just UK. I don't know.
Well, sure. I already know the answer, but let's let the comments answer.
Ugh, bugs
It's
everywhere.
at 6:30 there. It is 6:30 here, but the race has been going on for. That's a good point. The race has been going on for 5.5 hours. So we started at 1 p.m. So yes, local time is 6:30, not 5:30.
I'm just bad at reading my clock.
Well, your clock is still on. First of all, it's in 24-hour time, so that's half your problem.
That's easier though.
But it's also on UK time.
I'm just trying to look up the sunrise and sunset times for London, even though that is again a couple of hours. Okay.
For next year's World Toughest. You see everyone coming through with their headlamps. We are right in the thick of it with Black Ops. And Black Ops runs till 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's it's something interesting about gear requirements.
I'm just going to say,
Please
if you
don't.
look online, it says sunset happens at 9:20 at that time of year. But I can tell you, 11 p.m. it'll still be light. And it
believe it.
rises at 4:46.
I believe it. Sometimes sunsets and it's still light outside.
Anyway, please carry on. Night
Okay,
ops.
so night ops. Yep, keep going. There are one of the big concerns, big stressors, I would say, for first-time runners, the World's Toughest Mudder, is gear. Now you can go to Amazon.com/shop/the OCR report to see lots of great OCR gear, good prices. But if you're stressed out about gear, the only actual required gear for World's Toughest Mudder, and some people don't believe this when I say it, the only required gear is a headlamp and a flasher. Literally everything else is optional. You don't have to bring shoes. You don't have to bring a wetsuit. You don't have to bring gloves. You don't have to bring leg mitts.
You don't have to bring shoes. You said that.
Yep. But you do have to have a headlamp and you do have to have a flasher. Those are the only two required pieces of equipment. You don't have to bring a tent. You don't have to bring a pit area. You don't have to bring water. You have to bring a flasher and a headlamp. Only two required pieces of equipment to run World's Toughest Mudder. Now, you should bring all that other stuff, 100%. But headlamp and flasher are the only thing that's required.
Absolutely. Can we hear from the guy who starts the races? He's currently working. But we'll try and get him in the booth.
Sean Corvell, yeah, no,
We'll get him in.
we're
He's
gonna bring him in.
he's currently doing his job,
Yeah, he's actually welcoming everybody in from each lap.
but there will certainly be a point where we're able to get him in.
What are the names and bib numbers of the moving cameras,
Don't follow me. Go to the course.
the running cameras?
What do you mean?
They actually don't have
You're doing great.
bib
Keep it
numbers.
Ryan Atkins, not seeing an update for him, but I'm going to actually manually update the results at the minute because
How you doing?
I don't want to.
Are you looking for something?
Hey, Rosa Martinez, if you go to toughmudder.com/endurance, you'll find the results, or you can go to our Instagram page, OCR Report, and it will be in the link tree. You can find it there.
Yeah, link in bio on our Instagram. That's probably the quickest way to find it there. And subscribe while you're there. I'd love to have you.
Ryan Atkins was last seen at Pyramid Squeeze on 4th Mile, and that was at 6:34. Also at 6:34, Josh Fiore was seen at Just the Tip. A little bit early for my voice to be going, but there we go.
Well, at least you don't have 18 hours of race coverage left.
I know, right?
Going back to... I was going to say well swung. This is not well swung. This is... And it's not hanging tough. It is hanging tough.
Hanging tough, I'd say.
This is a harder obstacle than it looks.
It's
and you know what?
a lot harder than it looks.
It is hard. I think a lot of it is technique, though, also. If you don't have the technique, it becomes even harder.
Oh, someone is wearing a really fantastic light-up cape. You can just see them on the other side there of the finish line. That is fun. This is a fun event,
Those
isn't it?
capes or wings?
Cape, wings, who knows? Bit of both. Bit of both.
Is that
Got a lot of people coming through.
She's a butterfly.
Thank you, Shal Lakata. I like the festival feel that happens at this race.
You know what? I have no interest in ever going to Burning Man,
Don't need to, because you come here.
but I feel like this is as close as I need to get to it, and I'm happy here. It's a fitness-themed party. And even if you're not like super fit, like my first year, I was not super fit. I didn't, but like you're gonna find people in better shape and in worse shape than you. I promise. Like,
So that looks like Sue Phillips and her wings, apparently.
okay, Sue rocking her. What kind of wings are? Is she a butterfly? Is she a fairy?
She looks like a rainbow butterfly.
Sarah Fox, why are you not here this year, young lady?
Woof. That was a good plot.
Like a good flop. But yeah, like Sue Phillips dancing over there, and there'll be people dancing. There'll be music. There'll be campfires.
Oh, pit gets so fun when there's a campfire going, isn't it?
Yeah. People coming through with their first finishing the first 25 miles.
Talking of the pit, hey Evan, we're with you.
Because I've run, I don't know, I'm like over 50 miles at this point.
Over 50?
15.
Oh, I was like, whoa.
So no, I haven't been running the whole time, but I don't know.
There, there. Who are we talking with? Evan prepares in the pit area there. When Evan starts talking, I'll stop talking. But it's interesting about the pit. Like when your runner comes in, your mission in life is to get them out as fast as possible. You get them food, you get them fed. If they need a wetsuit, if they need whatever they need, like you want to take care of them and get them out. But then as soon as they're out, you have literally nothing to do for like an hour, hour and 15, maybe 2 hours, depending on how fast your runner's going. And so you're just hanging out. Like you're literally just hanging out for like an hour and a half. And you're meeting your neighbors, you're walking around, you're cheering on people at the two obstacles we can see right by the pit area. And then your runner gets back and your job starts again. And for 5-6 minutes, your mission in life is to get them out as fast as possible. That's the number one job of a pit crew.
Yeah.
If you're like, what makes a good pit crew? Get them in and get them out. Because if your runner is in the pit area, they are losing time. They're losing miles.
Not just that, they're losing the momentum.
Yes, that's true. Because then literally every minute you're in, it's easier and easier to keep stay. Just to stay. Man, I just need one more minute. Like, just I earned this. I just did not 5 miles. Like, I can rest for 5 minutes. And even a fast pit stop it takes way longer than you think. Like if you look at your Strava afterwards, you'll think, okay, that was like a 2-minute stop, right? That was like 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 10, 11 minutes. So your job as pit crew is to get them in and to get them out. Great shot. A lot of people now on Well Swung. Big love to the pit crew from Hector Hernandez. 100%. 100% Hector. Caitlin says, best experience, so much fun, and you still got all the W2-minute adrenaline. Caitlin's worked pit crew several years for her husband, Mike, when Mike was running, and then for Jason when Jason's been running, and then Caitlin's going to actually run herself next year, I think is the plan.
She is, aren't you, Caitlin?
Caitlin, if you convince Fran to run as part of your team, I'm okay with it. It'll put me in a hard spot, but I'm okay with it.
So we've not seen Ryan since Pyramid Squeeze at 6:34. We're looking for him at Mudderhorn, and that's just before the finish line. Fran, should we sign up tonight? Oi, oi, oi! What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me, Caitlin Ritter? Update on Matthew Mullins. Let's pull him up, shall we?
Dude, your bib is awesome. How it grows, that's great. Yeah, it's great. Keep up the good work. Yeah, fun. Yeah. Awesome. Get a little buggy. Everyone's gonna need a bunch of bugs today. Ooh.
We tried to find the gator, we couldn't find him. Well, Justin showed us, so then we went looking for him, and it was.
There we go, Matthew Mullins, currently in 4th place. 6 laps in the bag. He was last seen lap 7, just the tip.
My station first and last time you ever used HTML. I think that's a nerd. I'm laughing out.
Someone asking, can we look at obstacle 10? We don't currently have a camera over there, but we will throughout the night. The cameras will move around. We've got a few set cameras at different places. Let's.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what shit. Like, yeah. You could keep going, you could. Yeah.
So, whilst Will stepped out of the booth, let me have a word with you all. We've got this little thing going on where whoever gets the most donations in their name has to go through electric shock therapy at the end of the race. Now, currently, I have the most donations in my name, and I don't want it to be me. So whilst Will's out of the booth for a second, I'm just gonna remind y'all, send a few bucks over in his name, so that he has to do. Oh, here he comes! Here he comes! Hey, Will! Hey, how you doing, buddy? Send them.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to step out. Did I miss anything?
No, absolutely nothing.
All right. Well, good. Checking in with our rabbits.
Oh, Ryan Atkins is at Mudderhorn. So we should hopefully be seeing him. He was at Mudderhorn 2 minutes ago.
Looking at Everest right now. Everest now open.
So we should be waiting for Ryan over the finish pretty soon. Is this him coming now? I think it might be. Here he comes. Go, Ryan! Shout out to the Everest Angels. Absolutely. Let's go back to them. So the next, how are Vermin and Gadat placed? First place on the teams.
Indeed.
First place on the teams.
St. Francis, some other people I don't know as well.
Sarah Fox. Shout out Sarah Fox.
Climb as high as you can, step on that knot, grab their hand, hope for the best.
Mike Stefano coaching up the athletes here. World Toughest Motor. He's not wrong. That's how you do it.
Give a shout out to Francis Lechner helping out in Everest. He's an absolute staple for TM.
Francis Lechner, you'll see him with the giant rose. He carries that rose. He has a rose on his hat. He carries it to honor his mother, who passed away.
Nice job.
I love that. So we last saw Josh Fiore, lap 7 on Pyramid Squeeze. That was just 1 minute ago. So
Joshua Fiore in what place?
Third place. Third place.
Third place, Josh Fiore. Oh, man, she's struggling there. She needs to get that foot underneath her. She's trying to climb it like you climb a rope, and you can't climb it like a traditional rope. You have to pin the rope between your foot and the wall and kind of climb, like climb up the rope, not up the rope.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. You know exactly what I mean. Is this our... Oh, here, we're going to look at the penalty for Everest. It is called Run, Forest, Run. Oh, it looks like probably a run. Run to the forest.
I can't believe how mild it is.
The weather.
The first year, around about this time, I was shivering.
Yeah. I've got a jacket on just to keep the bugs off me.
Yeah,
but
I'm sticky now with bug
don't need
spray.
it.
Sucks.
No, I'd be feeling it too. You're doing great, though. Don't let it get in your head. You're doing awesome.
Was that Deanna Brass?
Oh, Sarah Fox.
It goes.
Sarah
Bye
Fox.
bye.
Oh, my goodness. Sarah Fox, you're a legend.
He's saying that just because you didn't send it to him.
Sarah, look at you.
Look at you, Sarah. Look at you.
And Glenn Brooks. Sarah, I don't know Glenn Brooks. Is he up there with Francis?
Thank you very much, Sarah. We appreciate it.
Sarah just donated $20 to send Fran through electroshock therapy. Fran and I have a competition.
I'm about to find out now.
Have you told you about
We're
this?
getting on the stream.
Have I told?
Yeah. Say it one more time, Mike.
Oh, no. It looks... I didn't see any water or anything. Yeah. Yeah, oh, no, sorry. I'm talking to somebody who lost his headlamp. No, you're good. You're good. But no, that was not Deanna Brass. I wasn't entirely sure who she...
No, okay. Thanks, Mike. Here's a shot at favorite obstacle, Blockness Monster. Hey, you want some fun Blockness Monster trivia?
I'd love some fun Blockness
When they were
trivia.
when Tupperware was developing this obstacle, originally, it's like so let's say that people are traveling from west to east right now, right? Originally, the obstacle was designed so you would travel from south to north across the block.
So you crawl across it and try and keep your balance.
Exactly.
Or like shuffle.
Exactly. And the people would be in the water kind of helping the block balance so you could make it across.
Okay, nice.
And then when they were as part of the process, they realized instead of going south to north, it's way more, instead of going bottom to top, it's way more fun going left to right.
Yeah.
And that's how the obstacle is developed.
Ryan Atkins just started lap 8 at 6:49.
Lap 8. Ryan Atkins is working on 40 miles, less than 6 hours into the race.
It's too early to say anything, though, buddy.
Man, I want to say something.
Say it. Say it.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just say.
All right.
No, I can't do it.
Say it.
All right, I'm going to do it.
Say it.
40 miles.
Yes.
He just started his 40th mile lap, right?
Yeah.
40 miles.
And don't forget, it's not cold. That slows people down.
Not cold at all. He's not going to put a wetsuit on. There's
No.
no way. There's
No,
no
no,
way.
no.
None of the top 5 men, top 10 men probably put on a wetsuit. No. That's not going to happen. It's not tonight. And wetsuits, if you've never run with a wetsuit on, you're watching this and you're like, you've heard about world toughest in wetsuits. This is almost every single year. With one, maybe two exceptions, almost every single year, you need a wetsuit to compete at World's Toughest Mudder. Oh my goodness, Shell cut another $10. Shout out to Brian Beal running for Lionhearts. For Fran, her total so far is 30 for Fran. Shell, you are the biggest fan Fran has, I believe. That's outstanding. I'm glad you have friends like this, Fran.
I am a big fan of hers, too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's mutual.
Shell, you're a legend. What were we talking about? Just talking about Ryan Atkins. Wetsuits. So traditionally, you need a wetsuit. You can't compete at World's Toughest Mudder. You can't stay in the race without a wetsuit. But there have been a couple years, and this year looks like it's going to be one.
Oh, absolutely.
Where if you are running consistently, your body will stay warm enough where you don't need a wetsuit. Now, if you're walking at 3 in the morning tonight, overnight, you'll probably need a wetsuit, or else you're going to start shivering. I think we'll see. But without a doubt, Atkins, Josh Fiore, Michael Schutt, they're not going to need wetsuits. And if you don't need a wetsuit, you can run faster. When you have that neoprene on, restricts your movement. It's like actively pushing against you.
Yeah.
Hashtag. You have a hashtag. Hashtag Fran Club. Put that one back up there. I'm going to do it. I just set this up here for you, Shell. Hashtag Fran Club. Join me, everyone. Match me. Shell has given $10 3 times. Is that right? If you want to join hashtag Fran Club, $10, hashtag Fran Club, to send your second favorite commentator through electroshock therapy. Probably your favorite, if we're being honest, but save me some dignity. You might need to take the campaign to socials. Do it, Shell. I'll retweet it. I'll share it. Tag us in at the OCR report. Hashtag Fran. What's our hashtag? Hashtag Fran Club.
So Sydney Mullins asking.
Oh, it's like fan club, but Fran. Carlo loves this. Carlo Piscatello, Fran's talk show podcast co-host, is in the booth. Carlo's a little jealous that Fran has her own hashtag. Hashtag Fran Club.
So Matthew Mullins is 7 minutes behind Josh Fiore.
3rd and 4th place.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't. Oh, I got interrupted with Ryan Atkins. I'm coming back to Ryan Atkins. I got another side thought. I can't overemphasize how much the environment at World's Toughest Mudder is just amazing. $2 from Leroy Wise, Paul Seeley, number 3078. Keep it up. That looks like a hashtag Fran Club to me.
That looks like a hashtag Will Power.
You took you a minute to get there, and you still didn't get there.
I know.
Everyone is encouraging, everyone is positive, everyone has a goal of getting more mileage. And yes, it is a race. Everyone is running a race to get the most, but people are still helping each other over obstacles.
Yes.
People are still, if you're in the pit and the year I got 50 miles, my headlamp went out. And I was running toward the start line, and I realized my headlamp, and I was like, and I'm visibly frustrated. And a friend of mine, he gave me his headlamp. I was like, dude, you can't give me your headlamp. He's like, no, I'm going in. I got another one in there. Like, I don't know if he might have been lying to me. I don't know if he had another headlamp or not. But he wanted to give me his headlamp so I could go out and do another lap. Everyone is on the same team. They're competing 100%. There's money on the line. And Mountain Men is trying to beat Ultra Cave. But I promise you, if Tyler Bierman is at the top of an obstacle, he will turn around and reach a hand back to help up someone from Ultra Cave to get up that obstacle behind him.
Absolutely.
It's the best environment, the most encouraging, the most like in a time when our world is going crazy and divisive and whatever. There's none of that out here. Everything is positive, everything is encouraging. I cannot overemphasize how special the environment is out here. And some people are like, I can't run for 24 hours. I have no interest. You don't have to run for 24 hours. Most of the people out here are not competing. There's pit crew, there's volunteers, there's staff, there's people doing social media for us. We always need help, like cameramen for us, for the rabbits. There's, I don't know how many active runners we have this year. Let's say about 1,000. It's probably a little bit less. But if you can just find someone who's running and come out and work their pit crew, I would so encourage it.
Somebody has asked, what are the Fran versus Will totals right now?
Great question, DJ.
Not including the $2 from Leroy Wise, because I wasn't sure where to put that. Will is currently at $44.49.
$44.
And Fran is at $87.45.
$87, Fran Curando. All right, let's get her over 100, folks. Who wants to give $13, hashtag Fran Club, $13 to push Fran over $1 bill?
I am giving that $2 from Leroy to Will.
I'll take it. $13, hashtag Fran Club.
Shocking.
To do that, just hit that super chat button, that $sign in the YouTube chat. Is a bill 100 or 1,000?
A bill?
A bill, $1 bill. I think it's $100. I don't know. It's a slang
I'm not
thing.
Your country.
Yeah. So
a ton.
It looks like that now. This is maybe a goal for next year. Our thought was $20,000, and we'll send the whole team through.
I mean, I started at $1,000, and you were like more, and I was like 2,000, and you're like more.
If I'm going to ask everyone to do it, it's got to be a big
Oh, but you can ask me
The
to
big
do
number.
it. You can ask me to do
No,
it.
I'm volunteering to do it. I'm happy to do it instead of you. Get your hash crab hashtag
Hash crab.
hash club whatever. When it's at night and you're looking at Mudderhorn,
Yeah.
you can't see the safety netting. So you see people climbing over this obstacle with their headlamps, and it looks terrifying. You think they're going to fall. You can't see the safety net.
But they're not going to fall.
They won't. There are a lot of headlamps and lights left in
Mudderhorn.
Mudderhorn, but also in Blockness. They fall out in there. Here's a great, and another reason why Blockness is such a great obstacle.
Yeah.
Is the teamwork aspect. Like, oh no, they left him behind.
Oh,
See, this one guy on the left. He can't get over by himself. And they came back for him. 2 people came back for him. Yeah, and then he's okay. He did about 80% of it himself, but he needed that 20%.
It's tough.
And
This
so then-
obstacle's really tough.
It is.
I went to the swimming pool the other day with my daughter.
Okay.
And I was having loads of fun on the side of the pool, like clinging onto the edge in the deep end and then pulling myself up and doing like a muscle up,
Sure.
in water. So
Okay.
I had the water to help me, and it felt really cool because I've never been able to do a muscle up.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this obstacle, I cannot engage any of that power to be able to do that. Like you saw me yesterday, you're like, Fran, just pull up, and I was like, I can't, I've got nothing in me. And it's really hard.
There's a guy soloing it on the left.
Caitlin Ritter, $20,000 is a lot of money. Caitlin.
I
it
thought
is.
Caitlin just donated $20,000.
No, sadly. not.
Caitlin Ritter, you gave me a heart attack.
I think Mike would have pulled it. Look at him there.
Mike Stefano is here in the in our tent area. Mike, I thought your wife just donated $20,000. She was commenting that $20,000 is a lot of money. And I was agreeing with her, but I saw Caitlin Ritter $20,000. I jumped. School teachers get paid a lot out there, huh? Best deals on OCR gear, Amazon.com/shop/OCR report.
It's pretty cool, that setup. So what you did was you got everyone to give their best kit recommendations.
Yep.
And we've got a pretty wide range of people on the team, from women to men. Fast, slow, better, worse. People who need different kit. What I'm saying is, even down to the nutrition, vegan, non-vegan, etc. Like,
sure.
There's a pretty wide variation of requirements and people who use different items. Let's show you here the finish line. There's Tyler walking past.
Tyler Bierman, currently in first place with his team. He's waiting for his teammate, Margaret.
Fiore, go Josh!
Josh Fiore, you just saw him run past. Third place man. You can see on the left side, that's our kind of our running scoreboard. In first place, Michael Shute. Second place, Ryan Atkins. Third place, Josh Fiore.
Frustratingly, the results are not updating at the minute unless I force push them.
You got to force push them to our. Yeah, that's annoying. I think Tyler's enjoying this team format.
Yeah, I think he really is.
I don't want. He's literally in the middle of the race. So I don't want to bring him into the booth right now.
No.
But we'll talk to him afterwards. It looks
I like
he's
him a lot. He's a good guy.
Yeah. I'd say 99% of the runners I've met out here. And I'm just giving myself some wiggle room. I can't think of anyone I don't like.
Yeah, I know. No, I agree. But he is very sweet.
Yeah.
He's good-hearted.
Yeah. We got a chance to talk to him for, I don't know, like an hour and a half last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a sweet guy.
So we are 6 hours into the race. 7 p.m. local time. There is hanging tough for you. You can see the girl in the foreground. She is reaching backwards to the right to get momentum. She needs to get to the left.
It's a big reach. It's a big reach.
Yeah, it's a big reach from that bar where she is, this kind of stool where she's on, to that horizontal bar, and she needs way more momentum. So and she's going to have to take the penalty. That's a shame.
It's really tough. Like I say, we tried this yesterday. Oh, here you can see obstacle status. Obstacles next opening up and those that are currently closed.
Okay, so we just opened up some new obstacles. We still have 3, 4, 5, 6 obstacles yet to open. Obstacles that just opened here at 7 p.m. local time. Reborn and Devil's Beard. Reborn is very similar to Birth Canal, but I believe it has the crybaby tear gas pumped into it.
Yeah, it looked pretty horrific yesterday when we were taking a look.
It looked terrible. Everything is the sides are all kind of like stapled shut to keep all that gas inside. And it's not actually tear gas. I don't want to say this to the runners because it'll lower their stress level, but for you people at home, it's like a menthol. It's like an aerosolized menthol that there's. Now it does affect your eyes. It does affect your. That doesn't affect your lungs, but it's unpleasant. It is unpleasant to breathe.
And you know what? That is not the worrying most about going through the obstacle. It would be like just a snake hanging in there. But let me tell you how unreal. Okay. So I told this story to Carlo a while ago, and I was telling you yesterday. I have a pretty big fear. Chris Bosky will back me up on this one. Chris, if you're watching, back me up. Sea monsters, right?
You're
monsters.
Afraid of sea monsters.
I'm afraid of sea monsters.
You like the Leviathan?
No, just monsters that live in the sea. But that also includes, alligators. So when I was like 14,
You're gonna need to back up on sea monsters.
Yeah,
you told me alligators.
Are
these fictional?
Creatures of the no, that to me they're monsters.
Okay.
When I was like 14, I used to go swimming pool, and it was pretty small. It was a square pool, but I'd be the only one in it. And I got to a point where I convinced myself weren't out there,
In the swimming pool?
In the swimming pool in the UK that I could go in there on my own.
Like a rectangle?
You could see all of it.
You could see every corner.
You could see every corner.
You were still concerned
I was still scared
of alligators.
Yesterday, I was very brave, wasn't I?
You ran very close to a lake that could have had alligators.
I went in water.
I'm sorry, you went what?
I went in water. He loves it when I do an American accent.
It makes me laugh.
It makes him laugh. I could only do it if somebody else was already in the water, but I can tell you, every time I went in, my heart was, I could barely breathe.
So
I was so scared.
We were trying out the Swung obstacle.
And it was really good fun to try it out. It was really good fun, and it was a really difficult obstacle.
But you couldn't be the first one in.
I could not be I couldn't be in there solo.
Oh, okay, sure.
Not only the first one in solo.
By yourself.
Someone else had to be in there with me.
Have I ever told you my alligator story? I don't know if you're going to like my alligator story. Now I kind of have to. So I used to be a scuba diving instructor.
Hate scuba diving.
And I worked with a major city police department who I don't want to get in trouble. And we would work with our police department. And a lot of the training we did was, in pools. We did, but what we would do is we would black out the masks. Like we would put paper towels inside their masks. So they're wearing the mask, but they can't see. So that you can do search patterns. You can practice in a clear, so we could watch our students, but they couldn't see, right? Yeah. Everyone was totally safe. They couldn't see. We were like, okay, here's how you do a circle search. Here's how you do an arc search. And we would have them practice, but they couldn't see what they were doing underwater. We could see from the surface what they were doing, or we'd have, dive masters in the water watching them. So one day we're working with the police department. These are cops, actual legitimate police officers. And they're, master blacked out. They're learning. And they're grown men, but they're dive students. They're learning. And one of the instructors backs up his van and brings out an alligator that has his mouth taped shut and drops it in the pool.
You are pooping me.
The alligator can't bite anybody.
But it's probably pretty furious.
But he was swimming around and bumping into people, and they're doing search. They're waving their arms back and forth searching, but their masks are blacked out, so they can't see anything. And then they find an alligator.
Oh my God.
That is a true story.
I'm just going to update quickly. Matthew Mullins has just gone through Mudderhorn, so we should be seeing him through the finish line shortly. So let's just flip to that. So what happened when these guys felt an alligator?
Well, again, this is not a true story. I just made this up for entertainment purposes.
Oh, okay.
They would they're in a pool, so they're pretty safe. But they would, different reactions. Some people would be like, "What's this?" Mm-hmm. And some people would tilt their mask up to try and see. And and you know how when you open your eyes underwater, you can see, but you can't see. Yeah, but you could probably identify an alligator, right?
I can see pretty well underwater.
When it's blurry, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Anyway.
So I went to Maui once.
Okay.
Beautiful island.
Love it. Love Maui.
Got a snorkel. Got a mask.
Sure.
Went in the sea. About 20 seconds in, saw a giant sea turtle. Got out. Never went back in again.
Sea turtles.
Never went back in again.
Are the turtles of the sea.
Never went back in again.
Harmless. Don't
care. Too big, too scary. Do you know what else really scares me?
They don't even nip you.
Do you know what else scares me? Stuff in the water. Ropes and chains.
Sorry, ropes and chains make you gag.
Disgusting. And if you disgusting.
Have you ever walked into a lake?
Have I ever walked into a lake?
A lake, not an ocean, but a lake. And
Yeah.
you felt like anything on the bottom, like
Slimy?
yes.
That doesn't bother me because it's natural.
So are sea turtles.
Yeah, but they're scary. They're big animals. Still don't understand, do you?
Evidently. Coming across the finish line here, crushing it. Yep. No, you're crushing it. Good job. Keep going down.
Keep going. So everyone keeps
Oh, they'll tell you.
everyone keeps mistaking us for the timing tent and for the wristband tent, and that is not us. That is not us. So we have the finish line camera on here. We're waiting for Matthew Mullins, who's currently in 4th place. He will be finishing. Oh, he's passed us. He finished lap 7, so he just passed at some point. We managed to miss him. Well done us. Well done us. We're doing a good job here. See, Amber Hamblin knows what it's on about. Grass underwater gets me. Scary. Water is scary.
I wonder what Caitlin Ritter thinks about your water
Jason
stuff.
is. This is Evan out in by the timing tent.
Good job. Good job. What's that?
We would should have done that. So now here, we'll be out here.
All right, brother.
Let's go, Matthew. Another lap done. Absolutely. And he should be heading out soon. Josh Fiore at 7:02 headed out for the start of lap 8.
Caitlin, what is your relationship to Matthew? Spouse? Parent? Daughter?
Evan, we are coming to you. Hang on, Evan. We're with you. Go ahead, Evan.
So we're here with race director Everett. He's going to explain the overnight challenge series.
Yeah, definitely. So pit crew, athletes, anyone can come by, visit the race center. We'll be doing challenges from midnight. We will have the first one, hold up, wait a minute. This will be a rain case hold, sort of like a Stein hold. See how long you can go. We have.
And what's the prizes for this? Is this part of the race, or is this just like a day extra fun?
Prizes for this are purely for fun. So we've got some patches. We'll find some extra prizes for people, but there's no bypass, no obstacle wristbands. This is purely for fun. The second one we have is pickled chug. We have a pickled juice chugging contest. We have flippin' hot. We have a hot sauce flip cup competition. Blind Faith, which is, you'll have to come by, it's too hard to explain, but it's luck of the draw. And then we have Are You Chicken, which is going to be a sort of an egg toss with you and a partner. So pick wisely with that one.
Gotcha. This is cool. So it's basically just like a fun additional event, keep the pit crew entertained through the night.
Keep us entertained too. I mean, I need something
love it.
as well. So on the hour, starting at midnight.
On the hour starting at midnight, you can stop by the race center to do those challenges and earn some cool prizes.
Perfect. Come say
I'll
hi.
be coming down
Absolutely.
with Paulo,
All right,
and
back
we'll
to
be
you,
doing
old friend.
Thank you so much.
You know what they say, the overnight challenges begin at midnight.
Do they say that? I've never heard that.
That's the saying. All right, this is a look at Everest.
So Colleen Mullins is his wife. Caitlin Mullins is the daughter.
Go Mullins.
Go Mullins.
Love it. Amy Holda seems to know a lot about the Mullins family.
We'd love to know more about Matthew Mullins. Please tell us.
You good? Or you think you go on a hand? All right.
Yeah, so okay, so you see these guys walking their way up there?
Go for it, Jason.
You got to put a foot on the rope. You can't just walk up the wall with a wall. That foot on the rope will give you traction. You can't walk up the wall like that. There you go. Guy in the red's getting it.
Yeah, so that's what I was wanting to say. You know, it is possible to obviously run up these things, but to save energy, we're seeing a lot of people who are utilizing the ropes here, and the best technique I've seen so far is a little bunny hop onto, you get that first knot there. I mean, Joe just killed it, but You get that little knot there. Hey, there's Corey. And then you do a little bunny hop onto the second knot, and you're just not using that much energy at all. Like, watch this. Corey's doing it perfect. This is awesome. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
That's
nice.
So little energy compared to what it would normally take.
Jason, I've never seen that little bunny hop the 3 little hop technique before. Have you seen that?
I know I've used that on the box, like the Spartan, the box obstacle. So here it totally makes sense. Like it really is probably the least energy exhausting way. Like even if you try to walk all the way up this, it's going to be really hard. But if you can just hop up from one to the next, super easy and not draining. Like he's trying to step on it, and that's going to work too. But he slipped off. He did a little hop. And I think it's more controlled.
That girl just went up there, was running in knee pads. I've never seen a full-on knee pad, like hockey knee pads. That's new to me.
2-footed hop. Hop and lock it between your feet.
All right. Okay, so they're kind of coaching him up on this hopping technique. It does require like some core strength to make that, that movement, that like a quick movement like that to hop it up there. Oh no.
Got a few updates on Matthew Mullins, part of the MIT family.
Like he's been to MIT. Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
I did not. TMT?
What's Team MIT?
It's a team in OCR.
Oh, okay.
No.
That's probably more likely, I guess. No. I mean, either.
He's a retired senior chief from the Navy and one of the greatest leaders to have ever served. He's the true goer.
Oh, outstanding.
Well, holy moly. If there's anyone here who knows something about him, can tell us.
I feel like a lot of people know this guy in the comments, and I feel like
We don't, and we're silly.
Tyler Veerman. Recognize that from the back. Well done, Tyler. Crushing. Now, it'd be easy to say, okay, Tyler's running because he's, only done like every other lap.
Motivation, inspirational training. We've got quite a few people who are, that's me. Quite a few athletes part of Team MIT.
It seems like it's kind of a good joke saying, cliche saying, it's getting late early, but it seems like it's gotten late early.
Do you feel that too?
It does not seem, okay, so local time right now, it's 7:15 here in Florida. Race has gone on 6 hours, 15 minutes. It does not feel like it's 6 o'clock. It feels like 10:30, 11:30.
Yeah. Matthew Mullins went out for lap 8 start at 7:10. CBJ, also lap 8 start. He started just 1 minute ago. Sidney Mullins says he's the best man you'll ever meet.
Wow. Sydney's a big fan. Nice to have folks in your corner.
The sound of him.
He's also a good runner.
Yeah.
So Evan, our cameraman here, you notice he's keeping pace with Tyler. Evan's a elite in his own right. He's finished top 10 at World's Toughest multiple
He has
times.
over 100 podiums. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, I can't speak highly enough about what Tyler just did. He's been running, 100%, right? He's been running. We just watched it for like 5 minutes. He ran up to this obstacle, and he literally did not miss a step. He ran up to the obstacle, he threw himself down under the obstacle, and he's running is the wrong word, but he is hustling through it. He's not using the obstacle as an excuse to rest or to catch his breath. He's keeping his level of intensity up through. Oh, and look at this guy letting him pass. That's outstanding sportsmanship or teamwork there from the guy. The guy can tell this contender coming through. He made room so that Tyler could get past him. And Tyler, he gets out of the obstacle and boom, he just right back into his stride. He wasted. Everyone has to do that obstacle. Everyone has to do that obstacle. Tyler wasted 0 time completely. He did it as efficiently as possible. He got in as quick as he could. He got out as quick as he could, and he hustled the entire time he was obstacle. Tyler is not running to run. Tyler is running to win. That was what you just watched. Encapsulates what a championship level performance looks like. Tyler's run 100 miles before. 2 years ago, he told us, "I'm going to go 100 miles." And we asked him, like, what does that mean? Like, are you shooting for a podium spot? Are you trying to beat? He's like, I'm just going to do 100 miles. We'll do 100 miles. What happens? And he was in the lead. This is 2 years ago we're talking about. We thought Tyler was going to win the whole thing because he was in the lead with 100 miles, and he had time to do another lap. And he got in there, and he finished his 100 miles, and he's like, I'm done. And in the booth, we're like, Tyler, you do one more lap, you win the whole thing.
Just got video on you.
So we talked.
So I don't feel a need to talk
to him
if you don't want
afterwards. He said, I asked my body for 100 miles, and it gave me 100 miles, and that's all it gave me.
It's funny, isn't it? Well, I think we've had this conversation before about goals. So, I mean, I'm thinking about doing this coverage. The last ultra race that I covered was the Morzine Ultra, and that was about 8 hours. And I remember at one point just being really tired. We've been going for 6 hours here, 6 hours 20, not even nearly tired. Your body gives you what you ask for. So if you ask for 100 miles,
I think they might do Statue of Liberty.
8 hours, it'll give you 8 hours. If you ask for more, it will give you. Your body knows. If you run 5K,
I'm not sure. I honestly haven't looked at them too closely.
If you run a 30K at 28K, you'll be going, I'm nearly done.
Now, your body's going to get its rest eventually. Like, your body will make you rest eventually. Like, so at some point, there is an upper limit to that, right? But I agree 100%. Like, we meet the level of our expectations.
Say again?
Is like the service?
Yeah, service is great here. It's great.
So good.
And we've got a ton of cameramen, and not a ton, we've got like 4. Yes.
Evan, you're doing a great job.
We're trailing Tyler Bierman here, first place team with his partner Mark Cadet. Mark Cadet is back in the pit right now, waiting for Tyler to get back.
So, I think even though for a team, they don't have to be doing as many miles individually because they can swap, you've also got the downtime in between. So you have, you're saying sitting down, stopping the pit is the killer. You're going to sit down for however long it takes your partner to do his lap or her lap. Then you've got to get up and get going after you've got cold.
I think the only thing that makes it different than the individuals that are coming in, stopping, and trying to get out as fast as possible is there's a level of expectation. Your teammate is busting his butt out there, and Tyler is running faster per lap than probably Atkins and Fiore are, because he knows, Bierman knows he can rest. When he gets back and finishes his 5 miles, he can rest.
Yeah.
It's okay for him to redline it a little bit, whereas the other guys, they're like, I have to go for 100 miles. I can't redline. I need to stay in my, just shy of the red line. So Bierman can do this. He can bust out a lap like this.
All right, Tyler.
Did he roll naked?
Have a good race. I'll catch you on the flip side.
I turned away. I don't know.
I know. I just saw a little hoppity hop.
Little hippity hop. Yeah. Okay, someone's helping him.
We've seen someone asking, are there still a bunch of obstacles not open? Is that normal for this far in the race? There are still some obstacles that haven't been open.
So local time here, it's 7:20. There's still 6 obstacles that aren't open. The obstacles are Cage Crawl, Funky Monkey, Well Swung, Arctic Enema, Everest, and Electroshock Therapy. Is it normal? It kind of varies. Years ago, everything opened at noon. Like, it just started. Race started, boom. Then when they started the hot lap, there was 1 hour and everything opened at 1. And then, but starting a few years ago, several years ago, probably like 2018, 2019, it's a rolling open where now stuff not opening till 11, that is a little bit late. I feel like usually stuff, it's tough to tell right now though, because it feels way later than 7:30 local time.
It feels so late, and it's not late.
So, although, you know what, if we consider 11 o'clock is really 10 hours into the race, that's not that late. I think we've had that before. So, no, good question, though.
Sarah Fox saying, got to love Tyler and Evan running that pace and casually talking at the same time.
Oh my gosh, Sarah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So one of the things they talk about in training is that you should run at a pace where it's comfortable to talk with somebody.
Yeah.
But like that pace for
It's
me
walking.
is much different than that pace for Tyler or Evan.
Hey, Evan, are we coming to you? Evan, we're with you. Go for it.
Yeah,
Evan.
We are here at, what's the name of this obstacle? I can't even remember. Berlin Wall, Dublin Wall. So essentially it's an overhang obstacle. So we've got one of the men of Berlin Walls, Dude of Dublin is what they've dubbed themselves as. We got Nick coming over the wall here. Tell us, for people watching at home, tell us what you're doing out here. Tell us your name and where you're from.
So, Joe Herman, this is my 8th Worlds.
How many Tough Mudders have you done?
I'm around 70. I don't know the exact number. I lost count a long time ago. Yep, let's go. And from St. Louis, but basically, 3, 2, 1, up.
Joe's one of our legends in the Tough Mudder communities. I feel like you're at every major Worlds or Toughest event.
Worlds and Toughest, yeah. I make it to them a lot, yeah. But basically, a couple years ago, I started off at 30 minutes. Out in Laughlin, I started off in 30 minutes helping people up, and it showed like people really appreciate it. It was like the last 3 hours of Laughlin that I helped people. And then, again, I had plans to do it again for half the course, half the time in Atmore. But plans changed. I ended up being there like from 8 a.m. until noon, essentially, so I could finish out my last lap. And I had friends who would turn the corner and see me standing there. How you doing, buddy? Good. And they saw me standing when they turned the corner and just cried.
As you can see, he's not only giving an interview, but he's also still helping people in between.
Molly Sebastian, she was my great friend of mine. She turned the corner, she saw me, she cried, not because of me, but because she saw somebody here that's interested.
Oh man, this is fun. I get my ass on camera.
We got Jason Rulo, the creator of the Neptune, coming over. I don't think many people will be wearing it this time, but essentially Neptune's a synthetic shirt with pouches in it that you can put those hand warmers in.
Which we do not need tonight.
We do not need. I'm sweating profusely.
But when seeing her response to seeing me there, I mean, I just knew that the next year I wanted to take this obstacle out of people's minds because this is such a pain in the ass obstacle. It can hurt, and if you come up solo by yourself and it's 22 hours in, you just have to stand here and wait.
Yeah.
So last year, me and Nick Hayes, 100-time volunteer, Dave Hayes' son. I'll give that shout out to Dave Hayes. Nick Hayes and I stayed here all night last year, the entire 24 hours last year, and again, it was just so rewarding, so filling. People have told me like they look forward to seeing me here, and it also goes the other way too. I'm not here. I don't think this is cool, but I don't need. Like everyone says, I'll buy you a beer. I'm like, I don't need one. I want you to hit your goals. Do that first. Do that. Just don't worry about right now. But don't worry about after. Let's get done. Let's get this done right now, and all that. So, I just like knowing the fact that I'm taking a stress out of someone's mind because I know that this obstacle, I struggled with it. I'm 5'6". My favorite phrase I've been telling people is I won't get you to the roof, but I'll get you to the penthouse. You can get the rest of the way over. And we haven't, no one has said they can't do it. So we've gotten everybody over from the 110-pound guys and girls to the 300-pound guys and guys, just guys. Yeah, so, but yeah, man, everyone's appreciative and everyone, I'm happy to help. That's all I can. I want people to hit their goals.
Thanks, Joe. Who else we got helping you? Who else on the team here?
Felipe from Norwalk, Connecticut, my fault.
Why did you decide to come help at?
I just started because these guys they had a line from here to that board, and I'm like, let's help. So yeah.
You just stick around for a while, or
A
you
little
keep?
bit. I'm trying to get my 50 at the minimum. So
Okay, don't stick around. Don't stick around too long.
I know.
All right. Appreciate it. And then who do we got? Who we got over here?
My name's Dan Cubas from Minneapolis. And I think this is event number 78 for me. Sorry, that's actually right. So I think it's my 9th World's Toughest Mudder. Been here for a while. Just having a good time helping my buddy Joe out. I started off my race. I wasn't sure how I was going to go. I figured, like, if I'm going to get miles, I'll get miles. If I'm not feeling miles, the heat got a hold of me today, so I'm here. Talking to Joe alternative duration.
Awesome. And again, you can see what makes this community so great. These guys, you know, some of them, like Joe, specifically came out here to do Dublin walls to help people. But then you have other people who are just, you know, it's just not their day. They're not feeling the race, and they're like, well, why am I going to waste the day and sit in the pit or something like that when I can go out there and I can help other people crush their goals? And it's just such a good feeling to help someone else achieve something that they're searching for and really chasing after. We'll take it back to you, Will and Fran, back at the pit and back in the announcement booth.
Well done. You know, Joe is emblematic of a lot of other guys who are out there who are at Mudderhorn and who are at Everest. We saw Francis Lackner earlier. I for years, I started running World's Toughest Mudder in 2015. I never got 50 miles until I got it in 2021 in Laughlin. I finally got it, and I would not have gotten it. I would not have been able to get my 50 miles if it wasn't for guys like Joe, like Francis, that are at Mudderhorn, at Everest, that are at the Dublin Walls obstacles. Those guys are so important to the community, and not everyone realizes, like, they paid their $500 just like everybody else. Like, they bought a ticket, they flew out here. For them, this is their race. Their race is helping other people achieve their goals. And he started at noon or 1 p.m. just like everybody else. He's going to be out at that obstacle all night long. He'll come in at 23 and a half hours. He'll finish his race. He'll finish with 5 miles. And if you just look at the score sheet, it looks like, what did this guy do? It took him 24 hours to go 5 miles? Yeah, absolutely. But there are literally hundreds and hundreds of people who would not be able to achieve their goals if it wasn't for Joe Herman and guys just like Joe Herman and Francis Lackner that are out there on the course, that are sacrificing their time, they're sacrificing their money for the ticket they bought. They're literally sacrificing their bodies, their shoulders and their thighs and their legs. And they you can see them at brunch on Monday. They look like hamburger because of all the shoes and the trail running shoes and the treads that have just dug into them by people who don't mean to do any harm, but you get hundreds and hundreds of people on your shoulders, thousands and thousands of pounds. They're shark bait. I think Joe Herman and Blackner, they represent. There's 50, I don't know, maybe 20 guys out here on multiple different obstacles doing exactly what they're doing, and everyone in the community, I'm hundreds of people, are grateful and so great. I cannot speak highly enough about the service those guys do to everyone else in the community.
Absolutely. And I hope next year we get the same kind of thing happening over in the UK, because I can tell you personally, I am not big enough or strong enough to do a lot of the obstacles by myself. A Spartan race? Sure, absolutely I can. Tough Mudder? No. I need help. And I was a solo runner, and I need people to help me. And it might sound a bit silly to say it's kind of scary, but it's kind of scary thinking about one of my worst things about racing, the thing I get most scared of, is hypothermia. It's happened. I think once it's happened once, you're more prone to it. And I hate that idea of getting freezing cold. And the thought of having to wait and stand at obstacles for people to be able to come and help me, I really hate it. But I'm good at accepting help. It's not that I can't accept the help. I just don't want it to not be there. So those guys already being there and offering it to people is amazing. Now, I just need to interrupt and talk about something very different, and then we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Because whilst we have been talking, Michael Schutt has finished 8 and has started lap 9.
Hanging on to that first place.
How
far behind him is...
Ryan Atkins was last seen 10 minutes ago at just the tip, which is mile 3.
So he is a good 2 miles behind him, let's say.
Yeah.
Give or take?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to come back to the standings in a sec, but I want to wrap up, put a bow on what we were talking about with people helping. You were talking about how you as who you are, you're not strong enough to do all the obstacles by yourself.
And I'm probably a very average racer. A lot of the people who will do the endurance events are people like me.
Sure. I am larger than, I'm a man, and I'm larger than probably the average racer, right? And so when I come up to an obstacle and I see the guys at Everest, like, oh man, like I'm like, if I don't get up this obstacle, I'm gonna have to go do a 1.5 mile penalty, and I'm not gonna be able to get my 50 miles today. And it takes sometimes, like, I run up there and it takes like 2 guys sometimes to help me up. and like one guy's on my arms and one guy's like lugging my leg over, and so it's anyway. I feel like I hit the I don't want to belabor the point or overdo it, but we are grateful for the service of guys like that are sacrificing for the community.
We've just seen Ryan Atkins go through Pyramid Squeeze just now, so that's hitting 4 miles. He's got a lap time of 58:18. Let's have a quick look at what Schutt's lap time is. Let's remember that 58:18 was his last lap.
58:18 for Ryan Atkins.
Yes.
Okay.
57:58 was Schutt's last lap. So not much faster. Not much faster.
Well, he's 58:18. He's a good 18 plus 9, 27 seconds faster. 30 seconds faster lap.
But over 24 hours.
Yes, but and again, we're far too early to talk like this.
But
he's adding space.
But we're gonna.
Now that's 30 seconds. Like, man, his lap was 30 seconds faster. You know how you can make that up? Fast bit time.
Josh Fiore is coming in like 4 minutes a lap slower at the minute.
No,
that's a significant difference.
Yeah, it's going to be a race. It's going to be a race. Go Matthew, MIT, Jimmy Case. Matthew Mullins in 4th. Yeah, you can't. I mean, yeah, Chute's in front right now. And 2nd through 6th place, I'll have 35 miles on the men's side. But you can't put any of them, like, they're not tied. But at this point, they're essentially tied. The race hasn't started yet.
You do make me laugh.
All right, let's talk about the women.
Well, yeah, let's do it.
Can we hope the women's top 10? Jenny Stipp, still in 1st place. Holding on to that. Top 4 women all have 30 miles. Jenny Stipp, Nikki Caramba, Marissa Theophanides, and Sarah Tucker.
Yeah.
And even with these women, like top 4 have 30, 5 through 10 have 25. We're so early in the race here. We are 6.5 hours into the race.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're not tied, but essentially they're tied. If you're one of these top 10 women, you just want to be within a lap of the leader when it gets to midnight.
Uh-huh.
And that's when the race starts. The race starts at midnight. Well, let's say 1 a.m. The race starts 12 hours in.
He's more bored of me pretending to have never heard that before than I am of him saying it.
I've only said it twice, 3 times. No, it's a cliche because it's true. Like these athletes, top. Let's just say top 10. It might be more, but let's just say top 10. Top 10 men, top 10 women. As long as they're within, spitting distance of each other, when it gets to midnight, that's when the jockeying for position will start. And, we'll see by like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. There'll be some of these top 10 women will be out of it.
Yeah.
And then it may be down to like, let's say, I don't know, top 7, top 6. And then from there, we'll get to, 18 hours into the race, and it'll be down to 4 or 5, and we'll go from there.
Someone was asking if we can see Matthew McNair. Here he is.
There you go. Matt McNair, 4 laps done, 20 miles. It's good pace.
You know what,
Matthew, I don't know.
Oh, hey, Evan, go for it. Evan, we're with you if you want to talk.
Just following Sarah Tucker, that's all.
Sarah Tucker, 4th place woman.
No, we're not talking, we're just running.
Okay, copy that.
Mother Trucker on her bib. Mother Tucker on her bib. That makes more sense.
That makes more sense. Mother Tucker.
Sarah Tucker, 4th place from the U.S. 6 laps, 30 miles. Great start. She's on a great pace. Most of the obstacles are open now, as we're talking. There are 6 obstacles that are not open. And
that's still a lot.
But of those 6, 2 of them are going to have onerous penalties. Well Swung and Funky Monkey.
Now, there is a difference between obstacles that have penalties and obstacles that do not have penalties, correct?
Yes. There are obstacles that you must complete that if you cannot complete those obstacles, then you probably shouldn't be out on the course. Must complete obstacles are Mudderhorn, for example. Those walls
I'm gonna stop
that we
you
saw
for a
earlier.
second.
Oh, please do.
Because I wouldn't be able to complete those obstacles without help.
Sure. And that's kind of the point, right? That's what Tough Mudder is about: is teamwork and camaraderie.
Which means, but if there was no one there to help me, I wouldn't be able to complete the obstacles. So would
Right.
that mean I shouldn't be out on the course?
No, it doesn't, because so you and I came up. We ran the course with 5 or 6 of us yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We came up to Mudderhorn, fresh, essentially, right?
Fresh as daisies.
Like we'd done 3 miles of running, walking, and we'd done a few obstacles. We didn't do every obstacle. They weren't all open. They weren't all ready.
Mm-hmm.
But we came up to Mudderhorn. Essentially, we hadn't been running for 6.5 hours, let's say, right? We hadn't done 3 laps. Or, 6 laps, 7 laps, like some of these guys have done. We came up pretty fresh. Jason, our producer, who's probably Jason and Evan, I'd say, are the 2 fittest among us. Jason jumps up, just like solos that.
So easy.
Yeah, like, here's how you do it, guys. I watched him do it. I was like, how did you do that? Because it's a, we looked at it earlier, it's basically a piece of plywood with a 2x4 on it. A 2x4 is 1 3/4 inches thick. It's not 2 inches. And it's like my fingers barely fit on that, let alone my feet and my body. And so even fresh, I needed like a boost up.
I needed a boost up. It's too high for me to be able to be strong enough to pull myself
Oh,
up.
here's a great view of the Crybaby obstacle, Rebirth. You can see the steam. You can see it's terrifying looking. So this obstacle, it's a combination of 2 obstacles. It's Birth Canal. Here he comes out. Let's see how this guy's doing. How does he feel? Does he like grab oh, okay. They get back at it. Good job, Sarah. Oh, careful, Sarah Tucker. So that's a combination of 2 obstacles. Combination of Birth Canal, which is the water part, and you can see on the right that big box. That's where they're pumping in the gas from.
You can see that water churning about.
Yeah, well, it's because the people underneath are bumping under it. It's not actually like a cauldron.
I know.
But it does look scary, right? So when the Crybaby obstacle, when they first introduced it, you were basically crawling through a tent that was filled with this gas. And when Tough Mudder debuted it, they did this whole huge press tour talking about their new, what do they call it? It wasn't, tear gas. Their new tear gas obstacle.
Look at that. What a great shot.
Oh, my gosh. Now, it's not actually tear gas, but we didn't know that at the time.
Mm-mm.
They're saying, yeah, if you come do a Tough Mudder this weekend in Lake Elsinore, we're going to send you through tear gas. And people like media and scientists are like, this is not safe. You should not go through tear gas. People are warning, don't go to this. And Tough Mudder, they weren't no dummies. They knew what they were doing.
Absolutely.
It's like a menthol steam.
Yeah.
Right? It's on a low enough dose, it's kind of refreshing. Now
I could use some right now.
It's pretty strong. Like it clearly, you can see it billowing out of there. That's going to clear your sinuses, right?
Should we go over?
But we didn't know it wasn't tear gas. And here's the thing: the first time I came up to that obstacle, they had the volunteers were in literal hazmat suits, like white hazmat suits, head to toe, covering up. They had yellow biohazard warnings, like the mental, emotional stress level coming up to this obstacle when they first introduced it. This is like 26. This is years ago, 8 years ago, 10 years ago. Was so high. It was one of the best obstacle rollouts they've ever done. The very first year they did it, I went through it.
I feel like I can smell menthol right now, just as you're talking.
Well, I'm talking about it, and you're seeing it. It's billowing out.
smell
It's
it.
coming off this guy's body as they come out of there. Look at him. Oh my gosh. It's steaming off this dude. Look at that. My gosh. And you know what? They look none the worse for wear, though. They look like they're okay. So the first year this obstacle rolled out, the Crybaby obstacle, I did it twice. I did it. There's 2 Tough Mudder venues in SoCal. They go. They do one in March, one in October. The first time I did it, it was super stressful. And I walk up, and I told you the whole thing. You see everything, but you go through it, and you're like, okay, I don't know what that was. It wasn't tear gas. It was kind of like it opened my passage, my airways. Like I came out kind of like, oh man, I can really breathe for like 5 minutes. The second time I did it, they had it turned way up.
Yeah.
Way up. And I came out of that tent gagging, like leaning over, grabbing my knees. Michael Schutt here, we're watching. Shoot.
Shit. You were right. You were right.
So
He's on lap 9 here.
he's from Denmark, and his name is pronounced a little bit differently than my brain wants to make it pronounced.
It's just like me and Psychos.
Oh,
I want to say Chichos. I want
Trevor
to say
Psychos.
Chichos, and I have to remind myself every time.
The only way I can remember Trevor Psychos is because one time on his bib he wrote literal psychos, like that's like psychos. So we see this when we saw it last 2 years ago, especially we saw it. The guy in first place that goes off, he doesn't usually hold it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like we're giving Michael Schutt a little more. We're not as skeptical of Michael because we saw what he did last year, and we saw without that 3-hour lap, he probably wins the race. So now he's putting a little bit of time between himself and Atkins. 30 seconds
Atkins,
we saw.
Atkins was last seen at Pyramid Squeeze just over 10 minutes ago.
Oh, we're passing another leader. Who's this? Hard to tell. But look at him. He looks fresh. He could be. If I told you he was on his first lap, you'd believe me.
Yeah. But we're only 6 hours and 43 minutes in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's done how many laps?
30
miles? 35 miles.
He's done 40 miles. He's on lap 9.
He's done 40 miles,
He
7
is
hours
on
in.
Lap 9.
That's like. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's like 30-minute laps. That's not right.
No, he's doing an hour lap. 58-minute lap was his
Okay.
last one.
All right. That's why I don't do math. Great look at Pyramid Squeeze in our picture-in-picture.
Just trying to get some results up.
They're getting up it. That clearly is not a fun. Some of these obstacles are fun, right?
Yeah.
Blockness Monster is fun. This is not a fun obstacle. And also, these guys, a lot of them aren't wearing shirts. They had the bib on, but man,
I
they're
really
getting
thought by this point they'd be wearing shirts.
they're getting their backs torn up. I promise you, that back is not feeling great. Getting all that, that's not like a gentle rope on your back. Not that there's a such thing.
I think we may be...
Whoa! She did not like Crybaby.
Oh gosh, probably cleared out her sinuses.
Yep. That's how I felt.
Some problems with the live timing. I'm getting nothing coming up currently. So anyone
Okay.
at home who's looking at things, potentially a little bit of an issue.
Is
We should
our
probably be back.
is our timer on the side there accurate?
It goes by lap, so currently yes, it's accurate.
Okay.
Tell me if anyone at home is also having problems, or if this is just me. I've got team results. I'm getting no individuals. Ah, they're back again. They're back again. Ryan Atkins. Oh, he finished. He finished his lap 8.
Did we miss him? He ran
We
past
did miss him. He went past just seconds ago. Just seconds ago, whilst I was staring at my phone, he went past.
Well, part of the deal.
Josh Fiore last seen about 10 minutes ago at just the tip at mile 3, and Matthew Mullins last seen about 13 minutes ago at Lumbersacked, which is mile 2, and CBJ was at Lumberjacked 10 minutes ago, 3 minutes behind Matthew Mullins.
So when you're thinking about running World's Toughest Mudder,
Mhm.
one of the things you might think is, well, I can do Tough Mudder,
Mhm.
and it's a really long Tough Mudder, right? It's 24 hours long. It's just a really long Tough Mudder, and that's true. It is a really long Tough Mudder, but it is also a really hard Tough Mudder.
Is it tougher than a regular Tough Mudder?
Absolutely, you will not see an obstacle this difficult at a regular Tough Mudder.
Who's this coming through?
This is our barefoot friend,
Mhm.
I believe.
So if we're looking at 40 miles currently for Atkins and Scher, and we're 6 hours 47 into the race.
Keep going. Play it out. Do some race math. What are you thinking?
It's 7:47. Let's say it's 8 p.m., right?
Okay.
We've got 3 hours until 11 p.m. If they carry on at the time they're going, that's 2.5 laps, let's say, till 11 p.m.
Okay. It's 2.5 from now. So say at 52 miles. 52.5 miles.
Yeah. Okay. That's an acceptable. Yeah, no, that's fine. I can live with that. That is a very acceptable distance.
Because again, we're saying it 10 hours in, not 12 hours in.
Yeah.
So they'd have, let's say 55. Okay.
Let's say 55.
Little stretch, but okay. 55 miles at 10 hours plays out to 110 over 24.
Wait, the race doesn't start till. Oh, wait. Oh, no, but yeah.
No, the race doesn't start till midnight,
But
our mileage rule of thumb is 10 o'clock, 10
Right.
hours in.
10 hours in, which will be 11 o'clock.
Yes. So if we're saying 55 miles at 11 p.m., 10 hours into the race,
That's 110 miles,
it's 110 miles for Atkins and Shoot.
which is still not the record.
No. I've said for a while now, for someone to hit 125, would need 3 things. Perfect course, perfect weather, and the perfect competition. Oh, Jason looks like he wants to say something here.
Hey, Jason, go for it.
The race starts at 1 o'clock because it started at a 1 o'clock later. So 12 hours in, not midnight, 1 o'clock. Apparently there's an alligator over here too.
What? There's an alligator?
Jason, if you bring that alligator back to the pit area, I'll give you $1. $1.25.
So Ryan Atkins has had 110 miles in the past.
He has.
2017, he hit 110 miles.
When Ryan Atkins hit 110, he was the only man to have ever done it. And then Battras actually holds the record with
He
that
does.
115 in Laughlin.
2021.
So I've talked to Ryan multiple times, interviewed him for World Toughest podcast, and I've never gotten the vibe that he really cares about that kind of stuff. Now, maybe like the record. Does he care that Mark Battras has 115? And
That's it.
I don't think that keeps him up at night. I really don't.
I don't think that does.
If he's out here and Michael Shute has run 105 miles and Atkins has 110, but Atkins has time to do one more, does Atkins go out for 115 just for fun? I doubt it. I think he wins the race. When he wins the race is over.
Well, do you remember last year, Chris Rogowski, she finished. She holds the record for 100
Yep.
miles.
Yep.
Only woman to have got 100 miles.
She's also the only woman to ever gotten 95 miles.
Correct. And last year, she finished, and you could see her just go, do I have to go out for another one?
Yeah.
She had no interest in beating her record last year.
Yeah.
Vince Lombardo asking how Paul Seeley is doing. These are Paul Seeley's current stats.
20 miles, doing good. Paul's looking for 50 miles. He's right on track.
Female update, Jenny Stipp still in first place, followed by Nikki Caramba and Marisa Theophanadis. Let's throw
Those top 3 women, they really haven't changed in a minute, have
No,
they?
they're really not.
And look at how, they're all 2 minutes, then 25 minutes, then 7 minutes, then 14 minutes. But they're really all like maybe 1.5 pit stops away from each other. Like there's not a lot, like those top 6 women, maybe even 7 women, depending on when she finishes. And I don't think Joshua Fiore and Matthew Mullins are that far back either.
Josh Fiore was last seen at Pyramid Squeeze at 7:48, and Matthew Mullins was seen at just the tip at 7:46. So that is mile 3 for Matthew Mullins at 7:46, and mile 4 for Josh Fiore at 7:48.
They're doing great. They're doing great. And what makes this so hard, mentally hard for these athletes, is every single one of them is already exhausted.
Oh, yeah.
They're exhausted. They've been going 7 hours. You ever work out for 7 hours?
Absolutely.
I'm tired after an hour workout. I'm ready to die.
I think we're a little bit dismissive when we're like, oh, it's only 7 hours in. The race doesn't start till blah, 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 blah. Because they've been running. These guys have run more miles than I have ever run in one go. Right?
Yeah, some of these guys, what 40 miles, first place men, right?
More miles than I've ever run. Why's my voice gone? Run in one go.
Oh, what are we doing there, friend? Can't. I'm not sure what the guy on the ground's doing there. He can't. You can help, but not from that position.
Maybe he was just trying to stop the bar from swinging.
Yeah, maybe. Good job. Yeah, so they're exhausted. They've been going for 7 hours. 6 hours and 53 minutes. 7 hours, they're exhausted. They get back in here. They're not even a third of the way done. This is an endurance race. This is
endurance.
I truly believe this is the single greatest event in OCR. There's lots of great events in obstacle course racing. OCR World Championships, the Spartan World Championships in Abu Dhabi, the Trifecta World Championships in Greece. There are lots of, and there's Spartans releasing new championships every month next year. Lots of great events.
Yeah.
I truly believe this is the single greatest event in OCR because it taxes you and tests you like nothing else. Part of it is the mental part. You can quit. You can stop anytime you want. Every 5 miles, you have an easy off ramp. Oh, it's my pit. Oh, I've earned a rest. Like I've earned a break. Like I can take a little 10-minute break.
So the current Ultra World Championship setup for Spartan, which was held in Morzine this year and will be in Morzine again next year, that's 2 laps. It's 2 laps and 58-ish kilometers in total. And they get in and they run. And yeah, it is that option of being able to stop that is very, very difficult because what you've got to work against is laziness. We have Evan. Evan, go for it, my friend. Over to you, Evan.
So we are here at Hangin' Tough. Hangin' Tough is another one of those grip obstacles. It will wear you down. And it does not seem that hard, right? You get a couple of rings. You got a couple of actually footrests. As you can see, this athlete is stuck, so that you get a little break for your hands, and then you got these swinging bars to get you to the other side. Doesn't look challenging. Again, everything in ultra obstacle course racing, ultra OCR, is compounded by time and exhaustion. And then you add in sweaty hands, you add in muddy hands, you add in mental fatigue, and this stuff just wears these athletes down. So we're having a pretty good success rate here. Just like when I demonstrated Funky Monkey, my recommendation for these is do 2 hands per grip. And generally you want to do opposing grips. So one's facing forward, one's facing backwards, and you're moving across sideways. And that allows you, let's see it. Yeah, he's got a good technique there. That allows you to get that friction on your hands to actually make it across. So this is probably, I don't know, I think we're about 2 or so miles in. We got guys going across, and one of the other things that makes it challenging is you see the bars there? It's 2 lanes per bar. So that means when one person's on the bar, it's swinging for the other athlete. So we got 2 guys on their foot pedestals there, and using good technique, reaching back. And see, he just grabbed the bar and it essentially missed it for the other one. So it adds just another level. It adds another level to the obstacle. So back around here and just do a quick demo just so you can kind of see what it feels like or what it looks like. So again, 2 hands per ring. You can reach out to the second one, get those opposing grips. Reach out, get that good foot secure, pull back so you can make the transition nice and easy. Move the feet, lock it down, pull back, and you can see a little tricky. Get that hold, helping out my teammate there, opposing grips. opposing grips, reach, and hit the bell. Send it back to you, Will and Fran.
Evan.
Well done, Evan. It's so frustrating to me how easy you make it look. When
So
I could spend an
frustrating.
hour out there and not get across that obstacle. Well done, Evan. That's outstanding.
Incredible.
Good technique, good coaching, good tips there.
Absolutely. So Vince Lombardo has sent a $9.99 super chat.
Outstanding, Vince. You're a legend.
And here is Paul Seeley, the athlete that he is giving a shout out. Let's go, Paul Seeley.
You can give a special shout out to your favorite athlete. Just click that $sign down there in the YouTube comment box. Leave a super chat. You can do $1, $2, $10, like Vince Lombardo.
Vince
And-
Lombardo, you just gave $9.99. Shall I give that to Will? Shall I put
I'll
that on
split it.
Will's
Do
tally?
50-50.
Nah, let's give it to Will. Let's give it to Will.
What we're doing, Fran and I are trying to raise money to support our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder, and whichever one of us raises whichever one has the largest dollar amount in our tally will run through electroshock therapy at the end of the day. So when you leave your super chat, you can also leave a name. I'm Will, she's Fran, and whoever has the most will run through EST when this is all over.
Yep.
So Vince, thank you for the $10. You're very kind. Thank you for supporting the sport, supporting the OCR board.
Let's go, Andrew Robinson. Now, Andrew Robinson, with him yesterday, his goal is to get 100 miles as fast as he can and take it from there.
Let's check on Andrew Robinson. How is he doing?
Absolutely. Let's pull him up.
We haven't heard from Caitlin Ritter lately. Caitlin, you still out there in Viewerland? Also, Shell, you still with us?
The original name of this song, Like That. Like That. They changed it at the last minute.
There we go. Andrew Robinson, lap 8 start.
35 miles. That's good. 11th place. He's just off our leaderboard. That's why we haven't seen his name. Just off our top 10 leaderboard. Well
Absolutely.
done. He's doing great.
With our top 3, looking at them, we're waiting for Josh Fiore to be coming through Mudderhorn. He was last seen about 10 minutes ago at Pyramid Squeeze, which is mile 4.
Caitlin Ritter still with us, watching all 24 hours straight, I'm assuming. Shell also with us. Shell is sharing, what's your hashtag, Fran? Fran Club? Fran Club. Hashtag Fran Club. Who else is watching all 24 hours with us? We got Caitlin. We got Shell. We got a lot of other names in here. I see Rose popping up a lot. Rachel Jenkins. Let's go, Andy.
Andy H. Who is Andy H, Rachel? Give us his full name or his bib, and we'll put him up on the leaderboard.
Also, if he's Andrew, it might be.
Hey, Jason, are you waiting to talk to us, or are you just looking handsome on camera? Bye.
No, I think it was a talk.
Oh, you want to chat?
I think that was a talk. That's what the girls in my daughter's volleyball team do. Like, gotta talk to each other.
Go, Jason. Chat,
Jason,
chat,
what's
chat.
going on, man? What do you got?
All right, we just hit 8 o'clock, and I've got the first people that's going to be the first ones to do Funky Monkey because it just opened and nobody else
Love
is
it.
there. So we're going to stick with them and watch them go through.
Outstanding. Let's see it. Funky Monkey is now open. 8 o'clock local time, 7 hours into the race.
So we're also, we have our picture-in-picture of the finish line. Josh Fiore has just done Mudderhorn. Well, he's just hit the timing mark for Mudderhorn. So he should be coming through the finish line pretty soon. And you know what? Maybe I'll try not miss somebody this time.
You know what? We are right in front of literally everyone walks past us. They can't finish a lap without passing in front of us.
And yet we miss them.
But it's dark, and
It
people
is
turn
dark.
off their headlamps when they cross the finish line,
Or they shine it into our eyes.
or they shine it literally right in our faces. So it's easier than you think to miss somebody. All right, here we go. Approaching Funky Monkey, the very first guys. You can see our social guy, Carlo, your podcast partner.
Carlo Piscatella. Stay tuned in the wee hours in the morning for some idiocy.
Yeah, Carl will be in here. You guys can do your shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Here we go. Okay, he's doing hand-to-hand. That's good for him. They're both doing it. Outstanding. Here we go. First hard part is this transition. Nice.
There's Josh Fiore. There he goes, finishing.
Nice job.
Well done. Outstanding.
A great speed. Did you see Josh running through?
No, I didn't. And there we go. Well done. 2 success. Well done, guys. Good job. You can't hear me, but outstanding. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Hit that bell and avoid that penalty. Hey, Jason, can you show us the when you get a chance, time permitting? Can you show us the penalty?
Good. Are we on TV right now? Yeah. Cool.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, Carlo here.
Kathy Veerman, $20 from Kathy Veerman Super Chat. Thank you, Will and Fran, for the great race coverage. Go Mountain Men, Ty and Mark. So she mentioned both of our names, so I guess we got to split that one. Kathy, you are too kind. Kathy, what's your relationship to Tyler? We're big fans of Tyler Veerman here in the booth.
Huge fan of Tyler. He's a lovely, lovely guy.
Kathy, if you are his mom, you did a good job.
Excellent job. Excellent job.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, here we go.
Am I supposed to talk? Maybe. I don't know if they got us.
Jenna Miller,
So, yeah,
you're a legend.
Monkey bar.
$5 from Jenna Miller. Let's go, Jeremy Schmidt.
That's all right. Yeah, just talk.
Jeremy, how's Jeremy Schmidt doing? Let's check on Jeremy.
Yeah, let's do it.
Live?
Yes.
So basically, you just want to like monkey across it with your arms. Don't use your legs. That's bad. And then you got the little steering wheels up there, and you don't want to fall. It's very important. You don't want
Just waiting for that to be pulled up for Jeremy.
This is a lot of like leg strength.
Jeremy
There you
Schmidt.
go. You gotta like swing. There you go. Yeah. Keep it nice in there. A lot of leg strength.
Nice. Looking strong. Woo.
I think we've got Evan waiting for us. Evan will come to you in just a few minutes. We're just looking at a Funky Monkey, which is just opened and seeing people go through.
This is Funky Monkey.
There's Jeremy Schmidt. Jeremy Schmidt, he is 5 laps in, 25 miles, 65th place overall. But Jeremy's in a good pace for 50 miles. So that's what he's shooting for. So, and you know what? Jeremy has it kind of depends on everything. Jeremy probably has a shot at 75. I'd say he's well on track at 50. 75, I'd have to see what happens at like 10 o'clock. So, hey, thank you, Jenna Miller. Very kind. Thanks for supporting the OCR report. You can support your favorite. You can show your support for your favorite athlete with a super chat. Just click that $sign next to the comments on YouTube. Okay, and here we got the penalty for Funky Monkey.
Hey, where's the next?
Everything.
Right here.
It's called Everything Will Be Croquet.
Oh, right there.
And it looks terrible. You have
All right, next one.
you have a croquet mallet.
Over by here.
I feel like this is a little bit of the UK influence.
Oh,
nice.
Like this is like your guys' NFL, right? You guys do this every Sunday?
Oh yeah, we love it.
I don't see another one.
Yeah. So
For me, it was a toss-up between
Dude, I got a
commentary
hole
on
in
croquet
one.
There it is.
Sure.
or OCR.
Yeah, no,
and I figured
absolutely.
they've got the same letters in them, so they're close enough.
croquet
Yeah.
without
Oh,
OCR.
No.
What a nightmare penalty. Nightmare.
How long is this?
God bless her for doing this.
This is the frustrating part. Where are we at?
She's halfway done. I'm not sure if our cameraman's light is helping or hurting her.
There you go. Golf that thing.
Damn it.
Is my light hurting or helping you?
That was great. Yeah. So you were super helpful. I didn't even know. It makes sense. I didn't even think about there being like
Wickets.
Yeah, I just started whacking it. Wait.
There's one down this way.
You're almost done for real.
Yeah, that's a good point, Shell.
There it is. Yeah.
Shell says, dang lucky to have camera light. Not every athlete's going to have that camera light. So, all right. Well done. Well done, friend. You finished it.
Thank you.
Good job. Good
That
job.
did not look fun.
Let's head over to Evan, who is waiting to chat to us. Hang on, let's get us there.
So I am here. I'm still at Hangin Tough, and I was waiting to, run with the elites to the next obstacle. And if Ryan Atkins comes flying through the obstacle, obviously no problem. And previously, I know Fran and Will were talking about some of the terrain here and how there's like all these little divots and, essentially parts where you can't see and you might trip over. Ryan came off the obstacle, ran about 15 feet, stepped into a divot, went straight to the ground, and then, looked back to see what it was and walked off into the distance limping. I think I gave him space. I didn't follow him on in case it was something a little more serious. I think it was just I think it was one of those things where you hurt yourself and then you kind of shake it off. That being said, he did walk about 50 yards into the distance, and I could still see him limping. So if his next lap is a little bit slower, that might be why. We'll see basically at the end of this lap if it affected his pace. But slightly concerning to see. And again, we never like to see any of our athletes get hurt out here. But this is ultra-distance obstacle course racing. You're running in the dark. There are essentially divots everywhere covered in grass. So it's not like you see the dip. It's like you step where you think it's going to be solid ground, and your foot falls a little bit deeper. So slightly concerned for Ryan. And I just wanted to give you guys a quick update from that. I'll see you at the next obstacle.
Evan, thank you for that. So to recap what Evan just said, Evan's at, I'm not sure what obstacle he's
Distance apart for a long time.
And he saw Ryan Atkins come off hanging tough.
Apart,
Atkins hit a divot. And hit a divot and basically went to the ground. Tripped in a hole. And when he got up, he was running when he hit the hole. He was walking when he got up, and he had a little bit of a limp.
Yeah.
So Evan saw him walk about 50 feet. He was still walking with a little bit of a favoring that leg. So we're going to go to Jason here in a second, but we're going to keep an eye on Ryan Atkins' lap times, see if that affects him at all, and then
That's a good shot, bro.
We'll keep you posted on what we know about Ryan Atkins. Ryan Atkins, 6-time champion of World's Toughest Mudder. Possible
See you,
injury
Rulo, here we are again.
Good job, Jason.
His 45 mile
Two
lap.
times already. What is this?
Go for Jason.
Jason, what do you got, man?
Not as much as Chicago, probably, but we got twice as much time. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's dance.
Michael Schutt just came through here, I don't know, about 2 minutes ago.
2 minutes.
And he just flew through this thing and got off of it and said, too easy. And then just flew on.
Who is that, Jason?
Oh, sorry. Should we throw croquet balls at him next time he's on it? We can make it, we can try, bro. We can make it harder.
Michael Schutt.
Michael Schutt.
Can you hear me? Michael
just
Schutt.
said too easy. Michael Schutt said too
Michael
easy.
Schutt. There we go.
Michael Schutt make the obstacle easier.
Michael Schutt, he's so good at this.
He's saying it multiple times, but I pronounce it. Okay, so Michael Schutt still in first place. Just got through Funky Monkey. We're going to keep an eye on Ryan Atkins, his lap times, see if... Now, you naturally expect him to slow down. He's going to, he's like anyone else. You get tired over time. More obstacles are opening up. It's going to slow down lap times. But we're just going to watch and see what we see.
So Michael Schutt's lap times from the start. His first lap was 38 minutes and 4 seconds. Now that was a sprint lap.
Sprint lap that he won.
Yes. Second lap was 42.48. After that, 44.29, 46.30, 51.26, 51.29, 53, 54.32, 57.51.
So
now, what we normally see is people getting slower throughout the night, and then as the sun comes up, speeding up again.
Yes. So to summarize what you just read to me, his times are getting a little bit slower as more obstacles open.
Yeah, and as he goes through more.
Totally expected.
Yeah. And exactly the same thing for Ryan Atkins. A similar kind of
Pace.
Slowing down at the pace.
Sure. So we're going to watch. We're going to keep an eye on Atkins next lap or two to see if they are dramatically different. But we expect to see, naturally, some slowing.
Now, Josh Fiore, his last 2 laps have been over an hour. First 2 places have not had their any laps being over an hour yet. And Matthew Mullins, let's take a look at him. His last 2 laps were also over 1 hour.
Sure. And Matthew Mullins in 4th, Joshua Fiore in 3rd.
Yes, correct.
So the top 2 men have not had a lap time over an hour yet.
No. I think that's something that was what I understand Schutt is known for, is his excellent obstacle technique.
Okay.
I don't think he failed any obstacles last year. Correct me if I am wrong at home, but I don't think he did 1 penalty last year.
The only obstacle I can think he failed was the don't take a 3-hour nap.
Yes, he didn't do that very well. Now, if you think about the penalties last year, they were adding a lot of time and distance on. So failing last year was a really big deal.
Yeah.
You were really adding a lot of time on. This year, not so much. The penalties are just a bit more silly.
Yeah, but that croquet is going to add some time.
Absolutely.
Like it's going to annoy. I think it's going to be annoying enough people that if you can't finish the obstacle, I don't know. That might be worth a wristband, or maybe that hammer the rebar obstacle penalty. What was that for? Just a tip? Remember that? Yeah.
Something I feel like would really hurt the hands.
Yeah. Jarring.
Zinging. We've not spoken about the women for a while. 10 minutes ago, Nikki Caramba started lap 8.
I know.
Nikki Caramba's in what place is she in now? She's on second?
Nikki Caramba's in first place.
We have a breaking news. Dun da da dun da da dun. Nikki Caramba into first place.
Jenny Stipp in second place. She started lap 8, 4 minutes behind Nikki Caramba.
So a change at the top of the women's leaderboard.
Yes.
Nikki Caramba into first, Jenny Stipp into second. With the caveat, we're very early in the race though. We are not even a third of, not even 30% in yet.
But it's still darn exciting.
But it is. It's there. All this is positioning. It's all not all this is. This is all positioning.
Here we go on the team race. Mountain Men 10 miles ahead of Ultra Cave.
They are putting a little distance between them. So we saw Tyler Veerman, how fast he was moving.
So fast.
He was running fast. And he wasn't just running fast. He was also getting through the obstacles fast.
Yes.
He didn't even, usually you run up to ideally, you might run up to an obstacle, stop, assess the obstacle, look at it, catch your breath, start the obstacle. He literally dove into Kiss of Mud. And he hustled through it, and then as he got out, immediately running. No break. It was one fluid activity. We
just saw a teal bib here on Evan's camera, but lost him.
Let's see who we're tracking there with Evan. Now he was right up there with Ryan Atkins before.
Which means that could have been
Robinson,
Fury.
Andrew Robinson.
Oh, Robinson.
And Claw, 10:39.
Josh Fury has started lap 9.
Josh Fiore on his 9th lap, 3rd place, this 45-mile lap. So he'll have 50 miles done before 9:30.
Do you want to know something interesting?
No. Yes, please.
What do we know about ultra running and age?
Unlike physical activities, some ultra runners do not peak until later in their athletic career. Is that where you're going?
That's where we're going. Let
Tell
me
me.
tell you the current ages of the top 4.
Top 4 men, women.
Men.
Okay.
Michael Schutt, 30 to 34,
Love it.
in first place. Second place, Ryan Atkins, 35 to 39. Third place, Josh Fiore, 40 to 44. Fourth place, Matthew Mullins, 40 to 44.
Did you know in the United States you can qualify to join the AARP at age 50?
But let me also tell you in the women, first place, Nikki Caramba, 45 to 49. Second place, Jenny Stipp, 40 to 44.
I don't know if we're supposed to be doing this for the ladies.
And Marissa, what would like give it down?
I don't know. I'm not doing it.
I'm doing it. I think they're blinking fantastic. And these ladies are...
I agree with you, and I have a point after when
Nikki
you're done.
Caramba is 2 age groups above me. And running in times better than I ever could.
Literally.
And if that is not a way to make me go, I need to get my ass in gear, I think it is. And I think
It's inspiring, right? I see these guys there, and we're talking about guys in their 40s.
Because I'm just going to pull you up on this.
Do
we
it.
just spoke about the men's age with no comment. There is nothing shameful for women in getting older.
I agree with you.
Why would we not talk about their ages and celebrate it in the same way that we did them?
Because I dodge laser beams.
Enjoying a different change of pace.
Well,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
I'm not running for 24 hours.
I'm not going to read the ladies. I'm not going to read their weights either.
Would you read the men's?
No.
Well, then that's fair.
No. Here's the thing, and here's I think that the reasoning why people say that ultra running is different. With most athletics, with football, with basketball, the peak physical is like early 20s, right? Maybe late 20s and even sometimes they say early 30s is the sweet spot for most athletics. With peak when mental and physical are both at their peaks, they meet at their peak.
Yeah.
But ultra runners, these guys in their 30s, men and women, 30s and 40s, they've got some of them 20, 30 years maybe of building aerobic base.
Yeah.
Like we talk about, oh man, World's Toughest Mudders in 6 months. Is that enough time for me to train? These people have been training for 25 years. Like 25 years for this race. They can run for 24 hours without a problem. I say without a problem. Obviously, it's not like they're not exerting effort. 100% they're working hard. But they have built this cardio muscle inside their chest.
They're not working as hard as we work to walk it.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, my core hurts after doing it yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick update. Lap 9, Michael Schutt, about 3 minutes ago, was seen at Pyramid. Atkins was seen mile 2. And Javier was at mile. Was it? So we've got a couple of miles, 1 to 4 miles gap.
For the top 4 men.
Yeah. Within the same, yeah.
Love it. We got a good race going.
Surely do.
All right, and now cage crawl is open. Cage crawl is a stressful obstacle. It looks like that runner there, that lady did not love her time in the obstacle. They got her through it though. Good job.
I did not dislike the obstacle as much as I would. It's just the cold is the thing that would get me.
I don't know if it's that cold right now.
No, I know.
The water.
That's what I mean. Like doing it, it would be the cold.
Oh yeah, getting wet. So cage crawl, you can see the canal. Melissa Linden crossing the start line here. And we've got, is this, More Heart Than Scars.
More Heart Than Scars.
Oh, that was More Heart Than Scars that just went through. That's what we were looking at.
Oh, super.
Going through cage crawl. Outstanding. Well done. Well done, Dave. Melissa Linden, 10th place for the ladies.
Oh, she's moved back up into 10th. That is wonderful news.
30 miles. 30 miles in 7 hours and 20 minutes. Well done, Melissa. Got a drone shot here of Everest. It looks like the photo froze, or else they're taking a long time to get up that wall.
It does. I'm just going to check if it actually has frozen, if it's at our end that it's frozen, or if it's overall. It appears to be overall it's frozen. So let's switch cameras.
Okay, so what we're looking at here, this is, now it does seem kind of early in the race to see this part of it. This is a little death march, death trudge kind of. Like, okay, obstacles are open. We're getting through them. I don't feel like running, but I'm not going to stop. And so we're doing it. Like, we're not stopping. We're not running, but you're not going to stop us either. We're going to get to the obstacle. We're going to do the obstacle, and then we're going to get to the next obstacle, and then we're going to do that obstacle. And this is a big chunk for the normal person, for the normal guy, girl, you or me doing World's Toughest Mudder. This is a big race. Like, look, I ran at the beginning. I can't run 24 hours straight, but I'm not going to sit in my pit area. I'm going to get some miles. And especially now, again, I know it's 8:20 local time, 8:21. It feels like it's 11:21. And, mentally these guys and girls, they're starting to get to the suck zone. Like, I just got to get through it. I can't stop. Do you know what it feels like also?
What does it feel like?
I need to look at numbers to quantify this. but it feels like the course is starting to empty sooner than usually. The course doesn't empty till like 2-3 a.m. But I'm not seeing we're looking at Mudderhorn. There's only like 4 people on it, 5 people on it. I don't know how to check this, but it seems like more people might have hit the pits early right now. It just feels later than 7:30 or 8:30, right? And I don't know if that's because of the weather here in Central Florida or the humidity or the buzz, but
Seen them both.
Sounds really good.
Well, you guys are crushing it.
Yeah.
So good.
Hope I'm making Jason's job easier. And yours too.
Yeah, you guys are great. You're doing so good, Mike.
Good. Thank you.
yeah, the feeling I get is that people are starting to kind of early this year, heading to the. It happens every year, almost every year, where people head to the pit area. They feel like, you know what, I need a break. Sometimes people want to sleep. That's the first question people get when I tell them about World Seven's Mudder. They're like, well, do you sleep? Well, not if you want miles, you don't sleep.
So I once interviewed a endurance driver.
Okay.
This was before I got into doing OCR commentary.
Sure.
Very good endurance driver, races at Le Mans, which is a 24-hour car race.
Sure.
And they do it as a team. And I said to him, not really knowing anything about it, and I was like, how long do you get to sleep? Do you sleep? And he's like, you don't sleep. You don't sleep. You don't want to because it's too exciting, but you don't sleep. It's worse to try and sleep whilst your crewmate is out driving than it is to stay awake and do it. And those guys are driving super, super fast. And it seems the consensus with doing endurance races, don't stop. Someone said this to me last night when we were at the community dinner. I think it was Andrew Robinson. And we were talking about doing the coverage, and he was like, yeah, so you probably 4 hours off in the middle of the night. I was like, I will find it harder to stop and start again than I would to just keep going.
Sure.
Personally. He's laughing at me, but I don't know why.
I feel like you were talking about me with that.
Why would I be talking about you?
Because I bug out and I let Carla take my seat for a couple hours.
I don't care. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me.
No, I agree.
Something you got to learn about me, Will. Whatever comes out my mouth is exactly what I mean. There's never any hidden meaning.
So I had a thought when you were talking about endurance driving.
Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with it, but I would imagine if you fall asleep, it's dangerous.
At the wheel, sure.
You and I will hear people. This is a very common line you hear when people stop early.
Mm-hmm.
When people stop, they quit.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel good to say this, but when they quit, and I'm not trying to be unkind, it happens every year. Some people quit.
This happens, yes. It's part of the race.
It's part of the race. Races have beaten me. There's no shame in that game. You're not going to win every race. You're not even like you're not racing against everybody, right? I'm not saying you're going to beat Ryan Atkins. Of course, you're not going to beat Ryan Atkins every race or Michael Shute. Got an outstanding shot with our drone there, looking down on Shawshanked. But I mean, like, the race might beat you personally. Like, you quit at 1 a.m. My goal is to go 24 hours, and I quit at 1 a.m., 12 hours in, 13 hours in. That's fine. Like, that happens. But if that happens, well, the one thing you can't do is lie to yourself. You can't lie to yourself. You can't lie. There's no shame in not winning everything. No one wins every time.
You can't lie to yourself.
Here's what I mean. People will say this to you at brunch. We're going to be at brunch the day after tomorrow. And people will ask people, hey, how was your race? How'd you do? Well, I was doing really good until about 2 a.m., and then I just had to stop for my own safety. I had to stop. You'll hear that. I had to stop for my own safety. And they'll say that to me, and I'll know it's a lie.
Nice work, guys.
They quit. They know it's a lie. But I'm going to say, oh, well, you had to do that. Like, you got to do what's best. I'm going to respect their lie. And they know they're lying, and they know I know they're lying, but it's a lie agreed upon.
So I'm going to tell you a story.
Tell me.
I did Europe stuff as well.
Okay.
All right. My goal was 20 miles.
Okay.
So we set out. First lap, no obstacles, easy.
Sure.
Easy. Go back into the pit. Jason Dupree suggests stick your neoprene on. Put your shorty on straight away. Go back into the pit, have a slurp of tea, have a gel, stick a gel in my bra, put my neoprene on, just tie it around my waist because at this point it's still not cold enough.
Sure.
And go out, get to the first obstacle, put my neoprene on. Fine, good.
This is your second lap. You're doing.
This is my second lap.
Okay.
The course was pretty hilly, which actually worked really well for me because I'm not a fantastic runner. So I power hiked up the hill and then ran down. I'm good at running downhill.
Sure.
I did the lap. I struggled a bit. I've got a bit of a sore back. Like I said, I kind of screwed it over having a baby and sitting on a sofa for a very long time. And I've never really fixed it. So I was a bit worried about my back, but that was okay.
Hey.
And I'm fine. I did 2 easy laps. 10 miles, easy. My second lap, as I said to Dustin, I reckon it's going to take me an hour and 40. It took me an hour 39 and 36.
Perfect.
And I got to the end of that lap, and I just did not want to carry on. I wasn't struggling, and I think this is what was hard. It wasn't hard. And I just thought, and I had an existential crisis, because I sat there and I went, I just don't want to do this. But if I don't want to do this, how am I going to sit there and tell people this is the best sport in the world? How am I going to sit there for 27 hours and talk about how much I love this if I don't want to do this? I really struggled. I was sitting there going, I just don't know what to do because I just don't want to do it. But I'm not finding it. It's not because I can't do it. It's because I don't want to do it. I will actually challenge you because then what happened is I did end up getting a stomachache, a really bad stomachache, to the point that a day and a half later I was concerned it was a stomach bleed. It wasn't, it was fine, but that's how bad it was, and that's what all the symptoms were.
Sure.
Had I carried on, it probably would have been a bit terrible because I couldn't eat anything, and I couldn't drink. I didn't eat or drink for about 2 days afterwards because it hurt too much.
Sure.
But I didn't carry on. That wasn't why I didn't carry on. I didn't carry on because I didn't want to. And Dustin, who was my pit crew, he couldn't make me do it.
Sure.
No way he could make me do it. He's my partner. He's not going to be able to make me do it. So I didn't do it.
About having loved ones pit for you before.
I gave up. And my easy story that I tell people is I did 2 laps. It was all going fine. And then my tummy really hurt and I had to stop. That's the easy story. This is the difficult story.
Yeah.
And I find it really hard because had I been struggling, like mentally, and this is too hard, I would have been able to have something to cling on to overcome. And it wasn't that. It was nothing.
Yeah.
I just don't even know what happened.
Down and up.
Even with all that,
Yeah.
you're still honestly considering maybe I run Worlds in the UK.
I have to do another toughest.
Sure.
I have to do it again. There is no way I am allowed to do that and finish.
Sure. You don't want that to be your...
That's not it. That's not who I am.
So that is a sucky experience.
Mhm.
100%. And I'm sure that's not a fun story to tell.
Do you know what? I don't actually have any shame over it. I'm just like that. I just don't get it. I don't understand what happened.
Yeah. So I could tell you at least 2 stories
Mm-hmm.
of me personally. Again, I'm not trying to one-up. I'm trying to say...
I think you are, but okay.
No. I'm trying to say I can identify with that.
Yeah.
As I've done similar or the same. One time at World's Toughest and one time at a Toughest Mudder in Las Vegas. So maybe I'll tell my story later because I don't want to take away from your story.
That was also 2 other things I'll say. That was my first ever Tough Mudder. And the course, there wasn't the support out on course that there was here. So there were a lot of obstacles. So there weren't people just standing on obstacles all night.
Oh, sure.
There were points where I just thought, I'm not going to stand here wet and cold waiting for a mandatory obstacle. And I just didn't want to do that. And that was part of it. I couldn't face the idea of just having to stand there helpless.
Waiting. Yep.
Because I don't like not being able to do things.
Sure.
However, Evan wants to chat to us. So let's go over to Evan. Evan, take it away, buddy.
I do want to chat with you guys. I am sitting on top of Ladder to Hell, and Ryan Atkins just walked up, climbed over the obstacle, and continued walking with a limp. So again, I don't know what how serious it is, but I've never seen him not run. during a race.
Who's not running?
So slightly Ryan Atkins.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's exciting.
So it's Robinson is very excited at the news, but does not look good from on course and seeing him kind of limp past. So yeah, we'll see if he switches back to a run later. But it's been a while, and typically if it doesn't clear up within about 100 yards or two, it's not clearing up. So back to you guys.
Wow.
Could this be a case of him pulling out if it's bad enough for him to keep walking
Yeah, he might finish the lap.
and not carry on?
Evan, great info. Thanks for
Thanks, buddy.
sharing that. So just to recap what Evan just said, earlier Evan was at an obstacle, saw Ryan coming out of the obstacle. Ryan was running. He hit a hole, went down, and when Ryan got up, he walked. It was walking away, favoring one leg. Evan just saw Ryan at Clatter to Hell. Ryan was walking up to the obstacle, did the obstacle, and then walked away, not running, which is completely out of character for Ryan, especially at this point in the race.
Absolutely.
So,
And this is another reason why you can't say it's going to be a runaway for Ryan. He's
Oh,
never
no.
lost anything over 8 hours. Injuries happen. Things happen.
literally, that's the flukiest of the fluke injury. He wasn't even on an obstacle.
No.
He literally just hit a bad spot on the ground.
But hey, what did we say about this ground?
It's what was we had a word for it?
Lumpy?
Lumpy. It is lumpy. We spent it at 3-4 hours on lumpy ground yesterday. And that was during the daytime in broad daylight, not
yeah.
in the dark like Atkins is.
We have a comment from ourselves. Who are you all rooting for? So I've been, sometimes I focus more on the women, sometimes more on the men. This year
Sure.
for me, the excitement is the men's race particularly. And I mean, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. My ideal top 3 would be in no particular order,
Okay.
but Schutt first, and then in no particular order, Fiore and Atkins.
Fiore and Atkins, second, third and second. Okay.
I can't say.
You don't care.
More likely Atkins second.
Now, when you say your ideal order, is that who you're rooting for, or that's who you think's going to win?
That's who I think's going to win.
Okay. That's who you think your podium athletes are.
That's who I think the podium athletes are.
Sure.
And if I say ideal,
And this
who
is,
am I? If I say ideal, that sounds like who's just my favorite, and I'm not
Sure.
going to say that.
That's it. So then in these kind of I don't know, predictions, maybe the wrong word, but these decisions or thoughts you're having are before you had these pre-Atkins potential injury.
Yeah, I had these from the beginning.
So again, we don't want to say anything. We don't know for sure. All we know is what Evan, what our correspondent saw out on the course.
Absolutely.
So we're not. We don't want to get the cart before the horse. We want to make sure we verify anything before we say it. But we did see Ryan Atkins take a spill and walking to and from an obstacle instead of running like he typically would. When he gets
Bless you.
when he gets to a certain point when we can check and verify, we'll look at lap times and see
Absolutely.
what clearly it sounds like he's slowing down. So we want to if we can get some numbers, some hard numbers, we'll share those with you as well.
You know, I love hard numbers.
All the numbers. We're looking at Reborn, which is a combination of birth canal and crybaby. And all of that gas coming out of there. If you ask Tough Mudder, they'll tell you it's tear gas. If you ask someone who's actually done it, they'll tell you it's a menthol, like aerosolized menthol. So it's enough to make you uncomfortable, kind of clear out the sinuses, but it's not going to, it shouldn't poison you. Hey, I want to give a special shout out. Alonzo Wright. Let's go, Paul Seeley.
Paul
$20 super
Paul
chat.
Seeley
Alonzo
is
Wright.
getting a lot of
You're a
support
legend.
tonight.
Let's-
Guys, tell us a bit about Paul Seeley. We've given him a shout out quite a few times.
Yeah, I want to know more about Paul Seeley.
Keep running your race.
Here's Fiore.
Josh Fiore. We've got a cameraman with Josh Fiore. We're going to look up more on Paul Seeley here. Shell Licata doing the work for Fran Club here. You see this? Shell Licata, it is now.
Not until he says. Not until he says.
So we're looking at the Josh Fiore from the back here. Still running strong. Is there a way we can tell Josh Fiore's location relative to Ryan Atkins?
Last time Fiore was seen was at Lumbersack,
Good,
mile
save
2
him, save.
at 8:26, and Atkins was seen at mile 2 Lumbersack at 8:15. So currently, what the results are telling me is he's not overtaken.
So the last we know of,
The last we know.
Fiore is 9 minutes behind Atkins.
Yes.
Okay. So the next
Jimmy's
time
crushing it.
Fiore
in first.
and Atkins pass the same checkpoint, we'll check where they're at.
Feeling comfortable. She's kind of cruising.
So again, we're looking at Joshua Fiore, third place man. And you can see he's still running. He's not on the team, individual, and he's passing guys like they're standing still.
Look, Fiore has been training all year for this.
Fiore, and we've talked about it several times. I don't want to belabor the point, but we have people coming in and out all the time. Fiore had a heartbreaking finish last year. He was in third place going into the last lap. He knew it was his last lap. There was a guy, Joe Rucco, in fourth place just behind him. Unknown to Josh Fiore, Rucco passed Fiore on an obstacle. Fiore crossed the finish line in third place with a look of joy on his face. Fran and I were sitting there watching him. We were 10 feet away with a look of joy that he just finished in third place. Then he sees Joe Rucco has already finished in front of him, and he realizes immediately he's in fourth. And just we could watch his heart break. The despair hit him.
It was sad.
It was your heart went out. It's the most heartbreaking thing I've ever seen at the finish line of World's Toughest Mudder. So, and again, we're just broadcasters. We don't have a finger on the scale, but we know what Fiore went through last year, and so we're pulling for everybody. But we're happy to see Josh do well.
Evan, give Fiore a big shout out from us here in the booth. So Ryan Atkins has passed just the tip. That's mile 3.
Fran,
we find,
I'm giving you a big shout out here. Josh. Good.
Thanks, guys.
You asking me a question?
Yeah, did we were you able to find out how Devin Nelson's doing?
We did.
Oh,
I
awesome.
can put him up again.
No, I didn't know Katie Fry. She's thanking us there. Yeah, Katie. Devin is doing well.
Let's get him up again.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Good.
So we are.
You're
Let's
crushing
just
it.
say it's at 7:39
Love it.
time. It's local time is 8:39. Race time 7:39 elapsed. Almost 8 hours. Let's say it's 8 hours. Devin Nelson with 30. Devin's doing great. 30 miles in.
Josh Fiore is currently less than 2 minutes behind Ryan Atkins.
So in the last mile, Fiore has put 7 minutes on Atkins. Atkins has slowed down dramatically. There goes Thanos. David Thanos. That's real. David Thanos is the first guy to ever recognize me on the course podcast.
Thanks, guys.
5 stars.
5 stars. You have a special place in my heart forever. So back to Fiore and Atkins. 1 mile. We have timing mats out every mile on the course. Here we go. Let's talk to Evan. Evan and I believe we.
Ryan. Yeah.
All right, Evan and Ryan. Let's. What's going on?
Hold on, I'll tell you. All right, we are here. I got Ryan Atkins. I've never seen him move this slow. Walking along. Ryan, speak up so we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm in turtle mode, full turtle mode.
Explain what happened and kind of how you're feeling.
Yeah, right around Hangin top. There was like a couple laps ago. There was like a hole right before it.
Evan, we can't hear Ryan. Evan, we can't hear Ryan.
And then it happened again. Wait, on the other side of the obstacle. There must be some kind of an
Okay, so Ryan's saying a couple laps ago he rolled his ankle on the near side of the obstacle and basically ran it off. And then I was on the far side of the obstacle just on this last part, and he rolled his ankle again on the far side. Yeah. And you've been walking ever since, is that correct?
Now it's just like really painful.
It's really painful, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
And
every time I try to move a little quicker, it just like, it just fires pain.
Every time he tries to move a little quicker, it fires pain. And this man is one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. I would argue the toughest, but what are you thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't run now. So I'll go to the pit and see what's up. But yeah, this might be my race.
So he's gonna go to the pit after this. Basically sit down, reassess, and this might be it. It's at this point it's too hard to tell, but the important thing now for him is just to get to that finish line and to get back to the pit so he can figure out exactly what's wrong and take a look at it.
Yeah, definitely super bummed. I was having a lot of fun, feeling great. Like, my legs aren't sore at all. Like, nothing was, like, everything was cruising. And then, yeah,
So basically just feeling bummed because he was feeling good. He was flying, cruising, and yeah, the whole community was excited to have you back out here.
I'm really happy to be here. So, despite the bumness of this, I'm still stoked to be here.
Still stoked to be here. Ryan, thank you. I'll let you limp on in pain. Always a pleasure to have you here. Always a pleasure to see you race, even if it's not your full potential.
Thanks, guys.
And looking forward to hopefully seeing you on another lap, or if not, seeing you at another big event.
Yes.
All right, well, back to you, Will and Fran.
Thanks so much.
Evan, good stuff. Thank you. So to recap what Evan just said, and then I'll bring you up to speed on everything. Evan just talked with Ryan Atkins. Ryan Atkins, 6-time champion of World's Toughest Mudder. He's never lost the race every time he's ran it, either individual or as a team.
Yeah.
This is his first time back since 2018. He won the race individually in 2017, won it as a team in 2018. 6 years since he's been back. Everyone in the community very excited to have him back this year. Evan was out there on course, saw him roll his ankle. We just caught up with him and talked with him. That was actually the second time he's rolled his ankle tonight. The first time he was able to walk it off. This second time, it's super painful, shooting pain, he said. Ryan's plan right now is to finish this lap and to evaluate it in the pit, see just kind of see what's going on there. So too early to say if Atkins' night is done, but it looks like he's definitely slowing down right now. So anyway, we'll keep you posted when we learn more about it.
Buddy? Oh, you in the middle of an interview? Yeah. Okay. I'm good. I'm right over here. We're just waiting for Peter.
Hey, Jason. You got something to say?
It is fun. Yeah. I set up all the production to where they can handle all the. What's up? No, we're just sitting here chatting with DJ and Elliot, and they were just asking me about how many miles I've done. Yeah, and I was saying I've done so far. I've done a little over 17.5 miles, and you know, I did 45 last year. Who knows?
You're gonna break it this year.
That'd be nice. It's so hot though, man. Tomorrow is gonna feel.
Here we got Ryan. You can see him limping up. Ryan walking very gingerly.
That it breaks your heart to see that.
It really does.
So in 2016 and 17, I traveled around the country running the toughest mudder races. I ran, 6 or 7 toughest mudders over 2 or 3 years. And at almost every single one of them, Ryan Atkins was there. Ryan and Lindsay Webster were there. Toughest mudder is an 8-hour. It was 8 hours at first, 12 hours later. Overnight race. It's very similar to World's Toughest Mudder, just shorter. Rachel Jenkins, you're a legend. Super chat, $2 from Rachel Jenkins. Thank you, Rachel. You're very kind. So I ran hours and hours and hours with in air quotes, with Ryan Atkins, with Lindsay Webster. Again, we're on a 5-mile loop course, right?
Yeah.
So while I'm doing my thing at my speed, Ryan Atkins is passing me repeatedly. Ryan Atkins, those 2 or 3 years, Ryan Atkins passed me so many times. I'm not exaggerating. I could recognize the sound of his gait. I knew what it sounded like from to be walking. I know he's coming up behind me. Ryan Atkins is behind me. I move off to the right. He passes me. Let me tell you my favorite Ryan Atkins running story.
Tell me.
We are in, I think it's Chicago. We're in Chicago, and I am running. Again, I'm saying that with air quotes. As Ryan Atkins is running past me, like the two of us, for a brief little moment, we're running side by side. Very short moment, right? But like literally like seconds, 5, 10, maybe 15 seconds together, we're side by side on a trail. while we're running side by side on the trail, we hear a giant noise off of our right. We're on the trail. This is a noise off the trail. I don't know if this is a bear. I don't know what it is. I just hear branches breaking and and so we both kind of jump to the left a little bit and we look off to the right to see what this noise is.
Yeah.
Beautiful white-tailed deer. I'm not making this up. Bounding out of Bambi, literally.
Oh.
Ryan Atkins is a great runner. This deer embarrassed him. Just boom, boom, boom. I bet you he remembers it. I'll ask him later if he remembers the story. And we were just both kind of in awe, oh my gosh, did that just happen? This thing runs alongside us, past us, and I think it crossed in front and went off, did something, and it was gone. And we were both just kind of wow. And I think Atkins said something I wish I could run like that. Which
he just prance pretty.
He basically is he runs as the deer. So that was 7 years ago, probably that happened. That was that's me running again. Running with, I say with air quotes possible. Running with Ryan Atkins. Alongside. Running at the same time on the same trail as Ryan Atkins.
Looks like they've lit the fire in the pit. We can see smoke coming up. It's not quite cold enough for that yet, is it?
So Ryan Atkins is elite of the elite in the Tough Mudder community.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's been here so many times for so many years that he is revered by this community.
Yeah.
Now, you and I know about this, and everyone watching the race on the live stream knows about it. But this is on the big screen, broadcasting to the tents, but most of the community doesn't know about this yet, just because most of the community is not watching the race; they're racing the race. So when it gets out, it'll probably be on social pretty quick here. It's going to be, people are going to be very, very disappointed. Not disappointed with Ryan, obviously, but just kind of bummed. Everyone, literally, you know, we're talking about you're pulling for Shoot, and I'm pulling we're pulling for Fiore. Everyone here pulling for Atkins, exactly the same. So this is very, very sad. Again, and I don't want to get before the horse. We don't know for sure. He might come here and tape it up and be like, "Hey, you know what? Actually, I'm good to go." So I don't want to get too ahead of the horse.
That's what
I'm hoping he's okay.
That's what we do. We get ahead of the horse.
I'm hoping he's okay, and I don't want to think the worst because it might be fine. We don't know yet. He's still on the course. This literally happened 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. We'll see what happens.
Listen, this is what we do. We get overexcited. We make wild predictions. We make stuff up.
We make stuff up. No, we don't.
Yes, we
make stuff up. So let me tell you a couple things. One is Fran and I have a competition going on.
We absolutely do.
You notice Rachel Jenkins here left super chat. Rachel Jenkins, you're a legend. You can leave a super chat at the YouTube comments. There's a $sign. You can click that $sign and leave a super chat with my name Will or her name Fran, and whichever one of us has the most money on our side of the ledger when the race is over is going to run through electroshock therapy. Fran is currently winning. I say winning. I don't know if that's winning or not, but Fran would probably prefer you donate to me right now. I'm happy for you to donate to either of us, but Fran actually has a hashtag, Fran Club. I don't have anything. So, but in your super chat, you can leave my name Will or her name Fran and send one of us through electroshock when the race is over.
Yeah, please send Will through. I'm currently at $107.44, and he's at $46.49.
So it's I'm $57 behind you.
Yeah, why y'all picking on me? I don't know.
I think because you have a Fran Club. Our largest gift is $20. Is that right?
Oh, I think Evan is wanting us. Evan, we're going to come over to you.
They're still talking. I can hear them. You can't hear them, but. Oh, are we on? Okay. We are here at Well Swung. Well Swung is basically a short loop past Funky Monkey. What that means is when people fall into Funky Monkey, which is what they're going to have to do if they can't do the obstacle, they're going to come around here wet. And if they failed Funky Monkey, but they're like, no, I can definitely get this one, what's going to happen is this bar is going to get soaked, and then it's going to get slippery. Some people will try to dry their hands using the dirt. Not a good idea. Essentially, it's just creating mud and then muddying the bars. it makes it super hard. Another thing that makes this obstacle hard is I'm 5'6", so I'm not the tallest person, but it means you kind of have to send it hard to be able to get that. Now, normally I recommend opposing grips because this is a dynamic movement where I'm flying for the bar. Both hands open, latch on, and then as you come to the end of the movement, you need to put your hips forward and reach out and try to hit the bell. Some years this is really, really easy. Some years it's pretty easy. Like, you get a lot of the elites basically hitting it every single time. Other years, I feel like they don't test it very well, and the bell is super far out there. From standing where I'm standing right now, it looks a little far. I don't know, but let's find out.
He got it.
Evan, you're a legend.
Evan, you're a legend, man. You're a legend, mate, as they say.
Listen, everyone's sending money here to make me do one obstacle, and Evan's doing them just for fun.
That's hilarious. Evan, Evan can't even hear me right now. He took his headset off.
I got that, but that did not feel easy. I think I could probably, if I was racing, I could get it on a couple laps. After about 3 or 4, though, I don't know, for someone who's 5'6", that I felt like I was near the edge of my wingspan to hit that bell. And all the lanes are slightly different. Honestly, I would recommend the one on the far right. The bar looks the lowest. But the problem with that one is sometimes if the bar is lower, then you don't get as much of an upswing. And then it's harder to hit the bell. A lot of factors that go into this. Guys and girls are going to have to figure it out as they go through each lap. And then the penalty obstacle here looks like some sort of ball hop. You sit on the ball and hop around. So if anyone remembers that classic picture of Kyle McLaughlin where he's bouncing on the ball, I think we made it as the background of the World Sub-Smutter community group. That's what we're looking at here. Keeping it tight and bouncing around. So I'm going to send it back to you, Will and Fran, at the booth. And we will see you in a couple of minutes, 5 minutes exactly, once this obstacle opens. I'll see you guys later.
Evan Preparis, well done, outstanding.
He is earning his Christmas bonus this year for sure.
100%. So that
we
obstacle.
tried this obstacle yesterday a few times. Myself.
Opens in 5 minutes. We'll see it again.
Myself, Jason, Mike, and Dustin all tried it. So myself and Jason are both about the same height, 5'6". Mike is tall. Not quite sure how tall, and Dustin is 5'9". Now, the only one of us who made it was Jason. On my 4th attempt, I just touched the bar. But in the past, I have been able to grab that bar. This is set up differently to how it's been in the past. This is difficult. We're going to be switching to our next live stream soon at the top of the hour.
Go to youtube.com/the OCR report, and you will see part 2. This is the we're going to have YouTube has an 8-hour limit on live streams. So
we're coming to the end of our first.
Come to the end of our first one. Say one more time.
Join us on the second.
Yeah, we want to see you. We want to see everybody. Mike is 6 feet tall, Caitlin says.
Also, top news, breaking news. Fiore has officially overtaken Ryan Atkins. Fiore is last seen at Pyramid Squeeze, mile 4 at 8:51. Atkins he's not been seen since. And isn't that great? We were just talking about this, and here we are. Here is the picture on the bouncy. Is it a dingo hopper?
So we're going to make that switch in about 4 minutes. So you can go ahead and go to don't change this, don't close this window, but go to youtube.com/the OCR report. You'll see link number 2 for the next stream.
We'll know who's not come and joined us. We'll keep our eyes on you.
We're watching you.
We're watching you.
And hey, thanks for sticking with us so far. 8 hours of coverage. Hey, you can join the OCR report Patreon, patreon.com/the OCR report. Support the sport you love. $5 a month, as little as $5 a month. We'd love to have you there as a member. Patreon.com/the OCR report. You can also support us with a super chat. You can send Fran or I through electroshock therapy. When you do the super chat, there's a little $sign at the bottom of the YouTube comment box. Click on that. Send $1, $2. I think our biggest gift so far is $20. So if you want to, that's from the Campbells. Shout out to the Campbells. If you want to beat the Campbells, you can do that. And then in your super chat, say my name Will or say Fran, her name Fran, to send one of us through electroshock. And we'd love to do it. Opening in 3 minutes is Well Swung and Arctic Enema. We've got Evan at Well Swung. We've got Mike at Arctic Enema. So we're going to cover all those on our new stream. Go to youtube.com/the OCR report for that new stream for part 2. YouTube restricts us to about 8 hours for streaming. So when you get these guys, they have 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Everyone is hustling to get past this obstacle because they know if they fail this obstacle, they are going to have to do the penalty. So everyone's there. Yeah, they know about when the time is, so they're good.
Let's wait a couple minutes so we can see the first people go through.
We're going to wait until just after the hour so we can see this obstacle open.
All right. So we got 2 or 3, 4 minutes more here on this stream. Again, youtube.com/the OCR report. Make sure you're already subscribed there as well and make it easier for you to find this race and future races in the future.
In the future.
Where all the future races are.
We do actually have 2 YouTube channels, don't we?
You know what we do? That's a great point, Fran. What's on the other YouTube channel?
Podcasts.
What's one of our podcasts there?
Well, you know one of the nice things about the OCR report team?
Tell me.
We're a collection of people who all do our own stuff and then do it together. We pretty much all have our own podcasts.
Sure.
For example, Jason Dupree has OCR Talk. Mike Stefano has Obstacle Running Adventures. Will Hicks has World's Toughest Podcast. And myself and Carlo have Fran and Carlo get OCR Jason, which is just total rubbish, to be honest. What else have we got on there?
Mike Stefano, Obstacle Running Adventures.
Mentioned that.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to mention it again. So, twice.
Strength and speed.
Strength and speed. Evan Prepares. We've seen Evan show that strength and speed on multiple obstacles today. Evan just showed us how Well Swung is going to work. Hey, Jason Dupree's joining. Jason, how do you say it?
Hey, guys.
Jason Dupree
is joining us here in the booth. Jason is our producer who's made all this possible.
Whoa.
It's not Jason Dupree.
Whoa. Mike Stefano and Caitlin Ritter have Obstacle Running Adventure.
There's this girl in our comments.
Caitlin Ritter, have you heard of her?
Mike Stefano also just jumped into the booth here. Caitlin Ritter has been in our comments all day, and she takes exception to us saying that Mike Stefano has a podcast. Mike Stefano and Caitlin Ritter have a podcast called Obstacle Running Adventures. Caitlin is not wrong. Caitlin, I apologize for Fran. I can't believe she said that. Jason Dupree joining us in the booth. Jason, our producer extraordinaire. If you want to show your thanks to Jason, you can give that super chat like we were talking about on the YouTube comments. He's also one of our rabbits today. Jason, what have you seen out there on the course?
Oh, man, it is just still warm, very warm. When I get over here, I see you're wearing a jacket. I put my shirt on, but when I'm out there, shirt's off, it is just still sweaty and wet and humid.
Let me tell you, the only reason that Will is wearing a jacket and that we're both wearing pants is because of the bugs.
Did y'all use the spray?
I did. I'm very sticky now.
I hate bug spray.
It kept them off of me while I was out there. So very
Jason,
thankful.
you have a catchphrase. Did you know this?
Yeah, they.
Fran has a hashtag.
It's because they were trying to figure out how you pronounce my name because
Right.
it could be Dupree or Dupree. And now
I'm
it's
so
turned
glad
into
you're telling me
Dupree.
this because you've saved me listening to like 10 hours of their podcast. That's great. Just playing. I listen to it.
And it's also.
I have 5 stars, so I have something too.
5 stars.
You've had that for forever.
Here we go.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, first one,
Success.
successful.
You know what? So multiple times now we've had the very first person. Mike did this and Evan did it. Like we've had the first person on an obstacle. And I think almost every single time they've been successful.
That's awesome.
I feel like every time I've seen the first person go through, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like they were always successful. Yes. So
I'm just going to give a quick update.
please do.
Ryan Atkins has gone through Pyramid Squeeze. He's now 9 minutes behind Josh Fiore.
And when at the time of his ankle, so Jason, I don't know if you know or were you able to hear. So Ryan Atkins rolled in it. We don't know exactly what happened. We talked with him. We're assuming it's about a rolled ankle. We don't know exactly. I don't want to assume anything, but from his description of it, it sounds like he rolled. He said it. He rolled his ankle. Ryan Atkins told us he rolled his ankle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to speak out of school. Since that happened, he has lost 18 minutes to Fiore. Yeah. He was 9 minutes ahead. Now he's 9 minutes behind.
Yeah, if he's just been steady walking.
Yeah, and Fiore's running. We see every once in a while we see him. This obviously is not Ryan Atkins. Hey, we're just pulling up the stats. These regular folks doing.
Yeah, Ryan's past this at this point. on the obstacle after this, right? He just went through Pyramid Scheme, Squeeze.
Pyramid Squeeze yet. I don't know if we have a Vivo on that.
No.
I don't think so. So we have 2 obstacles that are not open yet. Everest will open 1 hour from now, and electroshock therapy will open 2 hours from now. So 18 out of 20, 90% of the obstacles are open right now.
Mhm.
Everest will have...
Did the obstacle status thing open on its own?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it shouldn't have. It should be off, like it went off earlier. Because it's 2 minutes past. It should be...
It comes after the hour.
I feel like
Right.
it's taking care of itself, I think.
Yeah, it takes care of
We're talking to some inside baseball here on the tech side of...
Right, but it comes up 4 minutes before the top of the hour, and then 2 minutes later it goes away. But right now...
We're at 2:50.
Right,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be up right now.
This
So
is
I'm
when it
just
comes
gonna-
up after the hour.
It comes up before. It does come up
Does
before.
it come before?
Yeah,
Okay.
it has.
We get it twice. Woo-hoo.
And then it changes...
But it changes because
at
now...
the top of the hour it shows green. It goes from red to green.
But it's still correct.
Right, but it's just... It shouldn't be...
He's saying it should have dropped off by now. I'll drop
Yeah.
the screen.
Anyway, this is super interesting for the guys at home.
I'm sure, yeah. Thanks for tuning
Well,
in to
hey.
World's Toughest Technology.
I can't even say how much time into making that happen. So I would
You're
like
not wrong.
for
No.
it to be right.
No. And honestly, I think it has been right. I don't know why it didn't. The one time you were looking at it,
I honestly believe it was probably because of the fact that the other thing came up to say it's time to change streams.
the
which we need to do.
Right. That
and
messed it up somehow.
It probably is so. So
Okay.
Let's change streams.
let's do that now.
All right, hey guys. So before we leave, YouTube.com/the OCR report. Look for the next stream, and we will see you over there.
And Josh Fury has just passed Mudderhorn.
All right.